My parents fired me to save money. Now their business is crumbling and I'm leading the competitor that's buying them out for pennies. I am Ethan Clark. I'm 38 years old, and after 15 years of establishing my family's business from the ground up, my parents fired me because I was too pricey. Before I explain how their desperate, panicked calls resulted in the most amazing corporate takeover you've ever heard of, please let me know where you are watching from in the comments section below. It's always exciting to see how far these stories spread. It happened on Tuesday. I recall the air in the conference room being stale and dense, with an unspoken tension that made the back of your neck tingle. My father, James, sat at the head of the big mahogany table, his expression one of business indifference. I knew it was a terrible indication. My mother, Linda, sat to his right, her gaze fixed on a minor imperfection on the table surface to avoid looking at me. My younger brother John, across from me, wore a proud and vicious look. He wasn't even attempting to hide it. Clark Properties was my entire universe for the previous 15 years. I had personally designed the whole digital infrastructure, from the tenant application portals across our 50 complexes in 3 states to the complicated maintenance request system and the secure payment processing network that processed millions of dollars per month. Everything originated from my head and fingertips. I designed it to be the silent, dependable foundation of our family's success. My father cleared his throat, making a dry, rasping sound. "Ethan," he said, his voice tinged with a frigid formality that he seldom used with me, even in joking. "We've been reviewing the company's finances with a consulting firm." He moved a glossy, spiral-bound binder across the polished table. The cover reads, "Operational Efficiency Analysis." I did not open it. I did not need to. For weeks, these cost-cutters, as I'd mentally dubbed them, had been strolling the halls, asking surface-level questions and nodding sagely as if they comprehended the responses. "It's a simple matter of overhead," my mother added, her voice low and reedy as she continued to look at the scratch on the table. "Your salary on that, it's a significant line item, Ethan, a very significant one." Then John leaned forward, putting his elbows on the table, his smile growing into a full grin. "We can get 3 junior engineers for what we pay you, Matt," he continued, his voice oozing with a sense of accomplishment that he'd clearly been waiting years to express. "Nothing personal. It's just cost-cutting. Smart business. Nothing personal." The words hung in the airless room, taking out any remaining oxygen. 15 years at 2 a.m. server reboots, canceled dates, and vacation days spent on the phone fixing a system that only I understood. I'd built them an empire on a rock-solid digital foundation, and they were treating me like a faulty piece of hardware that could be replaced. I did not argue. I did not yell. What was the point? I just stared at my father and then my mother. I caught a tiny glimpse of guilt in my mother's eyes before she wiped it away. My father's expression remained blank. They had already made a decision. I rose up, pushed my chair in quietly, and nodded once. "I understand," I replied, and the untruth tasted like ash in my mouth. As I headed back to my office, which I'd been in for almost a decade, I passed the main server room. The familiar, soothing, blinking green lights of the system I'd devised were visible through the reinforced glass. On one of the displays, a small, simple line of text appeared in the system's back-end diagnostic log. "The data archiving protocol is scheduled to run in 60 days, a routine I'd devised, a routine that required my oversight. They had no idea there was a ticking time bomb." I stepped inside my office and grabbed an empty cardboard box. Packing up 15 years of your life is an unusual task. It doesn't take as long as you'd expect. A few framed images of friends, a coffee cup that read "World's OK Coder," and a stack of technical manuals that I had virtually memorized. The entire time, a reel of memories went in my head, not the nice ones, but the minor ones. The 1,000 minor moments of being taken for granted that I had purposefully disregarded for years. I wasn't only their son, I was essentially their first employee. I remembered the real beginning, working from the wet, musty basement of their first little office building. While they were out hustling, making deals, and shaking hands, I was down there, surrounded by cinderblock walls, powered by lukewarm coffee, and an almost naive faith in what we were creating together. I taught myself to code because we couldn't afford to employ a professional, not because I like it at first. I was the one who put together our first server from recycled parts and stretched Ethernet cables across the ceiling using a staple gun. The system grew naturally as the company expanded. One property complex grew to 5, then 20, and finally 50 throughout Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. With each purchase, the system I created got more complex and necessary. It was more than just a convenience, it was the company's primary nervous system. It processed rent payments with merciless efficiency. It dispatched maintenance staff using an algorithm I devised to minimize travel time while increasing tenant satisfaction, allowing us to maintain the greatest occupancy rates in the region. It was our single most significant competitive edge, and I was the architect. The difficulty was that I was the only person who genuinely understood it. That was not by choice. It was based on budget. For at least the last 5 years, I'd been almost asking them to invest in establishing a professional technology department. I'd stroll into my father's large office, equipped with detailed plans and charts demonstrating the exponential growth of data and user requests. "Dad, we need to hire at least 2 support techs," I'd say, pointing to a graph that showed our server load approaching critical levels. "And we must start detailing the system architecture. If I get struck by a bus tomorrow, you'll be flying blind." My father would recline back in his beautiful leather chair, which I knew my system had paid for multiple times, and offer me that placating, condescending smile. "Son, the money is tight right now. Every spare dollar has to go into acquiring that new property portfolio in Pittsburgh. Besides," he'd add with a hearty pat on my shoulder, "you handle it all so well on your own. Why pay for more people when we have the best right here?" My mother's approach was different and milder in terms of invalidation. "Oh, Ethan, you always worry so much," she'd say, raising her hand as if to shoo away a fly. "It's all just computers and wires. As long as the rent checks keep coming in, it's working. Don't overcomplicate things." I recall one Thanksgiving clearly. I was due to attend my then-girlfriend's family dinner, which was a significant step for us. My phone blew up at 2 p.m., right as they were bringing the turkey out of the oven. A power surge at one of our primary data centers compromised a critical database. I spent the next 6 hours on the phone and remotely signed in, slowly rebuilding the index from a backup. I saved the company from a possible week-long downtime. When I called my father late that night to tell him the danger had been avoided, he simply responded, "Good job, son. Knew you could handle it." Then she told me about the magnificent turkey John had cut. He never inquired what I'd missed. My girlfriend and I broke up a week later. David, our head of maintenance, appeared to be the only one in the entire organization who understood it. David was a lifer, with calloused hands and motor grease stuck under his fingernails. He'd seen me grow from a tiny child in the basement to the man who oversaw the entire digital show. After another difficult budget meeting, he found me in the server room, staring at the blinking lights. "Don't let him get to you, Matt," he replied with a low groan. "This whole place, this entire 50-complex operation runs on what's inside your head. They haven't got a clue. They think it's the buildings that make the money. It's not. It's this." He tapped the glass of a server rack with his fat finger. "It's you." His remarks provided some consolation, but the irritation grew, especially once John officially joined the team. He had finished with a business degree, and my parents promptly appointed him vice president of operations. He received a corner office, a large expense account, and a complete lack of understanding of how the business actually operated. I recall him coming into my office seeing my whiteboards covered in complicated diagrams, and remarking, "So you just make the computers work? Seems pretty straightforward." He saw me as the nerdy elder brother, the man in the back room who served a necessary but costly purpose. He despised my income because he couldn't measure my labor using one of his simple spreadsheets. I was seen as a problem to be solved rather as an asset to be valued. Then came the consultants. They were introduced to us by Mr. Paul, an old family friend who played golf with my father on Saturdays. "James, you have to meet these guys," Paul had remarked at a 4th of July BBQ, his voice booming with fake seriousness. "They're absolute wizards. They'll find efficiencies in your operation you never even knew you had." The wizards from Cost Slashers Incorporated were 2 suave guys dressed in outfits that probably cost more than my first automobile. They spoke solely in buzzwords: synergy, optimization, right-sizing, and value-added attrition. To minimize costs, they created colorful charts and slick PowerPoint slides that express the same thing in 100 different ways. What is the greatest, simplest, and most value-added cost to eliminate? They highlighted with a flourish the highly compensated head of engineering who, in their expert view, could be readily replaced by a team of cheaper, younger, and more flexible people. They shared their findings with my parents in the main conference room. I was invited but not requested to speak. I basically had to sit there and listen as these two charlatans, who most likely couldn't tell the difference between a server and a microwave, described how my 15 years of specialized knowledge was a disadvantage. "You're paying for legacy knowledge," one of them stated calmly, glancing at my father. "In today's fast-moving tech landscape, you want nimble, hungry juniors. You can get 3 of them for this one salary. Think of the immediate ROI." My parents, who were already under financial stress from a disastrous real estate investment that they had carefully kept from me, saw the consultant's idea as a miracle cure. It was not only about my money. It was about finding a simple, validating answer to a complex problem they were too proud to admit they had caused. Firing me was easier than admitting they had gambled and lost millions. Looking back, all of the signs were there. Mr. Paul would ask me extremely specific questions about our system security policies during family gatherings. My parents would awkwardly change the subject anytime I mentioned long-term strategic planning. They were not only being cheap, they were also desperate. What about John? John was merely relieved to be the unquestioned prince, with the court magician out of the way. I secured the cardboard box with a long, noisy length of packing tape. As I brought it out of my office for the final time, I saw David in the hallway. He only gazed at me, his eyes filled with a sad, weary understanding. He shook his head slowly. "They just made the biggest mistake of their lives, son," he said softly. At the time, I assumed he was simply being a loyal buddy. I had no idea how prophetic his words would prove to be. I stepped outside into the brilliant afternoon sun, leaving the blinking green lights and my entire family behind. I felt a deep sense of grief, but something else was bubbling behind it. Cold, unyielding determination. They had made a business decision. Now it was time for me to make mine. That night, after placing the box from my previous life in the corner of my quiet apartment, I unlocked my laptop. An unread email was in my inbox. The subject line was straightforward, direct, and professional. Interview invitation for Chief Systems Architect. The sender was Ridgeview Management, our largest, sharpest, and most successful competitor. The first 2 months after I left Clark Properties were a bizarre and surreal period of silence. For the first time in 15 years, my phone was not a ticking time bomb of emergency calls, causing constant low-level anxiety. I could eat without thinking about a database mistake. I slept all night every night. I had 3 rounds of rigorous, gratifying interviews with Ridgeview Management. Their CEO, Eleanor Cross, a sharp, no-nonsense woman, didn't only inquire about my qualifications. She interrogated me about my system design philosophy, scalability, and how to develop resilient, future-proof platforms. It was a talk I had wanted to have with my own father for years, one about building rather than just maintaining. Then, exactly 59 days after being fired, David called me. It wasn't on my old work phone, of course, but on my personal cell, which only a few individuals had. "Matt, it's David," he replied, his voice tense with a tightness I recognized all too well. It sounded like something broke. "We've got a problem. A big one." "What's going on, David?" I said, my heart beginning to beat with a familiar, unwanted rhythm. "The system's acting up, badly. Maintenance requests are vanishing into thin air. It's not just a glitch, it's like they were never even filed. John's new hotshot tech kid, Chad, keeps telling everyone it's a minor caching issue." Chad. I knew him from a quick, uncomfortable introduction before I left, young and confident, with a resume full of fashionable buzzwords and a smirk that was a cheap imitation of John. "It's Mrs. Gable in 12B, Matt," David said, his voice lowering. "She's 80 years old. I live alone. Her ceiling is about to collapse from a pipe leak. She's been calling for 3 days. Chad just keeps telling her to submit a ticket online, but the portal is broken. She's been calling my personal cell, crying. I don't know what to do." The picture of this poor elderly woman afraid in her own home chilled my blood. This wasn't about servers or programming anymore. This was about people. It's not a caching issue, is it, David? I asked gently. There was a prolonged pause. No, son. It's not. Feels different. Feels like the whole thing is starting to rot from the inside out. I knew what it was. Tomorrow marked day 60 of the data preservation protocol. I had built a powerful script that would run quarterly, a housekeeping measure for transferring old inactive records to a deep storage server. This conserved space and kept the active database compact and speedy. However, it was not and never intended to be a fully automated procedure. It took manual supervision to distinguish between truly ancient data, such as a renter who moved out 3 years ago, and recently active data that had not been updated in a few weeks. It was fail-safe, a human check in the system to prevent precisely what was about to occur. Without my supervision, the script would operate blindly. It would flag a 3-month-old leasing agreement as inactive and archive it, rendering it unreachable to the front-end systems. It would look for a recent payment record and proceed in the same manner. It would not simply be a glitch, it would be a systematic and cascading data calamity. I described it to David in the clearest way I could. He uttered a lengthy, passionate curse beneath his breath. "I'll try to tell them," he said. But we both realized it was pointless. John refused to listen to an old maintenance person over his new IT genius. The next day, the storm hit full force. My phone began ringing around 9 a.m. The first call came from John. His voice was filled with displeasure, not alarm. "Hey Matt, that maintenance thing is a little worse than we thought. Chad's having some trouble tracking it down. What's the admin password for the root database?" It was a fundamentally irresponsible query, like requesting the launch codes for a nuclear silo. Giving him the password would be corporate suicide. "I'm no longer an employee, John," I explained gently, my voice steady. "I can't give you that information. It would be a massive security breach." "Don't be like that. We're family. Just help us out." "You define the terms of our relationship, John. It's business. And I'm no longer in business with you," I responded. Then I disconnected. An hour later, my mother called. Her voice was full of strained sweetness. "Ethan, honey, your brother is really struggling. He's so stressed. Can't you just come in for a little while, just to point him in the right direction?" "Mom, I don't work there anymore. It wouldn't be appropriate." "Don't be so difficult, Ethan. This is your family's legacy on the line." "You were the one who said it was just business, Mom," I answered, my tone harsher than intended. A wise business decision. I stopped the phone before she could respond. By mid-afternoon, true panic had set in. My father called, his voice full of fury and terror. "Ethan, the payment processing system is completely down. It's rejecting all incoming rent payments. It's the first of the month. We have millions of dollars in receivables that have just vanished. Do you know what kind of penalties we face from the banks?" "I have an idea," I explained. The archiving mechanism presumably marked active tenant payment profiles as inactive and locked them down one by one. "You have to fix this," he exclaimed, his voice breaking with despair. "This is a disaster of your making." "My making?" I said, a frightening calm coming over me. I seem to recall presenting a budget for a support team and a documentation project for 5 years running. Who was it that called that unnecessary overhead? "I'll pay you $200 an hour, whatever you want. Just come down here." This was the moment. The moment I had both dreaded and, in a dark, bitter corner of my heart, expected. My thoughts returned to the cold conference room, John's sneer, my mother's averted gaze, and my father's cold rejection. Years of being devalued. My warnings are being systematically ignored. A lifetime of it. Then my brain did something unexpected. It took me back to a sunny afternoon when I was 10 and John was 6. He had fallen off his bike and scraped his knee, blood mixed with dirt. He was screaming, and I was the one who picked him up, dusted him down, and carried him halfway home on my back. A pain of familial duty and a shadow of brotherly fondness twisted in my stomach. For a short second, I almost gave in. Then my phone vibrated with a new email notice. I took a quick check at my laptop screen. The sender was Victoria Cross. The subject line is, "Formal Offer, Chief Systems Architect, Ridgeview Management." My memory of my crying young brother faded, replaced by a crystal-clear image of John's smug expression in that boardroom. The internal conflict was resolved. My determination solidified into something as strong and impenetrable as forged steel. "Dad," I whispered into the phone, my voice steady and clear like a bell. "You have made a business decision. I've also made one." Before he could react, I hung up. I opened the email from Ridgeview. My income was 30% higher than what my father had been paying me. It featured a large signing bonus and stock options in a growing company. But it was more than just money. That was the title. It was all about respect. It was an opportunity to create something amazing without having to beg for the necessary tools. The phone rang again. It was John, his voice wild and hysterical. "It's $500 per hour, Matt. $500. Simply name your pricing. We will give you a part in the company. Please." I let it go to voicemail. I typed a one-word response to Victoria Cross. "Accepted." Then I shut off the phone. For the first time in my adult life, quiet seemed peaceful. Starting with Ridgeview management felt like walking out of a black and white film and into magnificent Technicolor. The workspaces were sleek and modern, created for cooperation, with floor-to-ceiling windows and a calm, concentrated energy. On my first day, Victoria Cross personally walked me to my new workplace. It was a corner office with a spectacular view of the downtown skyline. "This is your space, Ethan," she stated, her tone straight and respectful. "Your team is made up of 4 senior engineers, all of whom are top tier. The welcome packet includes your first-year budget. We hired you because you're among the best. We trust you to create the industry's most robust, scalable, and secure property management platform. My door is always open. Don't be afraid to ask for what you need. This is what I need." The words were simple, but they seemed revolutionary. For 15 years, my professional existence was defined by what I could not have. Here, I was asked what I needed to be successful. It was confusing in the greatest way. My new crew was fantastic. They were dedicated professionals who were truly eager to collaborate with me. When I presented my early architectural drawings on a huge whiteboard, they saw potential rather than obstacles. They posed sharp, insightful questions. They questioned my assumptions in a good manner. We spent the entire afternoon arguing the benefits of 2 different database technologies. We were collaborating to create something greater together. It was everything I'd ever dreamed in a professional setting. Linda, one of my engineers, discovered a technique to optimize a search query I had created, resulting in a half-second response time. Instead of being defensive, I was excited. "That's brilliant," I assured her. "Implement it." The unexpected appreciation on her face told me everything I needed to know about the society Victoria had established here. Meanwhile, the storm at Clark Properties intensified into a Category 5 hurricane. David kept me updated via sporadic, inconspicuous text messages and brief broadcasts from a war zone. They attempted to restore from a server backup. One text read, "It was 1 week old. They deleted the last 7 days of maintenance logs and payment data. Chad blames a corrupted server problem. John hired 2 additional junior employees from an internet freelance service." Another stated a week later, "They are based in 2 distinct nations. It's like seeing 3 kids try to solve a Rubik's Cube by bashing it with a hammer during a terrible video chat." The upheaval was no longer simply internal. The tenants were furious. Negative reviews were appearing on Google and Yelp like toxic mushrooms. Occupancy rates, once my family's proudest metric, were beginning to decline. About a month into my new job, Victoria summoned me to her office. It was the same office where she'd hired me, but the atmosphere was different. I was no longer a candidate. I was a member of her inner circle. "Ethan," she began, motioned for me to sit down. "You've been here for a few weeks. You're learning the lay of the land. I've got a mission for you that demands your unique and intimate insight." She pushed a file across her large desk. "I'd like a comprehensive competition analysis of the top businesses in our region. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. I'm particularly interested in your expert and unbiased assessment of Clark Properties. I'm aware of the background, but I would like your expert assessment of their current operational weaknesses from a purely technical aspect." My heart skips a beat. This was not a casual request. This was a strategic move. A corporate chess move. I spent the next week working late into the night, not out of responsibility, but out of a strong sense of professional pride. I was objective. I didn't write anything about family treachery or sad feelings. I prepared a cold, rigorous technical analysis of a corporation in a downward spiral. I described the IT system's bespoke, undocumented, and vulnerable nature. I recognized the sole point of failure, a complete reliance on one person's institutional expertise. I detailed the cascading effects of allowing the data archiving protocol to run unchecked, including catastrophic data loss, major legal and compliance problems, and a full and permanent breakdown in tenant confidence. My assessment was stark. Without a top-to-bottom system rebuilt by an expert team, which would take months and cost millions of dollars, the company's essential operating integrity was irreparably damaged. I did not have to guess. I knew. I had built the house, so I knew where all of the load-bearing walls were, and I knew they were going to collapse. I turned in the 20-page report to Victoria. She read it in utter stillness, with an unreadable look. When she finished, she carefully set it on her desk and glanced up at me. "This is devastatingly thorough," she continued with a gleam in her eyes that I couldn't quite understand. "Thank you, Ethan. This is exactly what I needed." A few days later, I received a final SMS from David. It was an image of a letter written on thick letterhead from Vanguard Holdings, our former largest client. The text below was brief and to the point. "It's official. Vanguard recently ended their contract. That is 20% of our most profitable complex is gone. This is a fatal blow, Matt. The corporation is in a downward spiral with no escape hatches." I gazed at the image, then out the window of my new workplace to the bustling metropolis below. I didn't feel joyful. I didn't feel sorry. I felt a strong sense of inevitability, as if I were witnessing the application of a physical rule. Actions have consequences. It wasn't personal anymore. It was only business. My old family firm was crumbling, as I had prophesied for years. David's call about Vanguard Holdings ending their contract was the final tremor before the earthquake. I understood what the loss of their greatest client meant. It wasn't just a financial setback. It was a public vote of no faith that reverberated across the area real estate industry. Clark Properties was no longer struggling. It was plainly sinking, and sharks began to circle. I spent the rest of the day in a strange, focused detachment. I led a design meeting with my Ridgeview team, sketching out the architecture for our new cutting-edge tenant portal. We were creating something clean, modern, documented, and robust. We were constructing something the correct manner. My present and history contrasted sharply. That evening, as I drove into my driveway, my headlights shone through the twilight and settled on a familiar figure slumped on my front steps. It was John. He resembled a ghost of his old self. His usually impeccable hair was a mess, his fine suit was rumpled and damaged, and the typical sneer on his face had vanished, replaced by a raw, hollow-eyed desperation that was terrible to see. I shut off the engine and got out of my car, my keys jingling in the unexpected silence. I stepped carefully towards him. He stood up as I approached, his hands deep in his pockets and his shoulders bowed in defeat. "Matt," he replied, his voice scratchy and broken. We need to talk." "There's nothing to talk about, John," I said flatly, devoid of feeling. I kept my hand on the car door. "Please," he implored, and the words he said sounded like they were coming from a dog. "Just hear me out. Vanguard is gone. The bank is calling our loans. We're going to lose everything. The company is going to go under." "I see," I replied. "No, you don't see," he shot back, a flash of his old arrogance returning before being quickly smothered by a surge of misery. "It's a complete disaster. The system, it's a black box. Chad and his guys quit this morning. They took their final paychecks and just walked out. They said the whole system was unethically complex and unsalvageable. They said only a ghost could have built it. I'm not a ghost, John. I'm the guy you told me to pack his things because I was too expensive." The words lingered in the chilly night air between us. He flinched, as if I had physically hit him. For the first time in my life, I noticed genuine humiliation in my brother's eyes. I know, okay? I know. I was an idiot. I was always jealous of you. I hated that Dad relied on you for the important stuff. I was a stupid, arrogant fool. Dad and Mom, they were stupid too. We were all stupid. But this is our family's legacy, Matt. Dad built this company from nothing. No, John, I replied, my voice dangerously soft, cutting through his rant. Dad signed the papers. I built the engine that made it run for 15 years. And you all decided to throw the mechanic out and let the chauffeur try to fix it. How did that work out for you? He had no response to that. He only stared at me, his face pale and weary against the yellow glare of the porch light. The insurance company is threatening to drop us because our maintenance records are missing, he murmured, the words rushing out. The bank is threatening to freeze our assets. It's not just one thing, Matt, it's everything. It's all falling apart at once. He took a step forward. Just help us, he begged, his voice breaking. I am begging you. Name your price, any price. $1 million, a stake in the company, whatever you want. Just come back and fix it. Please. You're the only one in the world who can. I stared at my brother, the golden child who had everything delivered to him on a silver platter, who had now fallen so low that he was standing on my doorway, crying for help. A small, fatigued 10-year-old part of me felt pity. However, it was buried under 15 years of being considered as a utility. It was overshadowed by the remembrance of that smug smirk in the cold conference room. I took a big breath, and the air in my lungs felt clean and fresh. You said you could run the company without me, John. You said it was just business. Well, this is the result of your business decision. Finally, I went to my front door and unlocked it. Now you have to live with it. I went inside and shut the sturdy oak door, the click of the latch reflecting the gravity of my remarks. I did not watch him leave. I walked into my kitchen, leaned against the counter, my heart beating and my hands shaking slightly. It was over. That was the last word, or so I thought. The next morning, I was in a strategy meeting at Ridgeview when my phone, which was on the table, vibrated. David sent a text. My hands were still a little shaky when I lifted it up. It was not a message. It was a photograph. A photograph of a fresh white large envelope on the reception desk at Clark Properties. The return address was from a famous downtown legal firm that I knew for handling significant business deals. But it was the name placed quietly behind the legal firm's logo that caused the air to pour out of my lungs. Ridgeview Management. I own my own corporation. I mumbled an apology and excused myself from the meeting, my mind running at 1,000,000 miles per minute. I proceeded to the end of the hall, to the window that overlooked the city, and called David. He picked up on the first ring. What is that, David? I questioned, my voice scarcely audible. A courier just dropped it off, he explained, his voice full of astonishment and disbelief. It's addressed to your father, your mother, and John. I saw the letterhead, Matt. What did you do? I didn't do anything, I admitted. And that was the truth. I had no idea what was coming. I hung up and walked, almost in a daze, straight to Victoria Cross's office. Her door was open. She noticed my expression and welcomed me in with a small nod. You've heard, and I take it, she remarked quietly, her fingers curled on her desk. Heard what, Victoria? What's going on? That letter. She gave a faint, contented smile that did not quite reach her eyes. It was the smirk of a grandmaster who had just gotten her opponent into checkmate. Your competitive analysis was very persuasive, Ethan. Pointed out a unique and time-sensitive opportunity. A company with a valuable portfolio of properties, crippled by a catastrophic but eminently fixable operational failure. In the world of mergers and acquisitions, that's what we call a perfect target. She leaned forwards. The board approved the move last night. We made a formal, non-negotiable offer this morning. A low one, I might add, given their current state of extreme distress. They'll have no choice but to accept. It's either this or Chapter 7 bankruptcy. It took me a moment to comprehend the vast, breathtaking scope of what she was saying. Ridgeview was purchasing Clark Properties. My new employer was purchasing my previous one. And there's one more thing, she said, grabbing a folder from her desk. It was a copy of the official offer letter. A key non-negotiable condition of this acquisition. She turned the sheet around and pointed to a specific clause, Section 4, subsection B. My eyes landed on my name. As a condition of this transaction, Mr. Ethan Clark, Ridgeview Management's Chief Systems Architect, will be appointed to manage the comprehensive technical audit and subsequent system integration of all Clark Properties assets. I looked at the words and then back at Victoria. The universe tilted on its axis before snapping back into bright, vivid focus. I wasn't the only guy who declined to help. I wasn't the only person who had been vindicated. I was now in charge. My family's urgent calls had finally halted, because they would now have to make an appointment to speak with me. The acquisition announcement detonated within Clark Properties' hollowed-out shell. David subsequently informed me that when my father opened the lawyer's letter, he read it 3 times, his face turning a gray color David had never seen before. My mother merely sat on the nearest chair, her hands quivering, and gazed into the middle distance. What about John? John just stood there, stunned at the truth of the situation, until it all came crashing down on him like a physical blow. Their business, their family legacy, was being sold for pennies on the dollar to their main competitor, and I was the face and motor behind that takeover. A week later, I walked back through the Clark Properties building's glass doors for the first time since being abruptly sacked. But I was not coming in as an embarrassed son. I walked in as a senior executive from the new parent firm, accompanied by 2 members of Ridgeview's quick, efficient transition team. As we walked in, the few remaining employees looked up from their desks, their eyes wide with a powerful combination of terror and interest. My parents and John stood in the doorway of my father's old office, waiting for me. They appeared smaller, diminished by the weight of their failure. "Ethan," my father began, his tone strained and hesitant. "Mr. Clark," I corrected him, my tone polite but strong, establishing an immediate and insurmountable difference. "Perhaps we should all convene in the conference room to discuss the transition plan." The shift in address of the chilly professional title struck them harder than any angry words could. It drew a line in the sand as sharp as a razor. On this day, in this building, I was neither their son nor their brother. I represented their new reality. We sat in the same conference room where I had been abruptly fired. The irony was so heavy that I practically tasted it. This time, I sat at the head of the table, like my father had always done. I presented the transition strategy with calm, professional accuracy, my voice never faltering. I discussed asset evaluation, operational audits, and personnel reviews. I did not gloat. I did not raise my voice. I didn't even make eye contact for any longer than was professionally required. My cool, detached professionalism served as both my armor and weapon. They understood the lingo, the language of business, and it was now being utilized to clearly inform them that they had lost complete control. "The first order of business," I said as I glanced at a wallboard that was barely above his head, "is a complete top-to-bottom overhaul of the IT infrastructure. My team will begin a full diagnostic tomorrow morning. John, you'll need to provide them with all existing administrative credentials and any and all documentation." "There is no documentation," John said, his gaze locked on the tabletop. "I'm aware," I responded, my voice as flat as a dial tone. "Then you'll just provide the credentials. My team will create the documentation. We do things correctly at Ridgeview." After the meeting, as I was packing my leather briefcase, my mother approached me, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "Ethan, can we please just talk for 5 minutes as a family?" A part of me felt a twinge of old guilt, but I knew that giving in even slightly would erode the wall I had fought so hard to create. I needed to see this through. "Mom," I began, my voice softening slightly, a deliberate amount of grace. "Right now my absolute priority is to stabilize this company, to protect Ridgeview's investment. Any conversations about non-business matters are best saved for another time and another place." I then turned to her, my voice becoming more official. "We can schedule a follow-up through my assistant if you have any further operational questions." She recoiled, like if I had slapped her. The boundary was established. It was absolute. She understood. The weeks that followed were a bizarre exercise in undoing my own life's work. My intelligent and efficient Ridgeview staff marveled at the complexity and inventiveness of what I'd constructed entirely on my own, and they shook their heads in bewilderment at the complete lack of support and documentation. It's like one guy built an entire skyscraper, a couple of them told me, and then they fired him and were surprised when the elevator stopped working. One of the most strange moments occurred when I required that all surviving Clark workers, including my brother, complete a multi-day training course on the new Ridgeview IT processes and ethics policies. Obviously, I did not conduct the training myself. I delegated it to a bright, capable junior engineer on my team, a lady named Maya, who was half John's age and twice as competent. I strolled past the training room at one time and looked through the glass barrier. I noticed John seated at a computer terminal, his shoulders depressed as Maya carefully explained the new help desk ticketing system. He looked up, and our gazes connected for a brief moment through the glass. I witnessed disgrace. I witnessed resentment. And for the first time in my life, I noticed a flicker of what appeared to be genuine, unadulterated respect. I gave him a small, almost unnoticeable nod and continued going. The message was clear. This is how a professional organization functions. This is what you threw out. 6 months have gone. Clark Properties' integration into the Ridgeview portfolio was not just successful, it also served as a case study for the organization. Under my guidance, we did more than merely restore the old, dysfunctional system. We tore it down to the studs and started from scratch. It was a work of art, secure, scalable, cloud-based, and so thoroughly documented that any qualified developer could walk in and understand it. Tenant satisfaction, which had touched rock bottom, skyrocketed. Ridgeview's most successful assets were the properties that had previously been losing money. My reputation within the organization was reinforced. I wasn't simply the person who had survived a horrific family betrayal. I was the guy who could transform a sinking ship into a flagship. However, my relationship with my family remained professional and distant. I saw them during quarterly review meetings. I sent courteous work-related emails. The personal link, which I had previously treasured above all else, felt severed, possibly permanently. Then, unexpectedly, my father contacted my personal mobile phone and invited me to join him for supper, just the two of us. I hesitated. My initial inclination was to say no in order to maintain the gap. But something in his voice, a deep weariness I'd never heard before, compelled me to acquiesce. We met in a quiet, old-school steakhouse, a neutral setting filled with the faint hum of other people's discussions. For a long time, we ate in awkward quiet. Finally, he set down his fork and knife, properly placed on his plate. He glanced at me with tired, hooded eyes. "I was wrong, Ethan," he continued, his words coming out slow and heavy, as if each one was a horrible burden he had to bear. "Your mother and I were wrong. Terribly, fundamentally wrong." I did not say anything. I simply listened, my expression neutral. I was not going to make things easy for him. "It wasn't just the money," he said, lowering his gaze to the white tablecloth. "It was pride. My pride. We made a bad investment, a speculative land deal down in Florida. It went south. We were deeper than we ever let on to anyone, especially you. We were facing the possibility of Chapter 11 bankruptcy." He drew a nervous breath and sipped some water. "And then Paul, our friend, your godfather, he was in my ear constantly. He kept telling me how bloated our operational costs were, how we were living in the past. He was the one who introduced us to those consultants. He pushed it, Matt. He said it was the only smart move, the only way to free up capital and save ourselves. He made it sound so simple, so logical, a lifeline." He looked up, and for the first time I saw a broken man rather than a failing businessman. We were scared. And we were ashamed. It was easier to believe a stranger in a suit who told us what we wanted to hear than to admit to our own son that we had failed. That we had put the family's legacy at risk. He stopped, his voice cracking. He played on my deepest fear, that I wouldn't have anything to leave for John. "James," he would ask, "what will John inherit if this all goes wrong?" "You are doing this for him." He stared me in the eyes. "We sacrificed you to save our own pride." This was the missing piece to the puzzle. The one who gave the entire horrible scene a terrible kind of meaning. It didn't excuse what they did, far from it, but it did reframe the situation. They weren't simply cruel. They were desperate, weak, and had been expertly managed. "Paul?" I inquired quietly. "Why would he do that to you? He was your best friend." My father gave a sour, humorless laugh that ended with a cough. "Best friend? Yeah. We found out a month after the Ridgeview acquisition was announced. His lawyer accidentally sent an email to our old accountant. Paul had a shell company set up, ready to make a lowball offer. He was planning to buy us out for 10 cents on the dollar the moment the bank called our loans. He wasn't trying to help us save the company. He was trying to push it off a cliff so he could pick through the wreckage." He shook his head slowly, the weight of the two betrayals weighing on him. "We were so busy betraying you. We never saw the real snake in the grass." We sat silently for another long minute. He'd confessed. He had exposed the family's guilt on the table between us. It was not an apology asking for forgiveness. Rather, it was a statement of truth. A final and heartbreaking account of the truth. "Thank you for telling me," I finally said. That was all I could provide. It was not forgiveness. It was not an absolution. But it was an acknowledgement. It was a weak and tentative start. The next day, while I was finishing up at work, I received an email. It originated from John's personal account. There was no subject line. I clicked it open, partly anticipating another desperate appeal or a harsh allegation. The email's body comprised merely 3 words. "You were correct." It was not an apology. It was a concession, a surrender, a complete and total acknowledgement of a truth he had spent his entire life rejecting. I stared at the 3 words on the screen for a long time. Then, with a discreet click, I dragged my pointer to an icon that resembled a miniature trash can. I erased the email. I didn't need his concession anymore. My vindication did not stem from his words, my father's confession, the money, or the corner office. It came from work. It always has. Today, I'm sitting in my old office. Naturally, it has undergone renovations. The walls are a pleasant, soothing gray. The furnishings are modern and simple. The old, wheezing server that used to hum in the closet has been replaced with a silent, powerful blade server linked to the Ridgeview cloud. This is my office, yet it is also not. It symbolizes how much has changed, both for the company and for me. From my view, I can watch the city spread out into a lively panorama of possibilities. I'm no longer the guy in the back room who keeps the lights on. I work as a future architect for a company that prioritizes long-term savings over short-term gains. This invests on resilience rather than cutting shortcuts. My family, our relationship is rebuilding. It's a tedious, careful procedure, similar to gluing together a cracked vase. It'll never be the same as before, and perhaps that's okay. It'll be something new, something more honest. There are awkward holiday dinners, complete with extended silences and whispered facts. My father is now quieter and more thoughtful. My mother tries too hard to be kind, and her gestures are filled with sadness that she can't fully express. John works in a junior project management position at another company in another state. I hear he's doing well. He's learning from the ground up as I did. Maybe someday we'll be brothers again. Perhaps not. When I reflect on what transpired, I do not feel triumphant. The anger and bitterness have mostly evaporated, replaced by something quieter. What I feel is tremendous and unwavering clarity. My family made a horrible mistake. They assumed my worth was a number that could be decreased on a spreadsheet. They believed they could replace 15 years of effort, expertise, and institutional knowledge with something cheaper and easier. They dismissed their son. However, they were unable to fire the repercussions. They discovered the hard way that the most expensive asset a corporation can lose is not money. It is irreplaceable knowledge. It's about trust. Finally, this was never intended to be a revenge story. The story was about respect. Respect for the work. Respect for experience. Finally, respect yourself, especially when those who are meant to love you the most fail to do so. You must be the one to determine your own worth, create your own worth, and to stand by it, even if it means standing alone. You must be willing to design your own future, brick by brick, line by line of code, because only a foundation based on actual, unmistakable value can ever be shaken. Foster family used me as their son's slaver, threatened to send me back if I didn't help him get into Harvard. I said yes. Then made them shocked by this. I was 12 when I was eventually adopted. My new parents hugged me and assured me that I would never have to go through anything like that again. I believed them until I met Michael, their biological son. We were the same age, grade, and even looked similar. And after the second week of living with the Callahans, he came home and beat the living daylights out of me, all because he received a lousy mark at school. I didn't want to notify my new parents and become recognized as a tattletale, so I basically made it plain that I was in agony by hobbling and moving slowly. We were sitting at the kitchen table when they eventually spoke. Elias is my name. What happened to you? Michael spoke for me. Oh, that was all me, he said, smirking. I got an effing C in math class again. My mother leaned across the table and grasped my hand. Michael experiences tremendous academic anxiety, which displays as violent outbursts. The previous foster child couldn't handle it, and we had to return him when Michael fractured his arm. But you're different, Dad quickly added. You're stronger. We could see it in your file. All those homes you survived. You can handle this. If there's one thing being a foster child has taught me, it's that you have to advocate for yourself. I'm not really comfortable with being hit. Elias, my dad said abruptly, remember the situation we took you out of? The one where your innocence was violated almost every night and no one cared? My mother joined in. It would be a shame for us to have to send you back, wouldn't it? At that point, everything became evident. I was not their son. I was Michael's punching bag with a social security number. My classrooms were the only place where I felt normal. Despite everything, it turned out that I was quite brilliant in school. I received consecutive A's without even trying. And all the teachers adored me. And I knew if my parents found out, they'd wreck things. So, for months, I convinced them that I was failing, just like their worthless son. I was sitting in my room doing schoolwork when my mother walked in. Hey, she screamed, her smile beaming throughout the place. Me and your father just got your report card. Congratulations. She kissed my forehead, and I tightened up, prepared myself for the worst. We had no idea you were so smart. Michael got all Fs. Do you want me to tutor him? No. Sorry for raising my voice. I mean, no, not really, I heard her say. There was a lengthy gap before she started. You two look so alike. I think it would be best if you took his tests and he took yours. Just swap names. But you and your wacky family can no longer count on me. I wanted to yell, but then I remembered the group home flashbacks. Older kids grabbing my meals, losing my innocence at the age of 6, sleeping with one eye open. Even being Michael's personal homework slave was preferable to going back. So I folded it like a wet paper towel. Of course I'm down, I exclaimed. She went carrying my report card with her. The system began immediately. On Monday morning, third period, I walked into Michael's math class while he took my seat in mine. The teacher scarcely looked up when I typed Michael Callahan on the test. I aced it after 90 minutes. Meanwhile, Michael was intentionally failing mine by doodling desk images in the margins of Elias's test. Despite the fact that his grades improved 100-fold, he continued to hit me. He just became more imaginative. He'd punch me in the exact spot where bruises wouldn't appear during gym class, calling it strategic anger management. The Callahans purchased Michael a car as a reward for his improved grades. I received a bus pass. What is the worst part? Watching teachers compliment Michael on my work. Mrs. Alvarez approached him after I had written an excellent essay on Tequila Mockingbird under his name. This shows real emotional depth, Michael. Have you considered joining the literary magazine? He scoffed at her and remarked, reading was for losers. She believed he was being humble. By sophomore year, Michael had realized the potency of his fabricated success. He'd go about school as if he owned it, telling everyone about his academic return. Yeah, I used to be stupid, he would admit to girls at gatherings. But then I just decided to lock in. Mind over matter, you know. Those words circled in my mind like sharks, so much so that I purposefully performed poorly on the next exam I took under his identity. Not an F, but a C-. My small reign of terror, however, was cut short when my father hauled me out of bed at 3 a.m. on the day the report cards were issued. What he did next was something I had not seen since the foster home. When I finally exclaimed, "I'll never do it again," he patted my soaking head like I was a dog who had learnt not to pee on the carpet. "Good boy. Now go make Michael breakfast. He has a big test today." That's when I stopped being angry and became smart. I understood they'd shown me precisely who they were: crooks who would torture a child to defend their reputation. And crooks are continuously making mistakes. I stood in the kitchen making Michael's eggs the way he loved them, sunny side up with crispy edges, while my mind raced through every bruise and mark on my body. The fresh ones from last night throbbed beneath my shirt. I'd have to document them later. But for now, I had to be the ideal foster son. My hands moved mechanically, buttering the toast just perfectly and placing everything on the plate as Michael instructed. The breakfast table felt like a minefield that morning. Mrs. Callahan sat across from me, holding her coffee and looking through her phone with a phony smile on her face. She looked up abruptly, her eyes full of excitement. "Oh, Elias, I almost forgot. Michael's SAT is coming up next month." She stirred her coffee nonchalantly. "My friend works at the testing center. She's very understanding about Michael's special needs." My stomach sank. Taking his regular examinations was one thing. However, the SAT was a federal fraud. Actual prison time fraud. I maintained a neutral expression and nodded, concentrating on cutting my eggs. Michael reached for the coffee pot and his elbow knocked it towards me. The hot liquid splashed on my hand. I bit down firmly on my tongue, refusing to flinch or back away as the heat scorched my skin. Michael was watching me attentively, his eyes narrowing when I didn't respond. "Be careful there, foster boy," he said, but I could see the wheels churning in his mind. Something had altered inside me since 3 a.m. He noticed the wake-up call. At school, I kept my head down and strolled silently through the halls. My palm throbbed where the coffee had burned it, but I couldn't go to the nurse with so many questions. I slipped into English class right as the bell rang. "Elias, can I see you for a moment?" Miss Alvarez inquired from her desk. My heart pounded as I approached. She waited for the other pupils to settle into their seats before speaking gently. "I've noticed some bruising on your arms and you've been moving stiffly lately." Her dark eyes looked at me with genuine compassion. "Is everything okay at home?" The words wanted to come out so badly, but I thought about the Callahans' reputation, their donations to the school, and how much everyone adored them. Who will believe me? "Just been playing basketball at the park," I lied. "Got a little too competitive." She did not appear convinced, but nodded slowly. "My door is always open if you need to talk." During lunch, I sat alone in my customary cafeteria nook eating my sandwich. Michael held court at the popular table, flanked by his buddies. His voice carried throughout the room. "Yeah, my grandparents set up this trust fund for college," he told me. "But it only kicks in if I get into a top school. Good thing I turned my grades around, right? Harvard, here I come." His companions laughed and complimented him. One of them questioned how he'd made such a significant improvement. "Just stopped being lazy," Michael said, shrugging. "Turns out I'm actually a genius when I apply myself." In my mouth, the sandwich turned into cardboard. They weren't only exploiting me for high school. This was their long-term strategy, riding my intelligence all the way to Michael's trust fund. How long would they keep me trapped? After school, I went up to my room, fatigued from keeping up the facade all day. But the moment I opened the door, I realized something was amiss. My dresser drawers were slightly opened. The papers on my desk had been relocated. The air smelt like Mrs. Callahan's perfume. My journal. I dropped my backpack and dashed to my mattress, lowering the corner where I'd tucked it away. Panic washed over me as I tore up my room, checking every hiding nook. That notebook contained everything from my documenting of Michael's abuse to the test-swapping method, including dates, hours, and specifics. Without thinking, I stormed downstairs to the kitchen. Mrs. Callahan stood at the counter, cutting vegetables for dinner. The knife moved with crisp, methodical strokes. "Where is it?" I demanded. She did not look up. "Where is what, dear?" "My journal. You took it." The knife paused in the middle of a chop. She turned to face me, still clutching it, the blade reflecting the light. Privacy is earned, not given, Elias. Her voice was kind, but she clutched the knife handle more tightly than required, bringing it down on a carrot with undue force. We're a family. Families don't keep secrets. I looked at the knife in her hand and how she grinned while holding it. Message was received. That evening, I discovered my journal on the bed. Several pages had been pulled off, leaving jagged edges that mocked me. Michael's fingerprints were visible on the shredded pages, both intentional and taunting. Every entry concerning the abuse, every record of what they had done, was gone. At dinner, Mr. Callahan made an announcement. "We've decided to upgrade our home security," he explained, biting into his steak. "Cameras throughout the house, for everyone's safety, of course." "Where exactly?" I inquired, attempting to keep my voice steady. "Oh, all the common areas, hallways, exits, that sort of thing." He smiled. "And we'll have monitors in our bedroom so we can keep an eye on things." They were shutting all escape routes and keeping an eye on every move. Even my room would no longer be private, since cameras in the hallway would record my exit and entry. My phone vibrated with a text from Jalen, my only true friend at school. "I haven't seen you in a while. Do you want to hang out this weekend?" I glanced at the note, understanding how thoroughly the Callahans had alienated me. Between Michael's strategic aggression, the continual homework, and their surveillance, I'd lost contact with everyone who could aid me. Late that night, I waited until the house was quiet before entering the restroom. I locked the door and took out my phone, setting the timer. In the mirror, I painstakingly photographed every bruise and mark Michael had left on me. The camera flash revealed purple fingerprints on my arms and welts over my ribs. I made a folder on my phone and titled it Michael's Achievement Awards. If they found it, they would assume it was academic material. The irony was not lost on me. The bathroom door handle rattled. I hurriedly turned off my phone and flushed the toilet, using the basin as cover. Michael stood in the hallway, his gaze icy and calculating as I opened the door. "What were you doing there for so long?" "Using the restroom," I muttered, attempting to move by him. He pushed me against the wall, placing his forearm around my throat. "I know you're planning something, foster boy. I can smell it on you." I met his stare calmly without struggling. "I'm not planning anything." He scrutinized my face for a long time before releasing me. "Good. Because if you try anything at all, you'll wish you were back in that group home getting passed around." Mrs. Callahan detonated another bomb during breakfast the following morning. "Guess what? I've volunteered to be a parent liaison at your school." She beams at me. "I'll be there every day, helping in the office, attending classes. Isn't that wonderful?" This is my safe spot. The only location where I could breathe. Gone. She'd be watching me there too, to make sure I stayed in line. During study hall, I was able to swipe the family iPad while Mrs. Callahan was busy, talking to another parent volunteer. I promptly opened the Messages app and scrolled through previous discussions. There it was, messages from someone named Josh from 6 months ago. "Please help me. I cannot take it any longer. Michael fractured my ribs this time. I am afraid." The messages immediately stopped. The final one reads, "Please don't let them hurt me anymore. Josh." The former foster child. The person whose arm Michael had shattered. But these letters implied far worse. Michael slipped me a note with his test answers during chemistry class. They were all purposefully wrong, so I'd have to reprimand them while the teacher was watching, making it appear normal. I could feel the teacher's scrutinizing gaze on me as I changed each answer. Mrs. Callahan had planned a parent-teacher conference during my library period, which was my only unattended time at school. Now I'd have to sit there as Mom talked about Michael's great progress with professors who commended my work in his name. I tried again with the school counselor, picking my words carefully. "I'm worried about a friend," I explained. "They're in a bad situation at home." Mrs. Bennett, the counselor, sat back in her chair. "What kind of situation?" "Their family expects things from them. Makes them do things they're not comfortable with." She frowned. "Are you talking about the Callahans? Because they're pillars of this community. They've saved so many foster children, donated so much to our programs. Whatever you think you're seeing, I'm sure you're misunderstanding. No way out. Another door closes. But I refuse to give up. Before swapping our papers, I photographed Michael's actual work for his next test. F follows F. I kept getting wrong answers. Evidence. As part of my tasks, I discovered a foster care folder in Mrs. Callahan's home office. The records within showed that they received $800 every month for me. But there was more. Applications for more foster children with notes in the margins. Honor roll student, academic potential. Michael shares a similar appearance. They had done this previously. They planned to do it again. At Michael's grandparents' Sunday supper, I saw them gush over their grandson's metamorphosis. We always knew Michael had it in him, his grandmother told him, patting his hand. Such a smart boy. She slipped me $20 cash while no one was watching. For all your hard work, she said quietly. I realized she knew. She may not have known all the specifics, but she was aware of something. The pattern was evident now. The Callahans deliberately desired foster children who could improve Michael's academics. Children who were vulnerable. Who had nowhere else to go. Children like me and Josh. Megan, Michael's former girlfriend, approached me after school one day. It's weird, she said. Michael was always so dumb when we dated, could barely write a text without spelling errors. Then suddenly he's writing these brilliant essays. I chose my words carefully. People change. Not that much, she insisted. I still have his old texts. He couldn't even spell definitely. Now he's using words like omnipresent in casual conversation. A seed of hope. I indicated that Michael's makeover may have been off. Megan's eyes light up with recognition. He still can't explain his own essays. I asked him about the symbolism in his mockingbird analysis, and he went completely blank. Michael must have noticed us conversing because he cornered me that afternoon in the locker room. His fist discovered all the areas that would not display accurate hits, leaving me breathless. Stay away from Megan, he hissed, or next time will be worse. That evening during dinner, Mr. Callahan casually stated that Megan's father had recently lost a large deal with his company. Such a shame, he added, not looking at me. These things happen in business. The threat was evident. Cross us, and we will annihilate your entire family. Mrs. Callahan began expecting me to attend Michael's social functions as his tutor. The first event was a pool party at his friend's house. I sat in a corner with my textbooks while Michael splashed around, taking plaudits on his academic turnaround. Mrs. Callahan introduced me to the other parents as Michael's charity case, the underprivileged foster child they had gladly taken in. The embarrassment was worse than any bruise. I recognized psychological torture for what it was. They tried to crush my spirit and make me thankful for whatever scraps they threw my way. That night, I began a new journal, this one buried inside the lining of an old jacket in my wardrobe. I chronicled every episode of forced tutoring, public humiliation, and strategically positioning me as Michael's inferior. 3 days later, Jalen arrived at the house unannounced. I was working on Michael's schoolwork in the living room when the doorbell rang. Mrs. Callahan replied, her grin dimming as she realized who it was. Jalen moved past her nicely but forcibly after noticing me on the couch. His eyes widened as he saw me surrounded by Michael's assignments, the new surveillance cameras installed in every area, and how I reflexively shrank when Mrs. Callahan moved. He mouthed something I couldn't understand at first. Then I could read his lips plainly. Even in the absence of sound, the obscenity was evident. He'd seen how I behaved around the family, the fear I couldn't quite conceal. Mrs. Callahan swiftly recovered and turned on the charm. She offered Jalen cookies, inquired about his family, and complimented his sneakers. But as she escorted him to the kitchen for refreshments, I was able to slip a folded note into his pocket. 4 words written in desperation. Help me. Jalen palmed it smoothly, his expression never shifting. He stayed for precisely 15 minutes, making small conversation as I struggled through Michael's calculus homework. When he went, he squeezed my shoulder. Message was received. The next morning at school, I used the library computer to set up a backup email account. The Callahans kept track of my normal accounts, but they were unaware of this one. I began sending myself images, recording dates and hours, and assembling a case. During lunch, I discovered a payphone near the gym that was still operational. My palms shook as I dialed child services. The hold music played for 30 minutes while I looked over my shoulder, expecting Mrs. Callahan to appear. Finally, I hung up, frustrated. The system designed to protect children like me was overburdened, underfunded, and ineffective. Jalen began contacting me that afternoon, but in code. We pretended to talk about a video game we had never played. Needing backup at this level suggested he was determining whether I was in danger. Tonight's boss fight indicated that the Callahans were intensifying. Finding a cheat code indicated that he had information. I found Michael's college application essays in the trash behind the school, all in my handwriting. My words, my ideas. Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. He was aiming high for my brain. I photographed each page before Michael arrived and burnt them in the parking lot, keeping a close eye on myself to ensure I didn't keep any copies. Megan found me after school with her sister Riley standing next to her. Riley seemed older, perhaps 20, with tired eyes and a knowing expression. Riley admitted that she had gone to school with Josh, the previous foster kid. The Callahans informed everyone that he had been returned to the system for violence. But Riley knew better. Josh ran away, afraid. He was living in a shelter 2 towns away, still glancing over his shoulder. At supper, I cautiously mentioned Josh, monitoring their expressions. Mr. Callahan squeezed his jaw like a vice. Mrs. Callahan's smile became plastic. Michael smirked knowingly. Mr. Callahan sat down on his fork deliberately. His remarks came out measured and controlled. Some children simply couldn't be helped, he added. Some were too damaged, too difficult. The Callahans had done their best with Josh, but he was resentful, violent, and unstable. The lies slipped off his tongue like water. Mrs. Callahan nodded along, but her smile never quite reached her eyes. Michael's smile grew. The SAT loomed 2 weeks ahead. Federal fraud. Real repercussions. The notion made my hands tremble as I cleared the table. Mrs. Callahan saw and patted my shoulder, making my skin crawl. I found Josh through Megan's sister. The meeting took place in a McDonald's located midway between towns. He appeared smaller than I had expected, huddled over a cold coffee and flinching every time the door opened. His hands shook as he told me the story. The Callahans had done the exact same thing to him: testing switching, grade fraud, strategic abuse. However, when he refused the SAT scheme, they threatened to report him as violent to all foster agencies in the state. No family would take in a violent child. He would become homeless as he grew older. So he ran, abandoned everything, and vanished. Michael brags about having a fractured arm. Josh showed me the X-rays that he had retained. Multiple fractures, months spent healing. Michael used a baseball bat. Back at school, cracks appeared in Michael's facade. Teachers began to see a gap between his written work and spoken talents. Miss Alvarez questioned him about symbolism in an alleged essay he'd authored. Michael went utterly silent, muttering something about wanting to examine his notes. The math teacher observed him struggling to solve a simple problem on the board. The history teacher noted that he couldn't explain any of the topics from his papers. Whispers began. Questions arose. The Callahans made their next move during a family gathering. They offered me a bargain. Continue to aid Michael through college, and they will pay for my education as well. 4 years at any school, and I wanted all expenses covered. All I had to do was continue becoming Michael's brain. I saw it for what it was. 4 further years of slavery. 4 more years of bruising and humiliation. 4 more years of seeing Michael take credit for my thoughts while I remained in his shadow. Teachers began comparing notes in the faculty lounge. Miss Alvarez recalled similar writing from a foster student years ago. The math teacher recalled another student who had abruptly quit attending. Patterns emerged. Mrs. Callahan's flawless image began to deteriorate. When confronted with the growing concerns during a parent-teacher meeting, she yelled at me in the parking lot before catching herself. The mask slipped for a brief moment, exposing the beast beneath. I discovered additional evidence in Mr. Callahan's home office tax paperwork that they had classified me as a dependent while pocketing the foster care money. They had never paid their educational expenditures, Years of financial deception, recorded in their own handwriting. Miss Alvarez took me aside after class one day. She knew there was something wrong. She had begun saving copies of all student work, noticing parallels between Michael's essays and prior year's writings. She couldn't prove anything yet, but she was putting together a case. Jalen set up a cloud storage account from his house and shared access via a gaming software that the Callahans didn't monitor. When I logged in, my heart stopped. He had already uploaded gigabytes of evidence that I had sneaked out on USB sticks hidden in my shoes, including images, papers, and audio. Megan decided to help despite her father's misgivings. What about the contract loss? She had researched and discovered that it was due to a competitor's higher bid, not the Callahans' influence. The timing had been fortuitous. They had used it as a threat, but they lacked the authority they claimed to have. Our small group of friends, including myself, Jalen, Megan, and Riley, convened in secret at Jalen's house. We planned meticulously, knowing we only had one chance. The evidence was overwhelming, but we needed to present it correctly. Megan's offer to plant bogus evidence was rebuffed. We had sufficient real documentation. We needed to accomplish this cleanly and correctly, with no shortcuts that could backfire. Michael slipped after a heated family quarrel over college applications. He mentioned that he did not grasp the essay he authored and realized it too late. His parents exchanged worried expressions. I videotaped everything on my phone, which was hidden under the table. Josh consented to provide a sworn statement, but anxiety still seized him. His hands shook as he detailed his experience, including every torture and forced exam, evidence of a multi-year pattern. Michael's girlfriend abandoned him publicly in the cafeteria. She told everyone within earshot that he was actually dumb and had lied about his intelligence. Word spread like wildfire. Students began to notice the disparities. Social internet posts questioned Michael's metamorphosis. A hashtag began trending locally. The Callahans' carefully built image began to crumble. Jalen's older brother, a law student, analyzed the evidence. His assessment was unequivocal. Several offenses of fraud, abuse, and tax evasion. The Callahans left a mile-wide paper trail. When confronted with the growing suspicions, Mrs. Callahan ultimately broke character entirely. She hissed at me in the kitchen, her true face revealed. Then she caught herself and smoothed her features back into that false smile, but I had witnessed the reality. Teachers who formerly admired the Callahans began to distance themselves. Miss Alvarez apologized for not noticing it sooner. She acknowledged she suspected something about Josh but had no proof. She finally did. The Callahans began making mistakes. They failed to check my backup phone. They missed my proof collection. Their flawless system was collapsing as pressure mounted from all sides. Megan's sister disclosed the final piece. Josh had not just been physically mistreated. He'd been forced into the same test-taking strategy. She had Callahan documents that showed how the design had been developed over time. This was not their first victim, or their second. It was a system. I made sure Michael's younger cousins stayed out of the scenario. During stressful family reunions, I kept them entertained with games and stories. Whatever happened, innocent children would not become collateral damage. Miss Alvarez, the counselor who fired me, and 3 other instructors formed an unofficial alliance. They couldn't act formally yet, but they looked out for me, made sure I was never alone with Michael, and documented what they witnessed. Mrs. Callahan attempted to seduce Jalen's parents by showing up with a pie and praises. But Jalen had already said enough. They were polite, but distant, not buying her ruse. The grandparents arrived suddenly one afternoon. Michael was struggling with his simple math homework, so I began explaining the topic without thinking. His grandmother's expression softened as she watched. The epiphany came slowly but surely. Word spread throughout the main network. Something was awry with the Callahan family scenario. People began asking questions. Why didn't Michael study with friends? Why couldn't he contribute to group projects? Why didn't his spoken abilities mirror his writing work? During a computer lab session, I used Jalen's login to access our cloud storage. All evidence is combined into a single secured document, including dates, times, images, and recordings. Everything is organized and ready. The SAT was 48 hours away. Decision time. Take the test to commit federal fraud or reveal everything. Now the testing center where Mrs. Callahan's buddy worked expected me to identify as Michael. During a family photo shoot for Michael's college application, the photographer spotted my bruises. He noticed the family dynamic and how I cringed when Michael moved too rapidly. He did not say anything, but his eyes spoke volumes. Reality struck hard. Exposing the Callahans meant giving up any opportunity for college money. I'd grow out of foster care with nothing. There's no safety net. There is no support. But continuing meant selling my soul for another 4 years. During a school assembly on academic honesty, I stood up during the question period. My voice echoed around the hall as I inquired about test-taking fraud. What would happen to students who had others take their tests? What about SAT fraud specifically? Michael was definitely sweating in his seat. The principal's eyes furrowed as he gazed at Michael and then at me. The question lingered in the air like a bomb. Parents began to ask why Michael no longer studied with their children, why he couldn't explain fundamental concepts from his own essays, and why his in-class performance did not match his grades. The gathered evidence resulted in an unmistakable pattern. Even the Callahans' impeccable reputation could not overcome the pile of documentation. No matter how deeply you attempt to bury the truth, it will eventually surface. Mrs. Callahan made a last-ditch effort to erase evidence, but she discovered I had stashed copies everywhere. A USB in her jewelry box, files on school computers, and images backed up in different clouds. She taught me to be thorough, and I learned well. The Callahans intended to send me back immediately. They called it an emergency removal, stating that I was unstable, violent, and a danger to their family. But I had already planned to stay with Jalen's family. The papers were filed. They couldn't touch me. When Mr. Callahan attempted to physically seize me to prevent me from going, Jalen's father stepped in. He moved between us, his presence a barrier that the Callahans could not breach. Other parents appeared, watching. Witnesses are everywhere. The house of cards was crumbling. Every falsehood is exposed. Every manipulation was disclosed. The Callahans' immaculate facade broke like glass, exposing the horrible truth beneath. Michael buckled under the burden of his grandparents' upcoming visit. They'd shown up unexpectedly again, this time with inquiries concerning his college applications. When they asked him to explain the subjects of one of his essays, Michael's expression went blank. His grandma took out a printed copy and pointed to specific passages. Michael stammered, unable to communicate simple concepts from the book he claimed to have written. The grandmother's gaze shifted between Michael and me as understanding crystallized on her face. She folded the essay neatly and tucked it into her purse. The grandfather's jaw tightened as he watched his grandson struggle with straightforward follow-up inquiries about the application materials. Michael cornered me in my room that evening, his customary arrogance giving way to desperation. He grabbed my shoulders and shook me, demanding that I remedy this disaster. His grip caused additional bruises, but his terror exposed weaknesses in the family structure. Mrs. Callahan emerged in the doorway, dragging Michael away while keeping a prepared smile for the grandparents downstairs. The next morning, there was an emergency family meeting. The grandparents sat across from the Callahans, while I poured coffee and played my job. Michael's grandfather presented a folder containing years of Michael's actual schoolwork assignments, which his teachers had given directly to the grandparents on elementary school visits. The handwriting, the IQ level, everything contradicted Michael's previous academic success. Mrs. Callahan attempted to minimize the damage by weaving intricate justifications about tutoring and late development. However, when the grandfather asked Michael to do a simple math problem, the truth became clear. Michael flung his pencil down, revealing that he had never written any of the essays or taken any of the examinations. His confession came out in violent bursts, accusing everyone except himself. The grandparents' astonishment grew when Michael exposed the full extent of the test swapping, systemic deception, and abuse used to keep power. He even referenced Josh, recounting the baseball bat episode with unnerving pleasure. The grandmother's fingers hit her mouth as she comprehended years of lying. Financial records appeared from the grandfather's bag, including bank statements indicating frequent deposits from the Callahans, ostensibly for Michael's tuition. The grandparents had unintentionally funded the exploitation. The grandfather's hand shook as he spread the papers across the table, estimating how much money had gone into this torture. Mrs. Callahan's mask eventually crumbled altogether. She yelled at Michael for wrecking everything, for being too foolish to keep the lie. Mr. Callahan grasped her arm, attempting to restore calm, but she pushed him away. Years of meticulous image management came undone in a matter of minutes. The grandma stood forward and announced that they will discontinue all financial support immediately. She tore up documentation about Michael's trust money, the shards falling like snow on the kitchen table. The granddad said that they would call their lawyer to reclaim the money they had already provided. The grandparents alerted child services, and they arrived within hours. The caseworkers interviewed me individually, documenting my injuries and collecting photographs. Jalen's family has already submitted paperwork to serve as an emergency placement. The Callahans couldn't object because their parents-in-law supported my deportation. The school board initiated an immediate investigation into Michael's academic records. Parents' objections had reached critical mass. Teachers submitted evidence they had quietly gathered. Miss Alvarez gave detailed suspicions that spanned several years and involved multiple foster children. The community's response was immediate and decisive. Parents removed their children from study groups at the Callahan house. Neighbors who had previously admired them now murmured in grocery store aisles. The family's church quietly suggested they find another place to worship. Mr. Callahan tried one last trick, producing social media posts portraying me as a problematic youngster who had corrupted their son. He published professionally edited recordings in which I appeared violent or unstable. The brunch scene in which I confronted them revealed my violent impulses. Jalen reacted instantly, providing full context for each edited segment. Security camera footage from their own system captured Michael hitting me just before each aggressive reaction. The fallout was swift and severe. Comments poured in from other foster youngsters who had lived with the Callahans and shared similar experiences. Local parent Facebook groups were flooded with debates. Screenshots of Michael's earlier social media posts, which were riddled with spelling problems and bad syntax, stood in stark contrast to his alleged recent articles. Parents recounted experiences of Michael's inability to assist their children with homework, despite his alleged metamorphosis. The school board meeting had an overflow audience. Parents wanted an explanation for how this scam had proceeded for years. Teachers testified about their suspicions and the pressure they felt to be silent. The Callahans sat in the back row, losing power with each testimony. Some neighborhood members originally backed the Callahans, emphasizing their charitable efforts and church attendance. But when more information surfaced, even their most ardent fans distanced themselves. The family that had previously dominated PTA meetings and school festivities became outcasts. Foster care investigators interviewed Josh via video call. His evidence, along with medical records and my research, established a distinct pattern of exploitation. Other previous foster children come forward to describe similar events. The Callahans' foster license was immediately revoked. The grandparents hired forensic accountants to investigate financial fraud. Years of tax filings revealed that the Callahans claimed school costs while pocketing foster care fees. The IRS notification arrived shortly after, initiating an audit that would unravel their finances. Michael's college acceptances were canceled one by one as admissions officials discovered the scam. Harvard's rejection letter arrived first, followed swiftly by Yale and Princeton. His hopes of prestige were dashed with each small packet. When confronted with overwhelming evidence and community pressure, the Callahans had no choice. They opted to hand over guardianship to Jalen's family rather than face public proceedings. The alternative was a foster care trial in which all details would be made public. Moving day arrived swiftly. I packed my few possessions as the Callahans avoided eye contact. Michael attempted one final attempt at intimidation, but his grandparents were present to observe. When Michael got too close, his grandfather literally stepped in between us. Jalen's family greeted me with real affection. His parents had provided a proper bedroom, not merely a space to survive. That first night, I fell asleep without fear. For the first time in years, there are no cameras monitoring, no footsteps in the hall, and no morning violence to fear. In less than a month, the Callahans advertised their home for sale. The community's criticism made everyday existence unpleasant. Former pals crossed the street to avoid them. Their teaching professions became untenable after parents demanded that their children be removed from their lessons. Mrs. Callahan made one more attempt at manipulation by submitting a complaint, claiming I had stolen from them. However, bank records plainly reveal that they misappropriated years of foster care money from me that were never used for my care. The complaint was dismissed, exacerbating their humiliation. They left town in the middle of the night and moved several states away. Their forwarding address directed them to a modest apartment that was far removed from their previous peaceful bliss. Michael's automobile was sold to cover relocation costs. The family that had built everything on image was left with only the truth. The school board developed new policies to monitor academic performance. Teachers were trained on how to recognize foster kid exploitation. What happened to me became a cautionary story, prompting significant reform. Scholarship offers came from unexpected sources. Colleges who had been following the local controversy wanted to help a youngster who had demonstrated such perseverance. Ms. Alvarez wrote recommendation letters that told my true experience, not Michael's falsified one. Josh and I remained in contact, bonding over our common survival. He had secured steady accommodation and was working on his GED. We became resources for other foster children, teaching them how to identify exploitation trends. Our pain became a source of purpose. Jalen's family provided the steadiness I had never known. Family dinners were meant to be conversations, not interrogations. Homework was mine to complete, and my accomplishments to claim. They took true joy in my acceptance letters. 6 months after leaving the Callahans, I stood on a podium in graduation regalia. My valedictorian speech focused on resilience and self-worth. I discussed systems that fail vulnerable children, as well as cultures that allow abuse to occur via deliberate ignorance. The audience consisted of my chosen family, Jalen and his parents, Megan and Riley, Miss Alvarez, and the professors who had finally behaved. Even Michael's grandparents showed up, their support serving as an apology for years of unwitting complicity. Meanwhile, the Callahans struggled with their new surroundings. Without their reputation and connections, they were just another family trying to get by. Michael labored for the minimum salary, shattering his hopes of easy success. When the image crumbled, they had nothing to show for their expensive investment. My academic genius was no longer stolen for someone else's gain, which opened up doors I never anticipated. Full scholarships, research possibilities, and a future based on my own merit. They had exploited intelligence, which became my way to freedom. The foster care system, while still faulty, has improved monitoring for academic exploitation. Caseworkers were trained to recognize the indicators. Other youngsters would be shielded from what I'd gone through. Michael's grandparents established a scholarship fund to help foster children pursue higher education. Their guilt about inadvertently allowing abuse led to action. They insisted that I assist in selecting beneficiaries, ensuring that the funds went to individuals who had earned their achievements. I chose a college distance from that place, yet its lessons stayed with me. Trust, initially damaged, was gradually re-established via persistent care from Jalen's family. Therapy assisted in processing stress that went beyond physical bruising. My tale traveled across foster care networks as guidance rather than gossip. Social workers discussed it during training sessions. Foster children taught how to report abuse and form support networks. What the Callahans did to me served as a model for what to look out for and how to escape. Michael tried to contact me once, a rambling note detailing how I had ruined his life. I did not respond. His inability to accept responsibility revealed that he had learnt nothing. The Callahans had bred a monster who felt that success came naturally. And now he was facing reality without their safety. I graduated, summa cum laude. My successes are solely my own. The stage walk seemed different when the diploma included my name and work that I had actually completed. My sister abandoned her baby, my mom covered it up, and I got a restraining order. Now they're both in jail and try to punish me for turning them in. My sister treated me as if I were free childcare, so I showed her how expensive free actually was. When my older sister became pregnant, she thought that I should take a break from my life to care for her child. It didn't matter if it was a holiday or my own wedding. Being her babysitter came first, and I needed to grasp that. Brianna's entitlement began before her baby came. She arrived at my flat one evening with a color-coded binder, the type you'd expect from someone organizing a business merger, not childcare. She flipped it open and began detailing my new babysitting routine. Tuesday and Wednesday nights were her nights off, so I worked overnight shifts, Fridays through Sundays, I had the morning shift so she could sleep in. Christmas Day was highlighted in bright red, with all-day coverage written in her immaculate handwriting. I chuckled when I saw it because I assumed it was some elaborate prank, but she didn't. Her expression remained grave as she touched the calendar with her manicured nail. "This isn't funny," she said, her tone stern. "I need to know you're committed to this." The next week, she expressed gratitude on Facebook for her family's support. She tagged me in a lengthy post about how I had previously volunteered to assist raise her baby. My phone was inundated with messages from family complimenting me on being a fantastic aunt. Aunt Melissa wrote that she wished she had had such support while her children were younger. Cousin Derek's wife weighed in on the value of family relationships. When I called her to ask what the hell she was thinking, she replied Mom was already aware of the arrangement. Mom was aware. She contacted me that night to remind me that family helps family, her voice carrying that distinct tone of dissatisfaction she had honed over the years. After the kid was born, things moved from annoying to crazy. Brianna visited my office for a client presentation when Caleb was 6 months old. Someone knocked on the conference room door and said, "Emergency." My stomach fell, fearing something bad had happened. Brianna was in the lobby, while Caleb was busy with his career. She was wearing fancy sunglasses inside and scrolling through her phone. She stated, perfect timing for her appointment was in 20 minutes. What appointment? Her manicure. She only remembered how desperately she needed one. She was gone before I could grasp what had happened, leaving me standing there with a baby and 12 confused clients watching through the glass conference room walls. But that wasn't even the last straw. My dearest buddy from college was getting married, and I was the maid of honor. The restored barn looked stunning, with glittering lights and white roses everywhere. But minutes before we were about to go inside, I heard crying in the parking lot. Brianna was pushing Caleb's stroller across the gravel in her stilettos. She handed me a letter that stated, "Handle this. I have a date," and then departed. Caleb screamed. Everyone was looking at me like, "What the hell?" And then I noticed these finger-shaped bruises on Caleb's arms. For the first time, there were faint but distinct little purple stains on his tiny forearms. I had to spend the wedding ceremony in the restroom, attempting to console Caleb. The acoustics caused his cries to echo off the tiles, and I could hear the muted sounds of the vows through the door. As if it wasn't horrible enough, my mother was basically Brianna, but older. She began bringing Caleb to my apartment unannounced. When I got home from work, she was sitting on my couch with him, holding my spare key. She'd drop everything and go the moment she saw me without asking whether it was convenient or giving me money for the formula and diapers I was always buying. The worst aspect was that Caleb flinched whenever someone moved too quickly. He was plainly not well cared for. He was usually hungry, his clothes were soiled more often than clean, and he had a diaper rash that never seemed to cure entirely. Everything came to a head when I announced my visit to Germany. My fiancé proposed on one knee in the snow outside the Christmas market during his last visit 8 months ago, and we hadn't seen each other since then. The distance was killing us, and I had saved every penny for the trip by skipping lunches and working extra hours for months. Brianna responded immediately when I told the family during our monthly meal. She scheduled her own vacation on the same dates. She chuckled at dinner, adding, "Guess I'd have to reschedule since she already put her deposit down." She showed everyone the confirmation email on her phone as if it were a clever chess move. Mom nodded and said, "Family comes first," adding that I may see my fiancé at any moment. They had my babysitting schedule all figured out and were discussing it over pot roast as if I wasn't there. I remember being outraged, my hands shaking as I sat down with my fork and saying no for the first time ever. I wasn't paying attention to the kid. I had my own life to lead. I should have known based on how quickly they stated it was fine and that they would find someone else. They had a plan. The way they exchanged glances should have served as a warning. I did not hear from them until the morning of my flight. At 4:47 a.m., I heard blood-curdling screams outside my door. I was afraid, my heart racing as I grabbed my phone to dial 911. I walked to the door wearing my pajamas. I slowly opened the letter hole and glanced through it till I saw it. Caleb stood alone on my porch, wearing only a diaper and a t-shirt. The porch light showed his tear-stained face. When I opened the door, I noticed a letter tied to his shirt that read, "Thanks for watching him." I was shocked. I pulled Caleb in and felt how cold he was. His lips were really bluish. I covered him in a warm blanket and began calming him with one arm, while using the other to pick up the phone and contact my lover. He was aware of the Brianna problem and had heard me vent on numerous occasions, so when I informed him what was going on, he didn't hesitate. He just mentioned he was going to schedule his next flight here. He emailed me confirmation within minutes. And then I started to work. I examined a security video outside my house which showed Brianna dropping Caleb off at 4:31 a.m. at my door. She didn't even knock. She simply left him and hurried back to her car, her face clearly apparent on the video. I repeat, she left her infant outside in only a t-shirt in the middle of January, not knowing if anyone was home. My phone recorded a temperature of 28 degrees. CPS arrived within minutes. The woman took one glance at Caleb's bruises and the security tape and requested emergency evacuation. Caleb was taken away that morning, covered in a CPS blanket, his small hand reaching out as they carried him to the car. Brianna texted me when she landed, wondering how he was, and when I lied that he was fine, she thumbed up my reply. I didn't hear from her for 2 weeks, not a single text or phone call, and when she returned, she waited another 2 days to come retrieve him. Then she showed up. She was tanned from her vacation and wearing a new outfit that most likely cost more than a month of daycare. She questioned why she hadn't seen Caleb anywhere. I informed her that CPS had him. Her expression quickly changed from perplexed to enraged. She began yelling that I had no right, that I had ruined her life, and that family members do not do this to one another. Her voice cracked at the final syllable. Mom arrived 20 minutes later. She must have broken every speed limit to get there so quickly. She walked in, ranting about how I had betrayed the family and how I could do this to my own sister. Her cheeks were flushed, and her usually flawless hair had become unkempt. I showed them both the surveillance footage from my laptop. Mom paused for around 10 seconds before making explanations. Brianna was stressed. She was a single mom. She simply needed a break. I couldn't believe what I heard. The CPS caseworker had given me her phone number and instructed me to contact her if one of them arrived. I texted her while they were still yelling. She said she'd send someone over right away and not let them leave with any of Caleb's belongings I still had. Brianna attempted to push by me to get to Caleb's diaper bag, which I had kept. I blocked her, and she shoved me hard. I stumbled backward and struck my head on the coffee table. For a little while, everything became fuzzy, and lights danced in my eyes. When I was able to concentrate again, my fiancé was there. He'd arrived just in time to witness Brianna push me. He lifted me up and stood between me and my family. He warned them to leave immediately, or he would contact the cops. His accent thickened when he was upset, and I had never seen him so enraged. Mom also tried to guilt-trip him. She said that he didn't understand because he wasn't family, and that this was between us. He simply picked out his phone and began dialing. They left, but not before Brianna screamed that this was not over, that she would get her kid back, and that I would be held accountable for what I had done. The door slammed so forcefully that the photos on my wall shook. The following several days were horrible. Brianna and Mom bombarded me with calls and texts, their numbers flashing across my phone screen every few minutes. When I eventually banned their numbers after the 100th call, they began using other people's phones. I'd answer, believing it was work or a friend, only to hear Mom's angry voice telling me to stop this nonsense, or Brianna sobbing about how I was ruining her life. Aunt Joanne called, crying about how I was ripping the family apart, her voice breaking as she begged me to reconsider. Uncle Martin left voicemails telling me to remedy this before it became worse. His typically humorous tone changed with something darker, almost threatening. I changed my locks after discovering scratches around the keyhole one morning. The metal was scratched and gouged, as if someone had worked on it using basic tools. My landlord, Frank, a gruff but nice older man, said it appeared that someone had tried to pluck it. He shook his head, muttering about how he'd seen similar situations in personal conflicts before. I also installed a doorbell camera, which caught Brianna loitering around my building at odd hours. The video captured her walking back and forth at 3 a.m., peering up at my window for hours at a time. The CPS probe moved quickly. Laura, the caseworker, called me in for an interview within 48 hours after my report. She was a middle-aged woman with sympathetic eyes and a no-nonsense approach, dressed in a plain gray suit and sensible shoes. She inquired about everything I'd seen, taking notes on a yellow legal pad with precision. I told her about the bruises I'd noticed on Caleb's arms, precise finger-shaped marks that turned my stomach. I recounted the neglect. Caleb was always hungry and unclean, with his diaper sagging and remaining unchanged for hours. She nodded as if she'd heard it all before, occasionally asking clarifying questions in a gentle yet authoritative tone. Brianna had to complete parenting classes and allow home visits. The court's mandate was clear and unambiguous. She contacted me using a friend's phone, stating I had ruined her life and she needed to cancel her gym membership to fund the classes, which was designed to make me feel bad. She went on about how her Pilates instructor would be disappointed and how she'd lose her progress, as if her fitness routine was more important than her son's well-being. My fiancé extended his stay without hesitation. He worked remotely from my flat, creating a makeshift office at my dining table. He'd prepare coffee as I dealt with the family drama, and the aroma of fresh grinds became somehow comforting in the midst of the mayhem. We'd been planning this romantic reunion for months with restaurant reservations and weekend trips, everything long-distance couples dream of. Instead, he was assisting me with documenting harassment by collecting screenshots and putting evidence into neatly labeled folders on my laptop. Laura called me 2 weeks after CPS had taken Caleb. Her voice was professional, but I could hear the weight behind it. Brianna had failed her drug test, Laura explained. It explained a lot about her unpredictable behavior, mood swings, and paranoia. They were placing Caleb with a foster family while the investigation was ongoing. She told me that it was a good family with expertise caring for traumatized youngsters. That's when things became heated. I returned home from work to discover my apartment door wide open, with hallway lights flooding into my darkened living room. My heart pounded as I pulled the door wider, preparing to call 911. Nothing was stolen, but everything was shifted slightly, with photos turned backwards to hide the faces, couch cushions flipped to reveal the worn undersides, and kitchen drawers left open just enough to be obvious. Even my books were rearranged with the spines facing inward. The message was clear. They could enter whenever they pleased. I phoned the cops, but without proof of who did it. They simply filed a complaint. The officer, who was just somewhat older than me, suggested that I remain somewhere else for a bit. He glanced around my violated environment sympathetically but claimed they couldn't do anything without cameras or witnesses. My fiancé reserved a great downtown hotel for us that night, complete with sufficient security and elevator keycard access. Mom showed up at my office the following day. Security called and said my mother was there for a family emergency. I knew that was a lie, but I went down nonetheless, my stomach tightening with every step. She stood in the lobby looking weary, with little makeup to conceal the dark circles under her eyes, her hair unwashed and tied back in a sloppy bun. She had aged years in just a few weeks. She asked me to retract my statements to CPS. Her voice trembled as she stated that Brianna was suicidal and that I was killing my sister. When I tried to leave, she grabbed my arm and dug her nails in deep enough to leave crescent marks. Security had to escort her out as she yelled about family devotion, how my father would be ashamed of me, and how I was not her daughter. My coworkers tried not to stare as I returned to my desk, shivering. I started receiving unusual packages at work. Baby outfits with comments attached arrived every day. He misses his aunt. You did this. Family forever. One held a onesie I had bought Caleb for Christmas, still with the tags attached. Another featured a photo of Caleb crying that was clearly shot recently. HR became involved following the 5th package. They boosted security and walked me to my car every night, with the security guy making small conversation to lessen the awkwardness. Brianna's ex-boyfriend reached out via Facebook. His statement was lengthy and frantic, outlining how he had been attempting to obtain custody of Caleb for months, but Brianna had always convinced judges that he was unstable. He had records of her drug use dating back to her pregnancy. He'd been putting together a case but needed witnesses who would actually testify against her. We met in a crowded downtown coffee cafe with several witnesses. He appeared fatigued but resolute, dressed in a crumpled button-down that indicated he had just arrived from work. He produced a folder full of evidence, including text exchanges in which Brianna admitted to using while pregnant and joked about Caleb being a chill baby, He also brought photos of Caleb's injuries, each dated and marked. Caleb was taken in for falling off the changing table 3 times according to hospital records. Same reason, 3 different hospitals. He claimed Brianna had been using Caleb to pay for child support, government assistance, and family handouts. She collected everything. She'd spent her father's estate in less than 2 years and needed money for her lifestyle, which included fashionable bags, lavish dinners, and weekend vacations to Las Vegas. Caleb was simply an additional source of income. The man's hands shook as he showed me bank statements demonstrating that he had never missed a child support payment, despite Brianna's claims that he was a deadbeat. I provided him with Laura's contact data. He thanked me with tears in his eyes, stating that all he wanted was his son's safety. He showed me videos on his phone of his flat, where a nursery was already set up and toys and books were waiting. I believed him. This was a parent who wanted his child, not a bitter ex seeking vengeance. That night, Brianna arrived at the motel. I'm not sure how she found us. We had been so careful. She had high eyes that were so dilated that the blue was barely a thin ring, and she spoke quickly and incoherently. She hammered on our door, yelling about family treachery and what I owed her. She talked about changing my diapers when I was a newborn, and how she had kept me safe from bullies at school. Other guests complained and hotel security removed her, but not before she kicked the door hard enough to cause a dent. My fiancé has had enough. His generally cool demeanor snapped as he called his lawyer in Germany, who recommended a local. The next morning, we filed restraining orders against Brianna and her mother. Patricia, the lawyer, stated that we had enough proof in the form of security footage, text messages, and witness statements. She had seen similar scenarios before, families torn apart by addiction and enabling. The court date arrived soon. Brianna arrived looking like a different person, professionally dressed in a navy suit I'd never seen before, with her hair in an elegant updo and flawless makeup. She had hired a lawyer who said I was bitter and jealous of her parenting. Mom testified that I had always been difficult and defiant, portraying me as an unstable troublemaker who had despised Brianna since childhood. I showed the security footage of Caleb being abandoned. The judge's expression altered entirely, her jaw tightening as she saw the baby abandoned in the frigid weather. Then I displayed the harassment texts, going through messages of threats and manipulation. The images of my apartment break-in caused her to lean closer and examine each violated space. Human Resources thoroughly documents each of the work bundles. My fiancé testified that he witnessed Brianna assault me, his accent heavy with emotion as he recalled her aggression. Brianna's counsel attempted to argue that the situation was blown out of proportion due to familial miscommunication. He offered counseling, mediation, and anything other than legal interference. The judge was not buying it. She granted both restraining orders promptly. Brianna had to stay 500 feet away from me, my house, and my business. Mom faced the same restrictions. The judge's tone was harsh, warning them that any disobedience would result in instant arrest. Brianna had completely lost her cool outside the courthouse. She screamed that I would regret it, that family was everlasting, and that I would need her one day when I had my own children. Her meticulously groomed hair fell loose as she motioned madly. When she approached me with her fists clenched, court security intervened. Mom only glanced at me with cold disappointment as if I were a stranger with her daughter's face, before walking away without saying anything. The restraining orders did not stop anything. Other family members became flying monkeys, carrying out Brianna and Mom's orders. Cousin Melissa wrote on Facebook that I was mentally ill and hurting the family. She posted old images of family gatherings, circling my face and writing harsh notes. Aunt Karen published articles about bogus CPS reports that ruined the lives of innocent women, tagging me in each one. I became obsessed with documenting everything. Every post received a screenshot and was saved. Every text from random numbers is recorded. Each time I spotted one of these near my building, I recorded the time and date. My laptop is loaded with evidence folders. My lawyer advised me to prepare a case for extended protection. The judges appreciated detailed documentation. Caleb's father was placed in emergency custody once the drug test results were released. He emailed me a snapshot of Caleb in his new room, looking clean and well-fed. The baby was genuinely smiling and wearing new clothes that fit properly. He reported the boy was sleeping better at night without crying and was no longer flinching when adults moved too fast. It was the first positive news in weeks, and I sobbed at my desk, relief coursing through me. Brianna broke the restraining order 2 weeks later. I was grocery shopping, lost in thought and comparing spaghetti sauces, when she emerged in the cereal aisle. She appeared to have lost a lot of weight, causing her garments to hang loose, and her fancy trousers were held up by a belt pierced to the last notch. Her face was harsh, with strong cheekbones beneath pale skin. She began following me, remaining just far enough away to claim coincidence and appearing to shop while keeping me in view. I dialed 911 from the produce department, my hands shaking as I pretended to inspect apples. She must have known because she departed before they arrived, leaving behind a half-full cart of frozen foods. But the business has cameras. The video clearly shows her following me for 15 minutes across various aisles, including doubling back when I changed directions. That was violation number 1. Mom was smarter. She delegated her dirty labor, officially according to the terms of the restraining order. My father's sister, who had remained impartial throughout the drama, now began calling for reconciliation. She said Mom was upset, that I needed to be the bigger person, and that family came before being right. I recorded the calls based on my lawyer's recommendation. Patricia stated that the pattern of harassing via proxies could be useful later. Work became my safe haven. My manager, Tina, was aware of the issue and allowed me to work from home as needed. She'd check in every day, delivering more than simply professional courtesy. My coworkers created a protective barrier, screening my calls and visitors. Marcus, the receptionist and former bouncer, became an expert at recognizing family members attempting to enter. He kept a photo roster of persons to turn away on his desk. My fiancé needed to return to Germany for work. We both cried in the airport parking lot before he left. He promised to return soon and begin the visa procedure so that we could be together permanently. He had already begun learning about American immigration law, bookmarked lawyers and filing criteria. I watched his plane take off, feeling entirely alone, the weight of everything collapsing without his constant presence. That night I received a message under my door that read, "You can't hide forever." There was no signature, but I knew Brianna's handwriting from birthday cards throughout the years. The doorbell camera has not caught anyone. They were growing better at avoiding detection, studying the camera's blind areas. I called Laura to get an update on Caleb. She claimed he was thriving with his father. The guy had enrolled him in daycare, where he was learning how to interact with other children. He had arranged for medical care to remedy neglected vitamin deficiencies, dental work, and even trauma therapy. The foster family who had briefly housed him had written a glowing report on the father's dedication. During visits, they hadn't seen a parent work so hard to prepare for custody. The ultimate custody hearing is slated early next month. Laura stated that my testimony would be vital. Brianna was fighting it, claiming the father was abusive despite lack of evidence. The substance test was incorrect, although being confirmed twice that everyone was plotting against her typical deflection. She had hired a new lawyer, one known for taking on difficult cases, and he was most likely the only one who would still deal with her. After discovering that my discussions were being repeated in family gossip, I contacted a security company to search my residence for bugs. Things I'd only uttered in my living room were being repeated to me by flying monkey relatives. They discovered 2 recording devices, one in my living room lamp and the other in my bedroom smoke alarm. Professional-grade equipment, not cheap junk from a spy store. The police put it to my file but stated that verifying who planted them was nearly impossible without fingerprints or purchase records. Sleep became tough. Every noise made me jump, from a neighbor's door closing to a car backing up. Even the hum of my refrigerator seemed ominous. I'd check the lock several times, constantly reload the camera feeds, and patrol my little flat with a baseball bat. My doctor prescribed anxiety medication after I acknowledged being awake for 3 days straight and that the stress was impacting my health. I had lost 15 pounds without trying, and my clothing was as loose as Brianna's. Then followed violation number 2. I was heading to my car after work, keys between my fingers like I'd learned in self-defense training, when Brianna appeared from behind a van. Despite the bright lights of the parking garage, her pupils widened and her motions were choppy and unpredictable. She grabbed my arm before I could respond and spun me around with unexpected force. She yelled at me, telling me that I needed to repair this, that Caleb needed his mother, and that the family was splitting apart due to my selfishness. Her grip was painful and desperate, with her nails ripping through my jacket. I screamed for aid and she let off and ran to a waiting car. Mom was driving, her face determined as she pulled out of the garage. This time, the cops took the situation seriously. 2 offenses resulted in probable jail time. Brianna was arrested that night at Mom's house. The body camera footage then showed Brianna attempting to flush something down the toilet while Mom argued with authorities about warrants. Mom was prosecuted as an accomplice because she drove the getaway car. According to the local criminal blog, the mugshots show Brianna appearing strung up and defeated, while Mom appears disappointed in the camera. Family members went nuclear. My phone rang continually until I changed my number, and the incessant buzzing caused me anxiety attacks. They made false social media accounts to message me, each with a slightly different variant of my name. Uncle Martin even showed up at my workplace, red-faced and ranting, before security turned him away. Marcus later told me that he had threatened to wait in the parking lot, but a call to the police had deterred him. The family rallies around Brianna and Mom, portraying me as the villain who ruined everything. My lawyer requested more protection orders and criminal charges. The prosecutor, a young woman who had dealt with similar cases, stated that based on the video evidence and witnesses, conviction was likely. Brianna may face up to a year in jail for breaking the restraining order twice. Mom faced a 6-month sentence as an accomplice. Patricia emphasized that judges were taking these crimes more seriously now, particularly given the evident history of escalation. I switched apartments without informing anyone in the family. Only my fiancé, boss, and lawyer knew the new address. I hired movers who specialize in covert relocations for domestic violence survivors. They moved me out at 3 a.m. To escape detection, use unmarked trucks and alternate routes to confuse any possible follows. They even developed tactics for losing tails, which involved continuously checking mirrors. The new location offered improved security. The doorman building required guests to be announced. Cameras are everywhere, including in the elevators. Access via key fob, including entrance and exit tracking. After I described my condition, the doorman, an ex-military named Victor, took it seriously. I finally felt able to breathe. My fiancé and I decorated over video conversations, making it feel like home rather than a hideout. We picked out drapes together, with him holding up possibilities for his laptop camera from a Berlin store. Caleb's custody hearing began on a dreary Thursday morning. I donned my finest suit, which I had bought for job interviews, and it was properly ironed. I had worked with my lawyer to write my statement and practiced saying it until I could do so without sobbing. The courtroom was filled with Brianna's family members. They scowled at me as I approached the witness stand, some whispering under their breath. I ignored them and focused on the judge, an elderly woman with steel gray hair and knowing eyes. I testified about everything, the abandonment on that cold night, revealing how Caleb's lips had turned blue. I captured the bruising with images that made some people in the gallery grimace. Neglect caused him to become underweight and fall behind on developmental milestones. Brianna's substance use was so obvious that she could no longer disguise it. I presented written screenshots of texts that she admitted to using while pregnant. Photos of Caleb's injuries were released by his father. The security footage on a USB drive showed her leaving him alone several times. Brianna's lawyer attempted to undermine me by claiming I was jealous of my sister's life. However, the facts spoke for itself. Caleb's father spoke next. He produced medical records that showed Caleb's improvement in just a few weeks, including weight increase, bruising healing, and improved motor abilities. Daycare reflects on his development, how he transitioned from a withdrawn baby to one who played with others. Even a video of Caleb laughing and playing, reaching for toys and making pleasant sounds, rather than the continual whimpering I remembered. The change was remarkable. This infant was happy and healthy now. Brianna testified last. She blamed everyone but herself, claiming I was jealous of her beauty and success, that her ex was abusive despite no police records or evidence, and that CPS was biased against young moms. She claimed the chemicals were planted by her ex, and that she was a perfect mother who had made a mistake. Even her lawyer appeared uncomfortable with the lies, shifting documents and avoiding eye contact with the court. The judge reached her ruling immediately. The father would have full custody. Brianna's parental rights were terminated until the completion of rehabilitation and parenting courses. She had to pass substance tests for 6 months before receiving supervised visits. The criteria included severe inpatient rehabilitation, weekly therapy, parenting training, and regular substance testing. The judge's voice was stern as she stressed that Caleb's safety was her sole focus. Brianna fell in court. Complete emotional meltdown, yelling about injustice and conspiracy. She needed to be physically supported by her lawyer while she sobbed. Mom attempted to console her, but was restrained by bailiffs because of her pending accusations. Other family members yelled at me as I departed. Someone tossed a water bottle that missed and splashed against the courthouse door. Aunt Karen yelled that I had killed my sister, and that her blood would be on my hands. That night, I received a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Aunt Joanne, Dad's sister, had gone to Colorado several years earlier. She explained that she had been following the case through family gossip and wanted me to know I had done the right thing. Her voice was friendly and supportive, very different from what I'd been hearing. She told me about Brianna's adolescent behavior, which the family concealed. Stealing from Dad's wallet, lying about where she spent her nights, the first rehab stint at 17 that Mom claimed was a wellness retreat, and how Mom always enabled her by making excuses, paying off debts, and cleaning up messes. Dad tried to help Brianna before he died, but Mom undercut him, accusing him of being too harsh on their sensitive daughter. It explained a lot. The family dysfunction ran deep, with generations enabling and covering up problems. Anger at me for breaking the pattern, for refusing to join the delusion. Aunt Joanne stated that she was proud of me for standing up to them. She offered me her phone number and told me to call if I needed help from someone who understood. She had abandoned the family dynamics years before and never regretted it. My fiancé began the visa application procedure immediately. The immigration lawyer indicated it would take months, but we'd finally get together. We made plans for him to visit every few months till then, and had already booked airfares for the following year. The distance was still an issue, but having an end date helped. We talked every day, with him getting up early to catch me before work and me staying up late to say goodnight. Work elevated me to senior analyst. My supervisor commented that despite the personal turmoil, my performance had been outstanding. She'd noticed how I'd poured myself into projects, utilizing work as an escape while achieving good outcomes. The increase would help with legal fees and new apartment expenditures. Finally, something positive. Given everything else going on, my coworkers planned a little party that was kept low-key. Mom's trial occurred first. She pleaded guilty to avoid jail time after her lawyer convinced her that it was the best alternative. She received probation, community work at a local food pantry, and additional restraining orders. She had to be gone from me for 5 years. She cried during the sentencing, stating that she only wanted her family together and that she had lost both daughters. The judge reminded her that her actions have consequences, and that she had chosen to support abuse rather than protect a kid. Brianna's trial was messier. She pled not guilty, fired 3 lawyers who advised her to accept a plea deal, and leveled crazy claims against CPS, her ex, and myself. She said that we arranged this to steal Caleb and her fortune. The prosecutor showed security footage of her leaving Caleb in the cold. The jury deliberated for less than 1 hour. Guilty on all counts: child endangerment, negligence, and breaking a restraining order twice. She received an 8-month sentence in county jail, 2 years of probation, and required rehab before being eligible for visitation. The judge said she was lucky Caleb survived that night because the charges might have been much worse. Initially, attempted murder was an option. Brianna had to be pulled out, yelling about appeals and unfairness while refusing to accept any blame. Her final words were that I would regret it when I needed family. I already had the family I had chosen: my fiancé, my co-workers, and Aunt Joanne. They were more valuable than blood relations who had condoned maltreatment and preferred an addict over an innocent baby. I assumed that would be the end of it. Brianna is in jail, Mom is on probation, and restraining orders are in place. I was mistaken. Laura called me 3 months after Brianna's sentence began. Caleb's father had been involved in an automobile accident. A drunk motorist ran a red light and T-boned him. He was in the intensive care unit, ICU, with internal bleeding and shattered ribs. Caleb was fine. He had been at daycare when it occurred. Laura said that they needed an emergency placement until his father recovered. She asked whether I'd be willing to take Caleb temporarily. My initial reaction was, hell no, I just gotten my life back together. But then I remembered that little guy, hopping between families again. My fiancé and I talked for several hours that night. He promised to support any decision I made. That's when I knew I was going to marry this man. I called Laura back and said yes. The paperwork was completed within 48 hours. Caleb arrived on Tuesday afternoon. He was larger now, walking and babbling. He didn't recognize me at first and hid behind the social worker's leg. I purchased some toys and created a tiny space in my living room. He warmed up after an hour, especially when I brought out the goldfish crackers. That's when the big storm began. Someone at CPS told my family that I had Caleb. My phone began to fire up with numbers I didn't recognize. I'd changed it twice before, but they continued finding it. Aunt Melissa made the first visit. She showed up at my building attempting to sweet-talk the doorman. Victor called to warn me, and I watched her on the security camera argue with him for 20 minutes. She continued stating that all she wanted was to see her great-nephew and that the family should stick together. Then came the letters. Dozens of these, forwarded from my previous address. Mom described how God would judge me. Brianna wrote messages from jail about how I took her baby. My extended family, whom I scarcely knew, weighed in on my decisions. I stored them all in a file that my lawyer suggested I keep. The real trouble arose when cousin Derek discovered where I worked. He began contacting the main line, pretending to be a client. Tina had to modify our phone system to properly screen callers. He left voicemails about family loyalty and how I was raising Caleb incorrectly. 2 weeks into the placement, I was in the park with Caleb when I noticed a woman watching us. She pretended to read a book, but her gaze followed our every move. When I packed to leave, she followed us. I ducked into a busy store and dialed 911. It turned out to be Mom's acquaintance from church. She said that Mom requested her to check on Caleb since she couldn't. The police warned her about stalking. Mom claimed she wasn't aware it was illegal because her buddy wasn't legally breaching the restraining order. My lawyer filed harassment accusations. The judge was not amused by Mom's technicality argument. She expanded the restraining order to cover third-party interaction. Any flying monkeys would have to face their own charges today. Caleb's dad was released from the hospital after 3 weeks. He was in bad shape, wheelchair-bound, and couldn't move anything heavier than 10 pounds. His apartment was a third-floor walk-up, so he couldn't care for Caleb just yet. We set up a schedule. Caleb stayed with me throughout the week, and his father's parents took care of him on the weekends. They were decent folks, distraught that their son had nearly died but happy that I had stepped up. His mother taught me Caleb's favorite tunes, and his father showed me how Caleb preferred his bottles. That's when Brianna's early release hearing came up. Even when you screamed at guards on a daily basis, good behavior seemed to matter. Her lawyer claimed she had taken anger management and parenting classes in jail. The prosecutor called me as a witness. I provided images of Caleb thriving, weight charts demonstrating his progress, milestone accomplishments, and videos of him laughing and playing. Then I presented the harassment from jail letters she'd sent through other convicts, as well as recordings of her threatening phone calls to me. The judge denied early release. Brianna lost in court yet again. She yelled that I had stolen her life and was likely poisoning Caleb against her. The bailiffs hauled her out, and she shrieked about killing me when she got out. Her lawyer actually resigned in the middle of the court, citing that he could no longer represent her due to the threats. That warning resulted in another 6 months of terrorist threats, they said. Mom attempted to visit her but was sent away. Brianna had lost her visitation privileges after instigating a fight with another inmate. Meanwhile, Caleb was doing well. He began speaking in complete sentences rather than babbling. When he spotted Victor's German Shepherd, his first words were clear. Dog. He'd toddle around my flat, exploring everything and sneaking into cabinets despite the baby locks. His father improved gradually. Physical treatment 3 times per week, learning to walk again. Every night he would video call Caleb and read him bedtime stories. The dedication was outstanding. This man fought through discomfort just to keep his routine. 4 months into the placement, while grocery shopping with Caleb, I ran into Emma, a high school buddy. When she looked at Caleb in the trolley, her face turned white. It turned out she was Brianna's buddy as well, and she had cut her off when her substance abuse became too severe. Emma told me things I didn't know about Brianna's addiction, how she brought Caleb to drug abuse facilities, and how Emma discovered she passed out with Caleb sobbing in a filthy diaper for hours. She phoned CPS months before I did. She offered me her phone number and said she'd testify if necessary, adding that she had images and texts proving Brianna was unfit long before I became involved. The remorse she felt for not pressing more was obvious in her eyes. Uncle Martin attempted one more time to intervene. He arrived at Caleb's daycare, claiming to be picking him up for a family emergency. The daycare called me right away after I informed them about probable efforts. He was arrested for attempted kidnapping. That arrest split the family. Some eventually recognized they had gone too far. Aunt Joanne told me that other cousins contacted her to express their misgivings about Brianna's account of events. The mugshot of Uncle Martin in handcuffs served as a wake-up call. However, the ardent supporters remained steadfast. They started a Facebook page called Justice for Brianna, where they showed old family photos and accused me of being evil. They raised money to cover her commissary account and legal bills. Somebody even made t-shirts. I documented everything, including every post, threat, and attempted contact. My lawyer suggested we had enough to file a civil lawsuit, but all I wanted was for them to stop. The criminal cases were exhausting enough. After 6 months, Caleb's father was eventually granted permission to take him back. He'd relocated to a ground-floor apartment, changed everything for safety, and even hired a part-time babysitter to assist with his remaining recovery. The change was bittersweet. I'd grown close to the little boy, his laugh, the way he cuddled into me at nap time, and the way he learnt to utter my name. But witnessing him run to his father with sheer excitement was worth everything. This is where he belonged. The final custody hearing occurred 8 months after everything began. Brianna appeared via video link from jail, dressed in orange instead of her regular fancy clothes. She had lost more weight, and her face was haggard and angry. She still desired complete custody. The judge considered everything, including my testimony, the father's rehabilitation and preparation, Emma's evidence of previous mistreatment, the harassment campaign, and the attempted kidnapping. Caleb's grandma also testified about finding narcotics in Brianna's diaper bag during a visit. Brianna's rights have been permanently terminated. There will be no visiting until Caleb reaches the age of 18, and only if he chooses to. She yelled so loudly that her video feed was shut off. The judge described it as the clearest evidence of an unfit parent she has seen in 20 years. Mom's probation officer contacted me later. Mom had violated by attempting to contact me via a cousin. Back to court she went. The judge sentenced her to 30 days in jail and prolonged her probation. Perhaps that will finally get through to her. My fiancé's visa was accepted soon after the trial concluded. He flew in 2 weeks later with only bags, eager to start over. We married in the courthouse with Tina and Victor as witnesses. Simple. Perfect. There's no family turmoil. Caleb's father invited us to his first birthday party. It was everything to see that joyful, healthy kid smash cake in his face in front of people who genuinely cared about him. His father thanked me again, saying I had saved both of their lives. Brianna was released after serving her complete term. She promptly broke her parole by driving past my previous residence, returned to jail for another 3 months. The cycle persisted, but I stopped recording it. Not my circus anymore. Some family members later apologized. Cousin Melissa admitted she was mistaken, and that witnessing the facts at trial opened her eyes. I accepted her apologies but maintained my distance. Trust is earned, not inherited. Mom never apologized. Last I heard, she was living with Uncle Martin and still writing about her stolen grandson on Facebook, still playing the victim. Brianna is still being enabled from a distance. Some folks don't change. Caleb's father and I stayed in touch. He provided updates about the first days of school, soccer games, and other typical youngster activities. Caleb grew up happy and safe, and that was all that counted. Sometimes doing the right thing means sacrificing everything else. My life progressed with a new job, a new city, and finally normal difficulties that did not include restraining orders or custody fights. My fiancé and I reared our own children with boundaries and consequences. Funny how that works. Looking back, I have no regrets. When Caleb showed up on my porch that morning, I had to make a decision. Families defended one another, but it meant shielding the vulnerable from their abusers, not encouraging the abuse. Caleb deserved more, and I made certain he received it. My parents took $20,000 from retirement for my sister, then tried to hike my rent, so I moved out and left them to handle her mess alone. I'm an ordinary 25-year-old who worked hard to graduate from college and get my first job as an elementary school teacher. It's not a high-paying position, but I enjoy dealing with children, so it's worthwhile. Still, money is tight, especially when you're just starting out. That's why I've been living with my parents in the suburban house where I grew up. It's not the most fascinating configuration, but it is functional. They charge me a decent rent, as my father would say, and I buy my own groceries. In addition, when Dad broke his back last summer, I helped with jobs such as mowing the grass, fixing things around the house, and even cleaning out the garage. It is not glamorous, but it is only transitory. My objective was to stay for a few years, save money, and eventually get my own place. Simple, right? It was straightforward until my older sister Brielle re-entered the picture. Brielle is 32, and to put it simply, she has never been the responsible type. She was the best-behaved child growing up. I'm not sure if it was because she was the firstborn, or if our parents simply liked her, but she could do no wrong in their eyes. She dropped out of college twice. The first time she wasn't motivated. The second time she complained that the lecturers were overly demanding. She has never held a job for more than a few months. When things didn't go her way, she'd resign and make up an excuse about how it wasn't her fault. Our parents constantly helped her out. Are you late on your rent? They would pay for it. Did your car break down? They'd cover the fix. Have you received a speeding ticket? Mom would write the check, mumbling about how the police target young ladies. Meanwhile, I was cleaning toilets at a diner to save money for college and taking out loans to pay for school. Brielle had been living on her own for the previous few years, or so I assumed. It turned out she'd been bouncing between apartments, constantly overdue on rent, and relying on our parents to keep her afloat. I had no idea about this until she walked up one day and casually disclosed her pregnancy. Now, I'm not here to pass judgment on anyone's life choices, but let's just say Brielle's circumstances were far from stable. The kid's father was a guy she'd been dating for a few months, and from what I could tell, he wasn't very happy about the surprise pregnancy. He basically vanished as soon as she told him. You'd think Brielle would take this as a wake-up call, right? Perhaps this was the moment she realized she needed to organize her life. But no. Instead, she ran directly to Mom and Dad, who immediately went into repair mode. Within a week, they began renovating the basement to make it into a little apartment for her. They even installed a kitchenette. I didn't ask where the money was coming from, but I overheard Mom mention tapping into their retirement savings. I tried to stay out of it because, frankly, it wasn't my concern. They could choose to throw money at Brielle, but the truth is, I could already see the writing on the wall. My parents have a habit of bringing everyone else into Brielle's difficulties. It's as if they believe we all have to join together to help her, regardless of how big of a disaster she's created. At first, I assured myself that it wouldn't bother me. Brielle's small apartment was being built in the basement, giving her her own space. I assumed she'd move in, do her thing, and I'd continue on with my life. It was a little frustrating to see everyone bend over backwards for her again, but I tried not to focus on it. That mindset was effective for roughly 2 months, then tiny things began to pile up. First, Mom started telling me that I should spend more time with Brielle because she was going through so much, despite the fact that I was working full-time and came home weary most days. Then began the subtle guilt trips. Mom would say things like, "You know Brielle doesn't have anyone else to lean on right now. It's so hard being pregnant and single." She'd do this while looking directly at me as if I was meant to miraculously cure all of Brielle's issues. Dad wasn't doing much better. He would find ways to incorporate Brielle into every conversation. "You should be grateful for everything you have, Riley," he'd add as he passed the salt during supper. "Not everyone's as lucky as you." Fortunately, I was barely getting by, trying to create a career while saving money. Meanwhile, Brielle was given a completely refurbished flat, as well as unending emotional and financial assistance. But things escalated when I overheard Mom and Dad talking one night. They were in the living room, and I was in the kitchen, making tea. "She's going to need a lot of help once the baby comes," she remarked. "Of course," Dad responded. "We'll all pitch in." "All?" Mom inquired. "Well, you, me, and Riley," Dad stated, as if it were clear. I almost dropped my mug. They hadn't told me anything about this plan, but it was evident they had already determined I would be a part of it. That's when I started feeling apprehensive. I didn't know the specifics yet, but I could tell they were working on something that would drag me into Brielle's mess whether I liked it or not. Brielle's frequent visits exacerbated the unpleasant sensation. She'd collapse onto the couch, whining about how difficult it was to be pregnant and how terrible it was that her ex had left. She'd make passing remarks about how fortunate I was to have a stable job and no children to worry about. I bit my tongue every time since I didn't want to spark an argument. But in the back of my mind I kept thinking, why does this always fall on me? By dinner time that night I had a horrible feeling that something was about to happen. I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew it wouldn't be good. When we sat down to supper, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to happen. You know when everyone is acting too casual, like if they are all keeping a secret from you? That is how it felt. Mom and Dad were conversing about random topics regarding the neighbor's new fence while Brielle was going through her phone. It felt forced, as if they were waiting for the proper time to dump something on me. Dinner was spaghetti, which is my father's go-to "we need to have a family talk" food. I'm not sure why. It's not as if spaghetti makes terrible news easier to digest. I tried to concentrate on my plate and not overthink things, but around midway through the dinner, Mom cleared her throat. "So, we've been thinking," she said, looking at Dad. I froze. Nothing good ever comes from those words. "With Brielle moving back home, she's going to need some help," Mom said, her tone too kind. "What exactly do you need help with?" I inquired, attempting to maintain a neutral tone. Dad jumped in before she could respond. "With the baby, of course. Brielle's got a lot on her plate right now, and it's going to be hard for her to manage everything on her own." I looked across at Brielle, who was still scrolling through her phone as if this topic had nothing to do with her. She did not even look up. "Okay, but what does that have to do with me?" I inquired, setting down my fork. My parents exchanged one of those expressions, as if they were trying to find out how to frame whatever they were going to say. "Well," my mom said, "you're already living here, and you're so good with kids being a teacher and all. We thought it made sense for you to help with babysitting." "Help?" I asked again, lifting an eyebrow. Dad nodded warmly. "Yeah, just keep an eye on the baby while Brielle gets back on her feet. It wouldn't be full-time or anything, just when you're home." I couldn't believe what I heard. "You want me to babysit a newborn on top of working full-time?" "Well, you're home for 3 more days," Mom pointed out. "And you're not paying market rent," Dad said, as if that were relevant. I glanced at them, trying to understand what they were asking. They weren't just asking for a little assistance. They expected me to take on an entire second job for free. "Wait, let me get this straight," I murmured, leaning back in my chair. "You want me to come home from teaching all day and then take care of Brielle's baby?" Mom sighed, as if I was being difficult on purpose. "It's not like that, Riley. We're all going to pitch in." "All?" I repeated. "Yes," Dad answered. "We're all family, and family helps each other." At that point, Brielle looked up from her phone. "Wow, Riley," she exclaimed, smirking. "I didn't realize helping your sister was such a big deal for you." I felt my hands twist into fists beneath the table. I didn't want to snap, but the entitlement in her voice was too much. "It's not about that," I replied. "I have my own life, my own job. I can't just drop everything to babysit." "You're being selfish," Mom started with a harsh tone. "Brielle's going through a really hard time right now. The least you can do is help her out." "Why is it my responsibility to fix her choices?" I asked, my voice rising despite my efforts to remain calm. "She's 32 years old. She's not a kid anymore." Brielle gave me a "Are you kidding me? Look, that's enough," Dad remarked, his voice stern. "We're all in this together, whether you like it or not. You're living under our roof, and we expect you to contribute." "Family," I answered. "I pay rent. I buy my own groceries. I help with chores. How is that not enough?" The room went silent for a time, and I could feel the tension in the air. Brielle merely sat there complacent, as if she had already won. "Well," Mom replied, If you're not willing to help, maybe we need to rethink your living arrangement. My stomach sank. Are you threatening to kick me out? Of course not, Mom replied hastily. But if you're not willing to contribute more, maybe we need to discuss raising your rent. I couldn't believe what I heard. I had done everything I could to be a good renter, if you can call it that, and now they were trying to guilt me into taking on duties that were not mine. You're seriously going to do this? I questioned, my voice shaking. You're going to punish me for not wanting to be Brielle's free nanny. It's not punishment, Dad explained. It's about being part of the family. It's about you two enabling Brielle like you always have, I replied, rising from the table. And now you're trying to drag me into it. Don't talk about your sister like that, Mom yelled. I'm done, I said, turning towards the stairs. You want to help Brielle? Fine, but leave me out of it. I raced upstairs and shut the door to my room, my heart thumping against my chest. I could not believe what had just occurred. I had always known my parents preferred Brielle. But this was a whole other level. It seemed like it was about control. They intended to keep me under their roof so they could coerce me into doing whatever they wanted. The most memorable aspect of the conversation for me was Brielle's smug expression. She barely said anything and sat there browsing through her phone as if nothing was wrong. And I suppose in her opinion, it wasn't. Mom and Dad were already going out of their way to appease her, and now they were attempting to bring me into it as well. I don't think I slept for more than a few hours that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I replayed the conversation in my thoughts, remembering everything I should have said but didn't. I was still upset when my alarm went off the next morning, but I also felt trapped. I couldn't just leave. I considered packing up my belongings and getting my own home, but it wasn't that simple. I was only a few months into my teaching profession and still attempting to save money. Rent in the neighborhood was too expensive, and I couldn't afford to live alone on my wage. The next few days were tense at home. Mom and Dad were definitely upset with me, but instead of discussing it, they started making passive-aggressive comments. Must be nice to have so much free time after work, Mom commented one evening as I stepped through the door. Yeah, some people don't have that luxury, Dad explained, barely glancing up from his newspaper. I ignored them and walked directly to my room. At this time, I was not interested in disputing. I knew that anything I said would only make matters worse, and I didn't have the energy to deal with it. Brielle, meantime, was living her best life. She hadn't even moved in yet she was there virtually every day, filling the living room with her belongings and acting as if she already owned the home. She'd leave her shoes on the couch, her handbag on the dining table, and odd shopping bags strewn about like it was no great deal. I got home one night to find her on the couch, eating ice cream and watching a reality show. She didn't even recognize me when I entered. She looked up, gave me a half-hearted hey, and returned to her TV. I stood there for a second, hoping for her to say something else, either an apology or simply a thank you for not freaking out about the situation. But nothing. I walked to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and discovered that half of my groceries were missing. What about the bread I bought? Gone. What about yogurt? Gone. Even my leftovers from the night before were gone. Did you eat my food? I questioned, returning to the living room. Brielle did not even look up. Mom said I could, she said between bites of ice cream. She's not the one who paid for it, I snapped. Brielle eventually turned to face me and rolled her eyes. Chill out, Riley, it's just food. It's my food, I replied, my voice rising. If you want groceries, go buy your own. Geez, you don't have to be such a drama queen, Brielle replied, placing her bowl on the coffee table. You're acting like I stole your car or something. I did not know what to say. I just stood there angry while Brielle grabbed her phone and began messaging someone, completely ignoring me again. I wanted to yell at her for being entitled and selfish, but I knew it wouldn't make a difference. Brielle had spent her entire life getting away with this kind of conduct because Mom and Dad allowed it, and now they were attempting to make me part of the problem. The next morning, Mom cornered me in the kitchen as I was preparing coffee. You need to apologize to your sister, she replied sternly. For what? I inquired, honestly perplexed. For making her feel unwelcome, Mom stated, crossing her arms. She's going through so much right now, and the last thing she needs is you being difficult. Are you serious? I asked, turning to face her. She ate all my food and acted like it was no big deal. How is that my fault? Mom sighed as if I were the one acting unreasonable. It's just food, Riley. You can always buy more. That's not the point, I responded, attempting to keep my voice steady. The point is that she doesn't respect anyone's boundaries and you're letting her get away with it. Boundaries? Mom asked, practically scoffing. This is her home now too. You need to learn how to share. At that point, I realized I couldn't reason with her. Mom wasn't interested in hearing my side of the story. She just wanted me to conform and do what was best for the family. Over the next week, things deteriorated. Mom and Dad began hinting that if I didn't step up, they would hike my rent. Brielle continued to move more of her belongings into the house, filling the basement with furniture and boxes. She even started using my bathroom because the one below didn't work well. I tried to keep my distance, but it seemed that no matter what I did, they were all out to lure me into their mess. One night I came home to find Dad in the living room holding what appeared to be a financial worksheet. We need to talk, he continued, motioning for me to sit down. I hesitated, but eventually sat on the edge of the couch, bracing myself for what would come next. We've been looking at the numbers, Dad said, tapping the paper with his pen, and with Brielle moving in, expenses are going up. We think it's only fair for you to contribute more. You're already charging me rent, I responded. How much more do you want? Dad shrugged. We're still figuring that out. But if you're not willing to help with the baby, this seems like the best solution. I couldn't believe what I heard. They were literally attempting to use my rent as leverage to get me to babysit. This is ridiculous, I exclaimed, standing up. I'm already paying more than enough for what I get here. If you want me to leave, just say so. No one's asking you to leave, Dad responded hurriedly. We're just asking you to do your part. My part, I repeated. You mean Brielle's part? Dad opened his lips to react, but I did not allow him the opportunity. I walked out of the room and directly into my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. At that time, I realized I couldn't keep doing this. I couldn't stay living in a place where my boundaries were ignored, and my parents treated me like cheap labor. I didn't know how or when, but I knew one thing for certain: I needed to get away. That thought lingered with me, becoming louder every time Brielle waltzed through the home as if she owned it, or Mom and Dad tried to pressure me into helping. But wanting to leave and really doing it were two very different things. I didn't have much saved, but not enough to comfortably buy my own house, and the prospect of abruptly uprooting my life seemed overwhelming. Still, I realized that staying was not an option. If I let them push me into becoming Brielle's backup parent now, it would never end. They'd just keep piling more and more on me until I was stuck. I didn't want to wake up 5 years later in that house, unhappy and bitter. The next morning, I made myself a cup of coffee and sat down with my computer. I opened a spreadsheet to manage my budget, which included rent, groceries, petrol, and school debts. I wasn't a terrific saver, but I did set aside some money every month. I tallied everything up and realized I could afford to move if I found somewhere cheap and cut up on luxuries for a bit. The timing could not have been better. My coworker Harper indicated a few weeks ago that she was seeking a roommate. I hadn't given it much attention at the time, but now it feels like a lifeline. I sent her a text, "Hey, is that roommate thing still an option?" She very quickly responded, "Yep, still looking." "Why? Are you interested?" "Yeah, maybe. Can we talk after work?" Harper's reaction was brief and simple. "Of course." That afternoon, I stayed late at school, waiting until the halls were quiet before entering Harper's classroom. She was sitting at her desk, grading papers. "What's up?" she inquired, glancing up from her stack of writings. I paused for a second, unsure how much to share. At last, I responded, "I'm thinking about moving out of my parents' place. They're making things complicated." Harper nodded as if she knew without me having to explain. "The offer is still open," she explained. "It's not a big place, but it's clean, and we'd split everything down the middle. Rent's $800 a month, utilities included." That was slightly higher than I had hoped for, but it was manageable. "When would you need someone to move in?" I asked you. "Yesterday," she said, adding, "but seriously, anytime. If you're in, the room's yours." I promised her I'd let her know by the end of the week, but my mind was already made up. This was my way out. Then I had to find out how to leave without causing any more fuss. If my folks learned about my plan too soon, I knew they'd try to undermine it. They'd guilt me, quarrel with me, and possibly even raise my rent immediately to prevent me from saving anything. So I stayed quiet. I began packing gradually, focusing on staples, clothing, personal items, and everything I couldn't afford to replace. I kept everything in the trunk of my car, hidden under a blanket in case anyone was curious. At the same time, I began documenting everything, just in case. I photographed my room, my furniture, and my equipment, anything that could become a source of controversy later. I knew from experience that Brielle had a habit of forgetting who owned what, and I didn't want to lose my belongings in the confusion of leaving. One night, while everyone was sleeping, I printed up a letter formally delivering my 30-day notice. I'd done some online research and discovered that, while I wasn't exactly a tenant in the legal sense, it was still a good idea to get everything in writing. The last thing I wanted was for them to accuse me of leaving without warning. I didn't get much sleep that night, continuously checking the clock and listening for any sounds that could indicate someone was awake. Finally, at 6 a.m., I slipped the envelope under the door to my parents' bedroom. The reaction was quick. When I arrived home from work that day, Mom and Dad were waiting for me in the living room. "What's this?" Dad questioned, holding up the letter as if it were a personal attack. "It's my notice," I said in a firm voice. "You're really doing this?" Mom inquired, her voice already trembling. "Yes," I replied forcefully. "I found a place and I'll be moving out by the end of the month." "You can't just leave," Mom explained. "What about Brielle? What about the baby?" I took a deep breath and tried to remain cool. Brielle and the baby aren't my responsibility. I've done everything I can to help around here, but I can't keep living like this. "What's wrong with you?" Dad asked, his voice rising. "You weren't stubborn like this before. We've given you so much letting you live here, helping you get on your feet, and this is how you repay us." I clenched my fists and held back the temptation to roar. "I pay rent," I responded with gritted teeth. "I buy my own food. I've been responsible for myself since the day I graduated. I'm not a kid anymore, and I'm not your backup plan for Brielle." Mom began crying, which did not surprise me. She would always cry when things didn't go her way. "How can you do this to us?" she cried. "To your sister?" I did not say anything. I realized there was no point. They wouldn't listen, and I was not going to change my views. The days that followed were among the most embarrassing of my life. Mom and Dad hardly spoke to me except for the occasional guilt trip. Brielle pretended nothing had changed and continued to take over the house as if it were already hers. I returned home one night to find that she had relocated more of her belongings into the basement, putting boxes on top of the couch and pushing clothes into the closet. She seemed to be staking her territory, claiming every inch of available space. "Hope you don't mind," she said as I stepped in. I did not respond. I simply went upstairs and shut the door to my room, ignoring the knot of rage swelling in my chest. In the final days before my move, I stepped up my preparations. I packed the last of my belongings, double-checked my budget, and made arrangements with Harper to pick up the keys. Everything was coming into place, yet I still had a nagging feeling of worry. The worst thing was the morning I officially moved out. I'd arranged for Harper to stop by with her car, and we'd pick up the remaining of my belongings before traveling to her place. I thought I'd planned it precisely so that Brielle would still be asleep and Mom and Dad would be too preoccupied with their morning chores to notice me. Of course, nothing ever goes as easily in my family. I was halfway through moving boxes to my car when I heard my father's slippers shuffling down the hallway. He emerged at the top of the stairs. "What are you doing?" he demanded. I did not stop moving. "I told you I'm leaving today," I muttered, taking another box and heading out the door. "You can't just sneak out like this," he exclaimed, following me outside. "We're a family, Riley. Are you abandoning your own family?" I placed the package in the trunk of my car and turned to face him. "I'm not abandoning anyone," I responded calmly. "I'm choosing to live my own life. There's a difference." Dad appeared to want to quarrel, but before he could say anything, Mom arrived at the doorway, arms crossed and tears flowing down her cheeks. "You're really doing this?" she questioned, her voice cracking. "Yes," I replied, firmly keeping my stance. "What about Brielle?" she asked, sobbing. "What about the baby?" I sighed, feeling the weight of the conversation bear down on me. "Mom, I've told you before that Brielle and the baby aren't my problem. I can't keep sacrificing my own life to fix her mistakes." That set her off. "How dare you talk about your sister like that?" she demanded, her voice rising. "She's doing the best she can." I said, "Is she?" "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like she's just waiting for everyone else to do the work for her." Brielle appeared from the basement, disheveled but alert. She smirked as she watched the scenario develop in the driveway. "Don't worry, Mom," she added, her voice full of cynicism. "If Riley wants to be selfish, let her. We don't need her anyway." I clenched my fists, resisting the temptation to strike back. Instead, I looked at Harper, who had just arrived in her car. "Let's get this done," I murmured, disregarding the commotion behind me. Harper offered me a compassionate look before starting to assist me move the rest of my belongings into the cars. My parents continued to quarrel in the background, using every guilt trip they could think of. "Who's going to help us now?" Dad exclaimed. "How can you be so heartless?" Mom cried. Brielle, meanwhile, leaned against the doorframe, observing everything as if it were a live play for her entertainment. By the time we finished loading everything, I felt like I had run a marathon. I stood in the driveway, taking one last look at the house I had lived in for so many years. It should have been a bittersweet moment, but instead I felt relieved. With that, I started the engine and drove away, Harper following closely behind. I felt immediate comfort when I parked into Harper's apartment complex. It was not fancy, but it was clean, peaceful, and, most importantly, free of drama. Harper assisted me in carrying everything inside, and I was unpacked and established into my new room in less than an hour. We sat on the couch afterward and talked about work. It felt normal, like a peek of the life I'd missed while trapped in the midst of my family's turmoil. But the tranquility lasted barely approximately 2 hours. My phone started vibrating non-stop with calls, texts, and voicemails. It was my parents, aunts, and cousins. My mother had apparently already spread the word that I had abandoned the family, and everyone had an opinion on the matter. "Riley, how could you do this to your sister?" One voicemail from my Aunt Denise began. "She's pregnant and vulnerable. Don't you care about your family?" "Selfish doesn't even begin to describe you," another text from a cousin said. The worst aspect was Brielle's social media posts. She had gone into full victim mode, posting images of her baby belly with remarks like, "Some people would rather run away than help their own family. At least my baby will know what real love looks like." I blocked her immediately. It was infuriating, but I refused to let it draw me back in. I reminded myself that this was exactly why I'd left. To avoid the manipulation and drama that came with being a part of my family. The following week at work, things became more crazier. My mother arrived at school during my lunch break, crying and demanding to speak with me. She was in complete meltdown mode, ranting about how I had wrecked the family and how Brielle was breaking apart without me. My principal had to intervene and ask her to leave, which was embarrassing. I spent the rest of the day avoiding eye contact with everyone, knowing they were undoubtedly wondering about the family drama I was involved in. But the situation actually worked in my favor. I thought I was over the house and all the drama it brought, but life isn't that simple. About 2 weeks later, I realized I had left behind some vital documents, including my teaching credential, tax forms, and other work-related paperwork. I was so concentrated on getting out of the house that I forgot to double-check the small drawer where I usually stored such items. So, with my mother arriving at my school, I informed a couple of my coworkers about all that had been happening. They did not hesitate to step forward and offer their assistance. "Let us know when you're ready to grab the rest of your stuff," Harper added, handing me her extra car keys. "We'll make it quick." So, a few days later, Harper and another co-worker, Zoe, accompanied me to my parents' house to retrieve the remainder of my belongings. I thought I was prepared for whatever bullshit they would do, but I misjudged how low they were willing to go. When we arrived at my room, it was unrecognizable. Brielle had moved more of her belongings in, blending them with mine like a territorial takeover. Clothes that were not mine were pushed into my dresser. Random baby stuff was stacked on my desk, and my nightstand had been completely emptied and replaced with her belongings. "What's going on here?" I murmured to myself more than everyone else. Brielle arrived in the doorway clutching a cup of coffee and seeming quite unconcerned. "Oh hey," she replied casually as if nothing had happened. "I guess some of my stuff got mixed in. It's hard to tell what's yours and what's mine at this point." I stared at her, unable to grasp the chutzpah of her statement. "You mean the stuff that was in my room where I've been living for years?" She shrugged and sipped her coffee. "Well, you already left, so what does it matter?" It was evident she did this on purpose to make things more difficult for me, but what she didn't realize was that I had foreseen this precise scenario. I took out my phone and accessed the album containing images of my room taken before she moved there. "I already have photos of everything," I explained, putting the screen up for her to see. "And I made a list of all my stuff down to the serial numbers on my electronics." Brielle's face twisted in irritation, but before she could answer, Mom and Dad appeared. "What's going on?" Dad inquired. "What are you doing in here?" he demanded, his voice filled with rage. "I came to grab some stuff I forgot," I replied, trying to remain calm. "But Brielle is claiming she can't tell what's hers and what's mine. I have documentation for everything I own." Dad's expression hardened. "If you take anything that doesn't belong to you, I'll call the police." I laughed briefly and without humor. "Go ahead," I replied. "We can also talk to them about the legality of you entering my room without notice and tampering with my belongings." That silenced him. Harper and Zoe stepped in and helped me sort through the debris. Brielle attempted to fight when I picked up my laptop, saying it was hers, but all I had to do was provide the purchase documentation and a snapshot of the serial number. The more she realized her plan wouldn't work, the angrier she became. "This is so unfair," she exclaimed, throwing her fists in the air. "You're stealing from a pregnant woman." I turned to her, fed up. "The only person trying to steal anything here is you," I stated firmly. "Just like you've been trying to steal my time and my freedom by expecting me to be your unpaid nanny. Not anymore." I climbed into Harper's car and didn't look back. Now, it was 6 months ago. Brielle had the baby, and as I expected, everything is falling apart. My parents are now stuck providing the childcare they attempted to impose on me while working full-time jobs. They're fatigued and overwhelmed, according to the few family members who still communicate with me. Brielle hasn't even tried to find work. She claims she is too stressed to work, which is likely accurate, given that she spends the majority of her time reading through her phone and ignoring her obligations. She is still living at my parents' house, now with a crying newborn and an incomplete basement project that is depleting their retirement money. I've heard that they've made multiple attempts to reach me after my departure. First, I received a nasty SMS about being ungrateful. When that failed, they resorted to guilt trips about how much the baby needed me. The latest technique has been to send images of my niece with messages like, "Don't you want to meet your only niece?" and "She needs her aunt in her life." I've blocked them all on social media and set up email filters to prevent receiving their communications. A few family members who understand my situation have kept me updated, but I've made it clear that I'm not interested in mending connections unless my parents and Brielle admit their actions and make genuine adjustments. Ironically, if they had simply respected my limits and asked for occasional babysitting assistance like normal people, I would have likely obliged. I adore children and would have gladly assisted them at times, but their attempt to force me into full-time childcare while neglecting my privacy and liberty shattered any hope of that happening. And yes, that is my tale. What I learned from all of this is that sometimes the healthiest thing you can do for your family is to cease enabling their harmful conduct. My parents forced tequila down my throat, told police I was mentally ill. Now they face prison, and I hold the videos that could ruin 5 families. My folks are the most savage people I've ever encountered. From the time I was 10 years old, their idea of quality time was to educate my older brother, Kevin, and me how to drink responsibly. Every Friday night, my father called it training night. We'd gather around the kitchen table as Dad poured shots of tequila and Mom cheered us on, timing how long we could go without making a face. If we gagged or coughed, we'd have to perform push-ups until our arms gave out. The rule was simple. The family that drank together stayed together. It was the same rule that their parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents used. I thought it was ridiculous, but my older brother, Kevin, took to it like a fish to water. By the age of 14, he was Dad's favorite drinking companion. They'd stay up until 4 a.m., holding beer pong tournaments in our garage, and Mom would brag to her friends about her son's ability to drink large men beneath the table. When Kevin began showing up to breakfast with shaky hands, Dad simply chuckled and handed him a beer, calling it hair of the dog. The more Kevin drank, the more attention he received, including new gaming systems, concert tickets, and even a motorcycle for his 16th birthday. Meanwhile, I became the family disappointment by default, not because I was failing school or getting in trouble, but because I was a straight-A student, captain of the debate team, working part-time to pay for college, and remaining clean. Mom's favorite remark was, "You know what your problem is? You judge everyone instead of loosening up and having fun." However, it was difficult to take her seriously when she slurred her words and tripped into the furniture. I considered calling the authorities, but I was afraid because my best friend Maris had tried for her own family, and as soon as the social worker left, Maris's father covered her in bruises. So I very much eliminated CPS as an option after that. But then came the day that altered everything. Kevin's 18th birthday celebration. He was hunched over on the porch, joking about the terrible pains in his side that had been hurting him for several weeks. "Probably just need to build more tolerance," he joked, his skin appearing slightly yellow under the porch light. How did Dad respond? He slapped Kevin on the back and pulled out a bottle of $200 scotch that he had been conserving. "It's nothing a good drink can't fix." I swear I thought he was pranking him, but that's when my mother pulled out her iPhone and began video the entire incident for his future children. That's when I realized that if I wanted to survive, I needed to cooperate. I became an Oscar-worthy actress, pretending to laugh at their drunk stories and be hammered when all I was doing was pouring wine bottles into plant pots. The saddest part? It works. I was finally a member of the family. Everything changed after I departed for Oregon State. My randomly allocated roommate was in alcohol addiction treatment, and she introduced me to an entire world of people who could have fun without poisoning themselves. I joined the university sober support group, studied about addiction research, and realized that what happened in my home was not normal family bonding but intergenerational trauma disguised as tradition. For the first time in my life, I felt clear-headed and cheerful. I even started training for marathons, which I couldn't have done while pretending to be hungover every weekend. And during my sophomore year's winter break, I chose to come home for the holidays, which was really crazy and risky. I hoped that this would be the time when I could break the cycle and persuade my family to stop drinking for good. In the days preceding up to it, I did everything I could to ensure that everything ran smoothly. I gathered photographs from my sober friends' gatherings, and even purchased alcohol-free beer and champagne. I kept telling myself not to get my expectations up, but as I packed my car, I couldn't quit thinking about how we'd all finally get along like a family. Dad slapped a beer in my hand as soon as I got through the door. "There's our college party girl." When I gently declined, explaining that I was preparing for a race, Mom's countenance darkened. "Oh, so you're one of those now? Too good for your own family?" The night continued from there. When I tried to go to bed early, they followed me into my room with a bottle of tequila. "You're not ruining Christmas by being a sanctimonious switch," Mom said with irritation. What occurred next is still causing me nightmares. Dad locked my arms while Mom tried to push the bottle into my mouth. I kept my jaw clenched shut, tears flowing down my cheeks, till Dad seized my nose and cut off my oxygen. When I finally gulped for air, Mom poured tequila down my throat. I vomited right away, and they laughed. "She's out of practice." They spent the next hour attempting to push more booze into me as I fought and shouted. Kevin stared from the doorway, too inebriated to help even if he wanted to. I feigned to pass out, and when they finally departed, I used my phone to record them through my cracked door, joking about breaking me back in. I then called 911 from my closet. The sirens became louder, piercing through the night air. Through my closet door, I saw Mom and Dad halt mid-laugh, their expressions turning from enjoyment to terror. Mom dropped the tequila bottle, which smashed on the hardwood floors. "Did you hear that?" Mom's voice shifted from hammering to crisp in seconds. Dad stumbled to the window and pulled aside the curtain. Red and blue lights reflected on his face. Someone called the cops. They both turned to face my chamber. I remained completely motionless, phone clenched in my sweaty palm, hoping they would assume I was still unconscious. My throat stung from the forced booze, and puke clung to my clothing. "Check to see if she's actually unconscious," Dad instructed. "You check," Mom said back. "This is your fault for pushing too hard." "My fault? You're the one who poured it down her throat." Their dispute allowed me time to get out of the closet and sit on my bed, eyes closed, breathing shallowly. Heavy footsteps approached. Dad's hand gripped my shoulder and shook fiercely. "She's out cold," he said. The doorbell rang, followed by an authoritative knock. "Police, open up." Mom hurried for the Febreze, spraying it all over the house while kicking broken glass under the couch. "Kevin, get down here and act normal." I heard Kevin stagger down the stairs, colliding with walls. Through barely open eyelids, I saw him grab the banister, his entire body trembling. Even in the low light of the corridor, his skin was a sickening yellow. "Stand up straight," Dad snarled, hitting Kevin on the back. "Remember, we were just having a quiet family evening." The knocking became more intense. "Police, we need you to open this door." Dad smiled like a salesperson when he opened the door. Two officers stood on our porch, their hands resting on utility belts. "Evening, officers. Something wrong?" "We received a 911 call from this address," the taller officer stated, peeking past Dad into the house. "Report of a disturbance." "Must be a mistake," Dad remarked calmly. "We're just having a quiet family night." That's when I entered. I stumbled out of my room, vomit still staining my Oregon State hoodie, throat raw and stinging. The policeman's gaze quickly focused on me. "Miss, are you all right?" the female cop inquired, stepping forward. Before I could say anything, Mom ran over and wrapped her arm around me. "Oh, officers, I'm so sorry. Our daughter's been having some mental health issues since she went to college. She's been acting out." "She's been unstable for months," Dad said, his voice full of phony concern. "We've been trying to get her help, but she refuses. Tonight she had another episode." I tried talking, but my throat felt like sandpaper. The words came out raspy. "They forced alcohol down my throat." Mom tightened her hold on my shoulder. "See? She makes up these stories. We found her drinking alone in her room. We think she's having a breakdown." Officers exchanged looks. The male cop addressed me immediately. "Miss, we need to speak with everyone separately. Can you come outside with Officer Martinez?" As I approached the door, I noticed Kevin debating between following me and staying with our parents. His hand shook furiously and he continued to touch his side where the pain was tormenting him. His devotion flickered in his bloodshot eyes like a dying light bulb. Officer Martinez spotted the vomit on my clothes right away while we were outside on the porch. "What happened tonight?" I took out my phone with shaky fingers. "I have a video. They held me down and forced tequila into my mouth." Behind us, through the window, I could see Mom gesticulating violently while Dad chatted with the other cop. She continued pointing at me and shaking her head. Mrs. Chen, our neighbor next door, stared through her slats, undoubtedly wondering what the family was up to now. "Can I see the video?" Officer Martinez inquired gently. I played the recording. Even through my open door, I could hear my parents joking about breaking me back in, their voices inebriated but distinct. Officer Martinez's expression darkened. "We need to see this," she said to her partner. Mom's shriek shattered the darkness. "That's taken out of context. She's editing things to make us look bad." "Where's your warrant?" Dad shouted, his pleasant salesman persona fading. "You can't just come into our home and accuse us of things based on our mentally ill daughters. Illusions." The male officer spotted Kevin slumped against the wall, his complexion waxy and yellow even in the porch light. "Sir, is your son all right? He appears to be in medical distress." "He has the flu," Mom replied hastily. "Just the flu. Kevin, Tell them you're fine. Kevin opened his mouth, then closed it. He stared at me first, then at our parents, and then back at me. His silence spoke volumes, yet he couldn't force himself to decide. We need paramedics here, Officer Martinez stated over her radio. Possible alcohol poisoning and medical emergency. This is ridiculous, Dad remarked, his voice rising. I golf with Sheriff Patterson every Sunday. This is all a misunderstanding between family members. My daughter's just bitter because we had to cut her off financially. She's always had this holier-than-thou attitude about drinking. While we waited for the paramedics, Mom's fingertips brushed over her phone. Within minutes, my phone began to buzz with texts from aunts, uncles, and cousins. Traitor, how could you do this to your parents? Your mom says you're having a breakdown. Get help. The paramedics arrived and quickly proceeded to examine me. One shone a light down my neck as I told what had happened. The searing sensation caused me to cringe. Chemical burns consistent with forced alcohol consumption, the paramedic informed the officers. She needs to be checked at the hospital. She did it to herself, Mom said. For attention, she's always been dramatic. Kevin's hand returned to his side, a grimace on his face. The medical team detected the movement. Sir, we should examine you as well, the paramedic told Kevin. He's fine, Dad stated confidently. Just the flu. But under the bright porch lights, Kevin's condition was impossible to ignore. The yellowing of his complexion, the quivering of his hands, and the way he repeatedly touched his side. The paramedics recognized all of the traditional indicators immediately. How long have you been experiencing abdominal pain? The paramedic questioned Kevin straight. Kevin stared at Dad and murmured, Few weeks. It's nothing, you know, Dad responded, changing the tone to casual chat. Sheriff Patterson and I were just talking about situations like this at poker last week, families having disagreements that get blown out of proportion. He continually asserts, these things are better handled privately. The threat was not subtle. Officer Martinez stiffened his jaw. Sir, we're going to need everyone to come to the station. Formal statements. I'm calling our lawyer, Mom stated. This is harassment. Our daughter is sick. And instead of getting her psychiatric help, you're enabling her delusions. The officers started collecting evidence. They collected the smashed tequila bottle, photographed my vomit-covered clothes, and documented the incident. Dad clenched his fists as they worked, his jaw rigid with barely contained wrath. My phone kept buzzing. Mom had sent a group text to her entire extended family. Please pray for us. My name is having another episode and I called the police on us. We're heartbroken. She needs mental help but refuses to get it. The responses came in immediately. Uncle Ray. The ungrateful brat. Aunt Carla. After all you've done for her. Cousin Mark. Not all children deserve decent parents. At the station we were separated for questioning. I sat in a small room, my throat still stinging, as Officer Martinez took my statement. Into the glass I saw Uncle Mike, Mom's brother, running into the parking lot. He had been their drinking partner for 3 decades and happened to be a lawyer. My client won't be answering any questions, he declared, storming into the station like he owned it. His breath smelled of whiskey. That's when things took an unexpected turn. Uncle Mike produced a folder with documents. My clients have been concerned about their daughter's mental health for years. Here's the documentation. Officer Martinez glanced through the papers. I got glimpses of medical documents from years ago. My heart fell as I knew them from when I was 16 and refused to drink on Thanksgiving. My parents had taken me to the doctor, alleging that I was exhibiting antisocial behavior and paranoid beliefs regarding drinking. These forms indicate a pattern of mental instability, Uncle Mike explained calmly. My clients have been dealing with this for years. They pay for her college, her apartment, everything. And this is how she repays them. My phone vibrated with a text from Kevin. Why couldn't you just pretend for one more night? The treachery hurt deeper than the booze burns in my throat. Even now, after seeing them shove liquor down my throat, he still believed I was the problem. Officer Martinez departed to talk with her partner. Through the door I could hear Mom's voice traveling down the corridor. She's always been jealous of Kevin. He's successful, popular and knows how to have fun. She's just bitter and wants to tear our family apart." Martinez returned with a carefully bland expression. "The video evidence is concerning, but your parents' lawyer is arguing it's taken out of context. Without Kevin's cooperation, it's your word against theirs." "What about my throat? The burns? They're claiming you did it to yourself, that you've done things like this before for attention." I thought about Maris, how her bruises had not been enough to keep her safe, and how the system had failed her. Now it was failing me, but in a different way. My parents had learned from families like Maris's to leave psychological rather than apparent damages. Create a paper trail that makes the victim appear insane. "We'll need to look into this further," Martinez said. "In the meantime, do you have somewhere safe to stay?" Safe. The word felt strange. Home had never been safe, but now my parents had ensured that it would be. They had already launched a campaign to turn everyone against me. By tomorrow, I'd be the ungrateful daughter who called the authorities on her beloved parents, the mentally disturbed teenager who needed assistance but refused to accept it. My phone flashed up with a Facebook notice. Mom had created a public post. "Please pray for our family tonight. Our daughter is struggling with mental health issues and addiction. We love her so much but don't know how to help her anymore. She called the police on us tonight after we tried to stop her from drinking. Alone in her room. Our hearts are breaking." Comments were immediately coming in. Family, friends, neighbors, and bowling league members all offered prayers and support to my poor parents dealing with such a troubled child. I scrolled through, seeing my reputation erode in real time. Then I saw something that made my blood turn cold. Mr. Davidson, my father's golf mate who worked at the local news station, commented, "So sorry to hear this, buddy. Let me know if you need anything. By tomorrow, this will be more than just family gossip." Dad was already 3 steps ahead, transforming me into the antagonist in a scenario in which I was the victim. The man who had trapped my arms as my mother poured poison down my mouth would be portrayed as a caring parent. The woman who referred to me as a sanctimonious witch would be the heartbroken mother. The station's fluorescent lights made things seem strange as I sat there, watching my life unfold on a phone screen. Officer Martinez had left to make copies of my evidence, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the incessant buzz of notifications. Each ping felt like an additional nail in my coffin. Mom's Facebook post went viral in our little neighborhood, with 67 comments and counting. The bowling league president volunteered to set up a prayer circle. Dad's golf mates were organizing a fundraising for my treatment. Even my high school English teacher had mentioned that she had always felt something was off. My palms shook as I scanned the messages. Then one caused me to freeze. It came from Benji, the bartender at my folks' favorite watering establishment. "Kevin's been coming to AA meetings at the church, 3 months now. Your parents don't know." Before I could digest this shocking news, Uncle Mike returned to the room, briefcase in hand. He slammed down a stack of paper thick enough to kill a small creature. "These are your parents' financial records, showing they pay your tuition, rent, car insurance, health insurance, even your phone bill. You're completely dependent on them." He took out another document. "And this is a withdrawal form, already prepared. One signature from them, and you're cut off from everything. Is that really what you want?" Officer Martinez returned, staring at us with hardly hidden displeasure. "Sir, you can't threaten a witness." "I'm not threatening anyone," Uncle Mike stated calmly. "I'm simply explaining the family dynamics to help my niece make an informed decision." My phone rang with a text from my roommate. "Your mom just friended me on Facebook. She's asking really weird questions about your mental health. What should I do?" The walls felt as if they were closing in. Mom was already working her angles, attempting to turn my support system against me. I presented the text to Martinez, who took note but appeared increasingly overwhelmed by the familial drama unfolding. "Look," Uncle Mike said with a whiskey-like breath that made me scream, "your parents are willing to forget this whole misunderstanding. They'll even pay for therapy, real therapy, not whatever experimental nonsense you've been doing at college. All you have to do is admit you were confused about what happened tonight." Confused? My voice broke. They held me down and forced alcohol down my throat. "You were hammered," he said simply. Memory plays tricks. Maybe you had a few drinks to calm your nerves about coming home. Things got out of hand, and your parents tried to help. These things happen. Officer Martinez's companion knocked and entered. We need to transport the brother to the hospital. His condition is deteriorating. Through the doorway, I saw Kevin being loaded onto a gurney. His complexion had become yellow and he clutched his side. For a brief time, our eyes connected and I saw fear, genuine panic. Kevin! I attempted to stand, but Uncle Mike blocked my way. He'll be fine, he explained. Just need some fluids. The stress of tonight hasn't helped his flu. But I knew better. I had done significant research on liver illness after observing Kevin's symptoms months ago. Jaundice, abdominal pain, and tremors. He was in terrible difficulty. Martinez sensed my distress. We'll make sure he gets proper medical attention. His liver is failing, I exclaimed. He needs to be evaluated for transplant eligibility. Please tell the doctors to run a full hepatic panel. Uncle Mike's face clouded. Now you're playing doctor? This is exactly the kind of delusional behavior your parents have been dealing with. My telephone rang. Dad's contact photo from last year's 4th of July party, showing him drinking a beer, filled the screen. Against my better judgment, I responded. Are you happy now? His tone was icy. Your brother's being taken to the hospital because of the stress you've caused. If anything happens to him, it's on you. He's sick because you've been poisoning him since he was 10. We gave him a family tradition to belong to. You're the one who rejected us, who thinks you're better than everyone else. Mom's voice rang out in the background. Tell her about the diary. My blood became chilly. What diary? The one you kept freshman year of high school, Dad explained. Where you wrote about how much you hated us, how you fantasized about running away, how you wished you had different parents. We kept it, in case we ever needed to show people who you really are. The call went dead. I stared at the phone, remembering the diary. I'd stashed it under my mattress, full of the standard teenage anger and frustration that any kid writes when forced to watch their parents wobble about drunk every night. But, taken out of context. I need to go, I told Martinez. My brother needs me at the hospital. You're free to go, she told you. But I strongly advise against contact with your parents right now. Uncle Mike smirked. She's right. In fact, I'll be advising my clients to seek a restraining order if you come near them, for their safety. Outside the station, the December air felt like small needles in my lungs. I sat in my car, the heat blasting, trying to figure out my next step. My phone vibrated with a notification from the bank app. My checking account, which had $3,000 this morning, suddenly shows $478.03. What is the tuition payment for next semester? Gone. What happened to the rent money I saved? Transferred out. Even the $500 emergency reserve I had in a separate savings account had been depleted, everything except what I received from my part-time work at a separate bank. I drove to the hospital, dazed. The emergency department was overflowing with holiday catastrophes, kitchen burns, decoration-related injuries, and more than a few alcohol-related occurrences. I located Kevin's room after convincing a sympathetic nurse that I was his sister. He appeared tiny on the hospital bed, with IVs running into both arms. The strong overhead lighting made his jaundice impossible to overlook. Alexandra, his girlfriend, sat alongside him, her hand covering her still flat stomach. You shouldn't be here, she replied without looking at me. Your parents said you're having some kind of breakdown. David, please, that's not true. She eventually met my gaze, and I noticed she had been crying. Do I? You called the cops on them, on Christmas. Kevin's been throwing up blood because of the stress. He's throwing up blood because his liver is failing. The doctor said it's acute gastritis brought on by stress, she protested. Your parents explained everything about how you've been unstable since you went to college, how you joined some weird sobriety cult. I wanted to shout. Even here, with Kevin dying in front of us, my parents' narrative prevailed. Benji told me Kevin's been going to AA meetings. Alexandra's face turned white. That's not. He wouldn't. 3 months, I said. He's been trying to get sober. Ask him when he wakes up. Get out. Her voice was soft but forceful. Get out before I call security. I left, but not before photographing Kevin's chart hanging on the door. The doctor's notes mentioned increased liver enzymes and probable cirrhosis, and suggested additional testing. Nothing about gastritis. In the parking garage, I sat in my car and finally allowed myself to cry. Everything was falling apart quicker than I could handle. My family had turned against me, my finances were ruined, and my brother was dying while everyone blamed me. My telephone rang. Maris. I heard what happened, she stated without elaborating. Mom saw your mom's Facebook post. Jess, I believe you, she interjected. I know what it's like when parents flip the script. But listen, you need to be careful. My dad called your dad after he saw the post. They were on the phone for an hour. My stomach sank. What did they talk about? I don't know, but I heard my dad mention something about coordinating stories and protecting family traditions. They're planning something. After we hung up, I drove to the only location I could think of, the 24-hour gym where I prepare for marathons. Physical weariness has always been my means of escaping and processing trauma. I ran on the treadmill until my legs screamed, attempting to escape the reality of my circumstances. Around 3 a.m., my phone vibrated with an email from my college roommate. The subject line made my heart drop. I'm worried about you. She forwarded a message from my mother, who had written a 3-page letter concerning my declining mental health, complete with made-up occurrences and warped versions of true events. Mom claimed I was drinking heavily at school, that I joined a cult-like sobriety group that urged members to cut off contact with their families, and that I had become paranoid and delusional. The worst part was how convincing she made it sound. Every untruth was coded in just enough truth to appear credible. Yes, I attended a sober support group, but it was not a cult. Yes, I have been estranged from my family, but not because I was unstable. I prepared a thoughtful answer to my roommate, including screenshots of my parents drinking, images from social media, proof of Kevin's hospital trips, and a link to an essay about familial alcoholism and gaslighting. But even as I pushed submit, I wondered if it was enough. The following morning, I awoke in my car in the gym parking lot. My phone had blown up overnight with 17 missed calls from various relatives and 43 text messages, each more accusatory than the previous. Only one message stuck out. It came from Dr. Chen, a doctor who lived next door to my parents. I saw what happened last night. If you need a medical professional to verify your injuries, I'm willing to help. Your parents have been a danger to themselves and others for years. Hope flared in my chest. Finally, someone who could corroborate my account. I replied right back, agreeing to meet her at a coffee shop near the hospital. Dr. Chen appeared exhausted when she arrived, still wearing her scrubs from the night shift. I've been debating whether to get involved, she admitted, clutching her coffee cup. But when I saw them dragging Kevin to the car last month after he collapsed in the driveway and they refused to let me help, I couldn't stay silent anymore. She brought out her phone and showed me footage she had taken with her security camera. My folks have been pummeled on numerous occasions. Driving. Kevin was taken into the house unconscious. Even a video of my father threatening a delivery man who commented on his drinking. I've been documenting things for 2 years, she told me. I kept thinking someone else would report it, but everyone just enables them. The whole neighborhood treats it like a joke. We spent an hour reviewing her evidence. She even kept a thorough list of incident dates and times. It was incriminating information, if anyone would listen. The problem, she informed me, is that your parents have connections everywhere. The sheriff, the mayor, half the city council. They've spent decades building relationships lubricated by alcohol and money. My phone vibrated, a message from an unknown number. This is Benji. Can't use my regular phone. Your parents just came to the bar. They're meeting with 5 other families. I heard them mention unified front and protecting our way of life. Be careful. Dr. Chen read the message over my shoulder. 5 families, I announced. I knew precisely who they were referring to: the Johnsons, Patterns, Williamses, Garcias, and Thompsons. All families with children around Kevin's and my age. All families who hosted their own training nights. All families have secrets to keep. They're circling the wagons, I told them. Dr. Chen's demeanor was dismal. You've threatened more than just your parents. You've threatened an entire culture of normalized alcoholism. My phone dialed. Kevin's number. I responded promptly. You need to stop. His voice was faint and raspy. Whatever you're doing, just stop. Kevin, you're in the hospital with liver failure. I'm fine. The doctors overreacted. Mom and Dad explained everything. I've just been stressed about the baby. Kevin, please. Benji told me about the AA meetings. Silence. Then, I don't know what you're talking about. You're confused. Mom's right. You need help. They got to you. No one got to me. I'm just tired of you causing drama. If you really cared about me, you'd apologize and come home. The call went dead. I stared at the phone, feeling as if I had been punched. Even as he lay dying in a hospital bed, Kevin was unable to break free. Dr. Chen gently placed his hand on my arm. Addiction isn't just physical. The psychological chains are often stronger. What do? Everyone thinks I'm crazy. My own brother won't support me. You survive, she stated simply. You document everything, and you wait for the truth to come out. It always does, eventually. But I wasn't certain I could wait. My education fund was depleted. My family had turned the entire neighborhood against me, and Kevin was becoming ill by the day while everyone pretended everything was fine. I spent the remainder of the day attempting to recover what I could. My manager at the college bookstore agreed to offer me additional hours when I returned. My academic advisor assisted me in applying for emergency financial aid. The Sober Support Organization launched a GoFundMe campaign that raised $500 inside the first hour. However, for every stride forward, my parents pulled me back 2 steps. Mom called my employer and informed my management that I was mentally unstable and perhaps violent. Dad contacted my teachers, expressing concern about my mental health and recommending I take a medical leave. That evening, the pivotal moment arrived. I was at a poor motel, the only location I could afford with my remaining funds, when the cops knocked on my door. 2 officers that I didn't recognize stood outside. We need you to come with us, the older one explained. Your parents have filed for an emergency psychiatric hold. They're concerned you might harm yourself or others. I felt the ground shift beneath me. I'm not suicidal. I'm not dangerous. They're lying. Ma'am, we have statements from multiple family members and community members expressing concern about your behavior. You called 911 making false accusations. You've been harassing your hospitalized brother, and your parents say you've been making threats. None of that is true. But it didn't matter. The paperwork was in order, and it was signed by a judge who, it turned out, was a member of my parents' bowling league. I was handcuffed and placed in the back of the police car, where I could see the motel shrink in the rear window. The psychiatric facility was 1 hour away. During intake, I attempted to explain what was actually going on, but the more I talked about my parents shoving alcohol down my throat and the community plot to quiet me, the more insane I sounded. The intake nurse said, "Have you been taking any substances?" Number, I'm sober. I've been sober for 2 years. Your family says you've been drinking heavily. They're lying. She made a note. Everything I said was twisted. My marathon training developed into obsessive exercise behavior. My work with the sober support group turned into cult involvement. My documentation of Kevin's sickness became obsession and stalking. I was put in a sterile room with another patient who spent the entire night chatting to unseen persons. No phone. There was no way to reach anyone who could verify my story. Only me and the dawning understanding that my parents had won this round. The following morning, a psychiatrist interviewed me. Dr. Patel was young, presumably just out of residency, and he appeared to listen. I carefully stated everything, keeping to facts and avoiding anything that could seem crazy. Your parents have provided quite a bit of documentation, he continued, scrolling through a huge file, including diary entries where you express hatred towards them. From when I was 15. Every teenager writes stuff like that. They also have videos of you pretending to be intoxicated at family gatherings. My heart fell. The Oscar-worthy performances I had given to fit in were now used against me. I was pretending so they'd leave me alone about not drinking. So you were being deceptive. Every truth I shared sounded like a symptom. Every explanation seemed like an excuse. I was stuck in a web spun by my family, and the more I struggled, the more entangled I became. There's someone who can verify my story, I said anxiously. Dr. Chen, our neighbor. She has security footage. Dr. Patel made a note. We'll look into that. But I could see by his expression that he had already made up his mind. I was simply another patient with family troubles, potentially having a breakdown, and clearly in need of care. The 72-hour hold seemed like 72 years. There is no news from the outside world. I had no idea if Kevin was okay, if my college was safe, or if anyone was fighting for me. Just group therapy sessions where I had to pretend to accept my problems to avoid being obstinate. On the third day, just as I was beginning to worry I'd be confined there eternally, Dr. Patel summoned me to his office. His expression was odd, perplexed, and possibly even apprehensive. We spoke with Dr. Chen, he stated. She provided some interesting footage. We also received calls from several members of your college support group, your academic advisor, and your employer. Their version of events differs significantly from your family's. Relief washed over me. So you believe me? I believe there's more to the situation than initially presented. However, your parents remain your medical proxy since you're on their insurance. They're insisting on continued treatment. They can't keep me here if I'm not a danger to myself or others. But they can make things difficult. I'm going to recommend discharge, but I strongly suggest you have a plan in place somewhere safe to stay, continued therapy, and distance from the conflict. He was correct. I couldn't return to the motel where my parents knew I was staying. I could not go to the hospital. They'd undoubtedly received a restraining order by now. I was basically homeless, broke, and alone. But I was free. Dr. Patel arranged for a social worker to drive me back into town. Throughout the ride, she handed me my phone, which had been kept throughout my intake. The screen displayed communications from the previous 3 days. Most of them were from my parents' flying monkeys, telling me to seek assistance, to stop causing harm to my family, and to consider what I was doing with Kevin. But sprinkled among them were lifelines. Maris. Your parents tried to convince my father to believe you were unstable as a child. He refused. Stay strong. My marathon coach. Your position on the team is certain. Do not let them break you. Benji. Kevin's been asking for you. He's scared. And most surprisingly, a message from David. I'm sorry. You were right. Kevin told me everything. He needs you. My social worker dropped me off at the hospital. I virtually rushed into Kevin's room, scared of what I could discover. The ICU was a different world than the regular ward. Quieter, more serious, and filled with the steady beep of life-saving machinery. Kevin was barely awake. Tubes went everywhere, including oxygen, IVs, and monitoring devices. His skin was the color of old paper, and his eyes were hazy, unfocused. You came, he muttered. Of course I came. Mom and Dad, they brought me beer yesterday. Said it would make me feel better. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. I could not say no. I never can. Kevin, I am dying. The statements came out as factual. The doctors won't say it, but I can feel it. My body's shutting down. I clasped his hand, mindful of the fourth. We'll get you on the transplant list. There's still hope. Mom and Dad won't consent. They say I just need to tough it out, that our family doesn't believe in taking parts from dead people. The savagery stole my breath away. They would rather see their son die than accept that a family tradition had ruined his liver. David sat in a corner, her cheeks swollen from sobbing. I tried to talk to them. They said, if I keep pushing, they'll make sure I'm declared an unfit mother. They can't do that. Can't they? Look what they did to you. 3 days in a psych ward because you told the truth. She was correct. My parents had demonstrated that they would annihilate anyone who challenged their story. Even their own children, and particularly their own children. A nurse entered to check Kevin's vital signs. She looked at the readings and grimaced. His numbers aren't good. Has the family made a decision about the transplant evaluation? They're still thinking, Kevin remarked hesitantly. The nurse's look indicated that everything was running out. Kevin turned to me once she had left. I need you to do something. In my apartment, there's a box under the bed. Everything's in there, recordings from AA meetings, journal entries, medical records I've been hiding. If something happens to me, nothing's going to happen to you. Promise me. His grip tightened with unexpected vigor. Promise you'll use it. Don't let them do to others what they did to us. I vowed, despite my broken heart. My older brother, who once carried me on his shoulders and showed me how to ride a bike, was preparing for an unnecessary death. I left the hospital as visiting hours ended, holding Kevin's apartment key in my palm. The weight of his faith was heavier than anything I'd ever held. As I drove through the dark neighborhoods, I understood it was no longer only about saving Kevin. It was about stopping a cycle that had devastated generations of our family. And if my parents desired war, they were going to get it. I stood outside Kevin's apartment building, his key chilly in my hand. The December wind sliced through my torn state hoodie as I climbed the stairs to the 3rd level. Inside, the air smelt of sour beer and desperation. Empty bottles covered every surface. I located the box right where he said it would be. My hands trembled when I opened it. A thick stack of 3-month-old notebook entries, each chronicling his attempts to quit, and ending with, "Mom and Dad found out," or, "They showed up at the meeting." He had withheld medical documents from our parents, which indicated liver enzyme levels that would have terrified any doctor, and at the bottom, a USB drive titled Insurance. I plugged it in Kevin's laptop. Kevin covertly recorded our parents putting alcohol on him when he refused. Mom poured alcohol into his orange juice for breakfast. His father threatened to kick him out if he went to rehab and disgraced the family. The final video was from last week when Kevin begged them to let him get help. Dad responded by shattering Kevin's AA chips with a hammer. "David," my phone buzzed. "Kevin's asking for you. Hurry back." At the hospital, I discovered mayhem. Mom and Dad were in Kevin's room with their lawyer, paperwork laid out on his bed. Kevin appeared considerably worse than before as his breathing labored. "Sign here," Mom said, pressing the pen into Kevin's quivering fingers. "Power of attorney. For all your medical decisions." "Stop!" I barged through the door. Dad's face turned purple. "Security! This woman has a restraining order." But I was already at Kevin's bedside, throwing the papers aside. "Kevin, don't sign anything. I have your videos and everything you documented." Mom reached for the USB disk in my hand, but David came in between us. "I called them," she told me. I couldn't let them do this anymore. 2 security officers emerged, as did Dr. Chen, who had been waiting in the hallway. "I'm this patient's physician," she lied with ease. "Everyone out, except the immediate family." "We are an immediate family," Dad growled. "The patient has requested that only his sister remain," Dr. Chen added while reviewing Kevin's paperwork. "His condition is critical. Please respect his wishes." Uncle Mike began to argue, but Dr. Chen stopped him. "Sir, this is a medical emergency. Leave now, or I'll have security escort you out." Mom yelled at me before they went. "This isn't over." When we were alone, Kevin gripped my hand hesitantly. "Play the videos. For the doctors. For everyone." Dr. Chen contacted the hospital's patient advocate and on-call psychiatrist. We watched Kevin's documentary together. The psychiatrist's face became progressively dismal. "This is clear evidence of abuse," she stated. "We need to contact Adult Protective Services immediately." "And the transplant evaluation?" I inquired. "We'll expedite it. With proper documentation of forced alcohol consumption, he could qualify despite the addiction." Kevin's eyes lit up with hope for the first time in years. But I knew our parents would not give up lightly. Within an hour, the hospital administrator arrived, accompanied by Uncle Mike and a judge, another golf buddy of Dad's. "We have a court order," the administrator explained sheepishly. "The parents retain medical decision-making authority." "Based on what?" Dr. Chen insisted. "Based on their daughter being mentally unstable and manipulating their son," the tribunal's judge stated. "I've seen the documentation." I grabbed out my phone and began recording. "Your Honor, are you aware that you've been playing golf with my father for 15 years? That you attended his birthday party last month, where he served alcohol to minors?" The judge's face reddened. "Young lady, you're bordering on contempt." "I'm bordering on the truth," I replied. "How much has my father paid for your campaign contributions?" Uncle Mike snatched my phone, but the video had already been uploaded to the cloud. The hospital administrator appeared uncomfortable. "Perhaps we should review this matter more thoroughly." That's when Maris's father entered. My heart fell until I noticed his expression, determined but not menacing. "I'm here to provide testimony," he stated, "about what really happened when my daughter called CPS years ago, about how these families coordinate to silence their children." Following him were 3 additional parents from the other training night families, but they were not present to support my parents. They came here to confess. "My son is in rehab," Mrs. Johnson explained quietly. "Has been 6 months. I couldn't say anything because..." She looked at my parents, who had just stormed back in. "Because we all agreed," Mr. Peters said, "to protect the tradition. But my daughter tried to call herself last year. She's 15 inches. The room erupted. Dad raged about disloyalty and family loyalty. Mom said that they were all liars, jealous of our close-knit family. Uncle Mike threatened litigation against everyone, but the dam had cracked. Mrs. Garcia took out her phone and showed images of injuries on her son's arms from when he refused to drink. Mr. Thompson admitted to surreptitiously attending Al-Anon sessions, fearing his wife would find out. The judge hurriedly excused himself after realizing the gravity of the situation. The administrator requested more security and social services. During the pandemonium, I observed Kevin's monitor begin to alarm. His breathing became more laborious, and his skin turned grayish. "He needs the transplant list right now," Dr. Chen stated urgently. "We're running out of time." "I consent," I replied. "As his sister, you have no authority," Uncle Mike interjected. "Actually, she does," David said, stepping forward with a document. "Kevin and I got married yesterday, in the hospital chapel, and I'm designating her as our medical proxy." Mom's cry could definitely be heard 3 floors below. "You manipulative little..." "Enough," said the psychiatrist, standing up. "I'm placing a psychiatric hold on both parents for evaluation. Their behavior is erratic and potentially dangerous." "You can't do that," Dad charged at her, but security intervened. As my parents were led out, still yelling about lawsuits and family betrayal, I noticed something shatter in their eyes, the understanding that their power was finally, completely gone. The following hours blurred together. Kevin was sent to the transplant list as a status 1, the highest priority. The other families gave police testimonies detailing years of forced alcohol consumption and child abuse. Adult Protective Services launched investigations into all 5 families. I sat beside Kevin's bed, holding his hand while machines kept him alive. David sat on the opposite side, her hand protectively covering her tummy. "I'm sorry," Kevin mumbled, "for not standing up to them, for letting you fight alone." "Don't," I replied. "Just focus on getting better." "The baby," he explained to David. "Promise me. No alcohol. Ever." "Never," she insisted. "We're breaking the cycle." Dr. Chen arrived with news. "We found a match, a liver. Surgery is in 2 hours." Kevin squeezed my hand. "If I don't make it..." "You will. But if I don't, use everything. The videos, the journals. Don't let them hurt anyone else." 2 hours later, they wheeled him into surgery. David and I waited in the waiting room, surrounded by the remnants of our family. My phone had been buzzing nonstop. Aunts, uncles, cousins, everyone is choosing sides. The neighborhood Facebook page had erupted with debates about family values against kids' safety. Benji messaged, "Your parents just got banned from the bar. Finally, proud of you." Maris entered with coffee and sat next to me. "My dad is filing charges," she stated. "For what happened when I was 15, others are too." "It's destroying everything," I explained. "No," she replied. "It's revealing what was already destroyed." 8 hours later, the surgeon emerged. The transplant was successful. He's stable. David and I tumbled on one another, sobbing. Kevin would live. He would meet his daughter. He would have a second opportunity. But the fight was not done. The legal skirmishes became more intense over the next few days, while Kevin recovered. When my parents were freed from their psychiatric detention, they recruited the best lawyers money could buy. They sued the hospital, the physicians, myself, David, and even the other families who had spoken up. I spent my days commuting between Kevin's bedside and legal appointments. The university bookstore had to let me go because I had missed too much work. My lecturers assigned incomplete grades. My marathon training has come to an end completely. However, things changed gradually. The police inquiry revealed years of recorded maltreatment in all 5 homes. The district attorney, who was not a member of my parents' golf network, pursued criminal charges. Child Protective Services took 3 younger siblings from their homes. Kevin improved on a daily basis. The jaundice on his skin faded. His hands stopped shaking. For the first time since he was 10, he was truly sober. "I want to go to rehab," he said to me one morning. "After I'm released, 90 days. Learn how to live without it. Mom and Dad will, I don't care what they do anymore." His voice was more powerful than I had heard in years. "I'm done living for their approval." David had documented everything for their daughter. "So she knows," she explained. "So she understands why we don't see your grandparents." The trials started 3 months later. I testified for several hours about training nights, forced consumption, and the Christmas assault. Kevin testified on video from rehab. The other families' children shared their stories. My parents' response was predictable. We were ungrateful children who shattered a treasured family tradition. But the evidence was overwhelming. The videos, medical records, the witnesses. They were convicted of several counts of child endangerment and assault. The penalty was for 2 years. But there was something. The true penalty was the devastation of their reputation, social network, and everything they had built on the foundation of booze and control. I returned to Oregon State in the fall. My financial aid arrived, and I worked 3 jobs to fund the remainder. The sober support group welcomed me back with open arms. Kevin graduated from rehab and began attending regular AA meetings. He acquired a job at a treatment center and used his story to help others. David gave birth to a healthy daughter, Isla, who would never experience the taste of alcohol shoved down her throat. The 5 families scattered. Some sought assistance. Others presumably moved to start their destructive customs somewhere else. The neighborhood felt different, quieter, as if a communal hangover had finally subsided. I completed my marathon that spring. My time was dreadful. I had lost months of training. But I crossed the finish line. Maris cheered on the sidelines. Kevin couldn't make it. He was presenting at an AA convention, but he texted, "Proud of you. Mom and Dad saw your race announcement in the paper. They're furious you're flaunting your lifestyle." Perfect. We did not speak with our parents after their discharge. They relocated 2 towns away, began attending a new church, and informed everyone that their children had abandoned them for no reason. I occasionally hear through the grapevine about their current narrative. We were drug addicts who had unjustly accused them, or ungrateful children who have ruined their life for money. But Kevin was alive. Isla was healthy. The cycle was broken. On the 2-year anniversary of that Christmas night, I got a text from an unknown number. It was a photo of Kevin holding Isla during her 2nd birthday party. Sober, smiling, alive. The message reads, "Thank you for fighting when I couldn't. K." I stared at the photograph for a long time. We had lost our parents, our extended family, our childhood home, our heritage. But Kevin remained sober. Isla would grow up safely. The generational curse came to an end with us. I typed back, "Worth it." And it was. Every lost relationship, every judicial struggle, every sleepless night. Kevin was alive and free, because Isla would never sit at the kitchen table at the age of 10, learning to drink shots as her parents cheered. The cycle was broken, the price was everything, and I paid, again. Stepmom demanded I pay $800 rent, so I evicted her, her 2 freeloader kids, and took back the $1,200,000 house my grandparents secretly left me. Edit. Holy crap, this just blew huge overnight. Thank you for all of the recognition and support. I will try to answer queries in the comments. Also, to those who claim this is bogus, I wish it were. LOL. And yes, I have proof. But I will not disclose it due to legal concerns. Edit 2. In case you're wondering, I'm 22, female. My father is 46, male. My stepmother Tracy is 43, female. My stepbro Brandon is 25, male. And my stepsister Sierra is 21. Yes, they are not their true names for obvious reasons. Okay, buckle up because this is going to be a lengthy one. Seriously, get some popcorn or something, because there's a lot to unpack here. I've been holding this for weeks, and just need to get it off my chest. Some background information is required first, and trust me, it will be useful later. I lost my mother to breast cancer when I was 8. It sucked, obviously, but we made it through. However, my father was absolutely wrecked, and he was scarcely able to function for the first year. By the way, my mother's parents are amazing saints and stepped up big time. They practically moved in with us to assist care for me while my father dealt with his loss and attempted to keep his business functioning. Quick remark regarding the house situation, because it will be very significant later. My grandparents were rather well off. Not very rich, but comfortable enough to purchase this massive 4-bedroom home in one of Boston's nicer districts. The plan was that we'd all live together so they could properly raise me. To be honest, that worked really well for a while. But then my father met Tracy, not her real name but it fits her perfectly, LOL, at a business conference in Chicago approximately 2 years after my mother died. He was there to grow his consultancy business or whatever, and she was working as an event coordinator. According to him, they simply clicked. Tracy must have seen an opportunity with a sad widower who ran his own business because she practically traveled across the nation to be with him after only knowing him for about 3 months. And to their astonishment, they married after 6 months of meeting. Talk about red flags. Here's where the fun begins. Tracy brought her 2 children with her. Brandon, now 25, was 11 years old and already a spoiled brat. Sierra, 21F now, was 7 years old and wasn't too horrible at first. But Tracy gradually transformed her into a mini clone of herself. My grandparents tried to be kind about it, but I overheard them late at night discussing how they didn't trust Tracy. They assumed she was only pursuing Dad's money. Plot twist. They were correct. But they kept quiet for Dad's sake, since he appeared joyful for the first time since Mom's death. The first few years were tough. Tracy began small with her BS comments about how the house was adorned. Old-fashioned, it wasn't. How the kitchen needed upgrading, it didn't. And how my grandparents were set in their ways. But then she became braver. She began moving furniture without permission, threw out some of Mom's old decorations, claiming they were accumulating dust, and gradually took over the home. My grandparents were too nice to say anything, and my father was too love-blind to notice. Then the tasks began. At first it was natural that everyone should help around the house, right? Except everyone became just me. Brandon was overly preoccupied with athletics. He struggled at basketball, but Tracy had Dad pay for individual coaching regardless. Sierra was too young, despite being only 1 year younger than me. By the time I was 12, I was doing the majority of the cooking and cleaning. Tracy would literally inspect the baseboards with her finger to see whether I had dusted correctly. Meanwhile, Brandon's room smelled like a mix of Axe body spray and old pizza, and Sierra's floor was continuously covered in clothes she was intending to put away. Here's the truly essential part, which I didn't know until recently. Grandma died in 2019 from heart difficulties, and Grandpa died just 3 months later because he couldn't live without her. They registered the residence in my name. Like, legally. It is all mine. They must have sensed this drama coming from a mile away and wished to protect me. But I had no idea about it. Nobody told me. Dad was aware, but I suppose he didn't believe it was necessary to mention. Spoiler. It was quite crucial. Tracy evidently didn't know either, or she would have sought to get her name on the deed somehow. So, for the past few years, I've effectively been living like a servant in my own home, cooking, cleaning, and washing everyone's laundry. Yes, including Brandon's stinky gym clothes. While Tracy sat on her ass watching Real Housewives and whining about how I loaded the dishwasher incorrectly. Brandon graduated from college 2 years ago. Barely. To be honest, I am very sure Dad paid someone off and hasn't worked since. He claims he's trying to be a content creator. However, his TikTok has only 200 followers and is mostly just him executing terrible dance moves. Badly. Sierra is in her 3rd year of college, ostensibly studying business but actually just partying and uploading pretty Instagram photos of her Starbucks cups. Dad pays for everything. Her apartment near university, which she seldom uses because she is often at home. Her car, which she has crashed twice. And her credit cards, which she maxes up every month. And there I was, working part-time at Starbucks, taking online classes, doing all the housekeeping and trying to save money because Tracy kept implying that I needed to start contributing to the household. The day everything went down began like any other bad day in my house. I just completed an 8-hour shift at Starbucks. Some Tracy, lowercase k, hey, yelled at me over almond milk. But that's another tale, and I was tired. But of course I had to return home and cook supper, lest Brandon get up from his gaming chair or Sierra put down her phone. I'm in the kitchen making this spaghetti recipe I discovered on TikTok NGL, and Tracy walks in, dressed in one of her apparently beautiful dresses. I'm pretty sure it came from Ross, but whatever. She has this look on her face that you recognize, like when a teacher notices you passing notes in class. Yes, the one. She takes a seat at the kitchen island and keeps a close eye on me while I prepare. I'm already on edge since she constantly finds something to complain about in my food. Last week there was an excess of garlic, which is practically impossible. The previous week it was excessively hot. Then she lays the bombshell on me. We need to have a serious discussion about your living situation. I'm like, what living situation? I have been here longer than you, lady. But she continues. Your father and I have been chatting, and we believe it is time you started paying rent. After all, you're working now, so it's not fair for you to live here for free while we cover all of your bills. Y'all. This woman's boldness. I'm genuinely standing there, wooden spoon in hand, sauce probably burning, trying to digest this BS. Meanwhile, I can hear Brandon upstairs yelling about his KD ratio and COD while Sierra's TikTok sounds are coming from the living room. So I ask her, trying not to raise my voice because I'm petty but not foolish, what about Brandon and Sierra? Are they also paying rent? She does this thing where she dabs her mouth with a handkerchief even though she hasn't eaten anything, which she learned from Real Housewives ISTG, then she strikes me with. Well, that is different. They are my children, and they are still establishing themselves in life. Brandon is pursuing his content creation job, and Sierra is concentrating on her education. I almost laughed aloud. Brandon's content creation profession consists of lip-syncing to popular songs and playing Fortnite on Twitch for a total of 3 viewers, one of which is most likely his mother and the other an alt account. And Sierra's studies? The girl hasn't opened a textbook since freshman year orientation. But here's when it gets good. Tracy begins to set out her realistic rent requirements, $800 per month in this economy plus utilities. With the expectation that I continue to assist out around the house. I'm standing there stirring the pasta sauce when something inside me snaps. You know that scene in movies where everything goes silent and clear? It was like that. All the years of being treated like Cinderella, all the snarky remarks, all the extra duties, all the times I had to wash Brandon's crusty gym socks or pick up Sierra's artificial lashes from the bathroom floor, it all hit me at once. So I turn off the burner, safety first, set down the spoon and stare Tracy dead in her over-Botoxed expression. Let me get this straight, I say, my voice unusually calm. Brandon, who hasn't earned a single dollar since graduation and spends his days yelling at 12-year-olds on Xbox, doesn't have to pay rent. Sierra, who maxes out her credit cards buying Shein hauls and has never touched a vacuum in her life, doesn't have to pay rent, but I do. Tracy's face twitches strangely. which is most likely due to Botox interfering with her facial muscles. She starts talking about how I'm more established, how family helps family, and other nonsense she undoubtedly saw in a Facebook mom group. That was when I decided to detonate my own bomb. But first, I summoned everyone to the dining room. I told Tracy I wanted to talk about this because her family used deceptive tactics against her. Ha ha ha. Brandon complained about leaving his game while Sierra behaved as if getting off the couch was physical torment. But gradually everyone was seated at the table. I didn't mind that the pasta was chilly by this point. I'd already lost my appetite. Tracy begins explaining her plan to everyone, treating all officials as if she were the CEO. Brandon is smirking, most likely thinking about how he can spend his allowance on more V-Bucks now that I will be paying the bills. Sierra is capturing everything for her personal tale. The girl enjoys drama, as long as it doesn't include her. And that is when I did it. That's when I spoke the words that altered everything. I'm not paying rent because this house belongs to me. The hush that followed OMG. I wish I had recorded it, folks. I wish I had a photo of their faces. It was as if I had just spoken in an alien language. Brandon really stopped in the middle of his meal, his fork hanging there and spaghetti falling back into his plate. Gross. Sierra's jaw really dropped, and it was the first genuine look I had seen on her face since she found filters. But Tracy. Oh man. Tracy's reaction was priceless. You know the loading wheel that appears when your computer freezes. That was her face. Her brain seemed to be unable to grasp what I had just spoken. Then they all began laughing, like full-fledged hysterical laughter. Good one, Brandon snorts, pasta sauce dripping down his chin. Did you acquire that through TikTok or something? Sierra has already pulled out her phone, undoubtedly thinking this would be wonderful content for her Relatable Family Moments series, which has about 50 followers tops. Tracy is also attempting to laugh, but I can tell that panic is setting in. She has that face she gets when her credit card is refused at Nordstrom Rack, which happens more frequently than you may imagine. What are you talking about? She attempts to be dismissive, but her voice shakes. This house is mine and your father's. This is where things start to get good. I simply recline back in my chair, attempting to exude that calm villain spirit, you know. Also say, why don't you call and ask Dad? Tracy's fake nails began pounding on her iPhone screen so quickly that I thought she might fracture it. I kind of hoped she would, since guess who'd have to go get it fixed? GH. She puts it on speaker, like she always does. She enjoys an audience when she believes she is about to win an argument. The phone rings several times before Dad answers. He sounds fatigued, possibly because he was working while his stepson was developing his brand or something. Tracy's voice is pleasant and phony when she says Mark, as if she's trying to gain an upgrade at a hotel. Lucy is telling some interesting stories about the house. She says it belongs to her. That's not true, right? What about the stillness that followed? Deafening. You could literally hear my father clearing his throat when he was uncomfortable. He does it frequently around Tracy. Then finally, well, actually, my in-laws put the house in Lucy's name before they passed away. Boom. Tracy's face changed colors more than my previous mood ring, first with Claire's red, then white, and finally this strange greenish tint I'd never seen on a human before. What do you mean they put it in her name? She practically screams now. When were you going to tell me this? I didn't think it was that important, my father adds softly. To be honest, this is a typical dad move. Not important. Tracy is standing up now, her chair scraping against the floor. You didn't think it was important to tell me that your teenage daughter owns our house? She hangs up on him mid-sentence. The phone hit the table so hard that I believed the screen would fracture. Again, I hoped it would. Brandon is not laughing anymore. He becomes pale when he realizes that the game area he told me to leave was actually mine. Sierra is still recording, but her expression has changed to that of a deer in the headlights. I can almost feel the TikTok drafts getting destroyed in her mind. Tracy is breathing as if she had just run a marathon in her false Louboutins. She's trying to remain calm, but I can see her hands shaking. Well, she continues, trying to sound cool but failing miserably. This has clearly been a misunderstanding. Of course you don't have to pay rent, Lucy. Let's just forget this conversation happened. But here's something I didn't want to forget. I was done forgetting all the nonsense they had put me through over the years. Done being the family doormat. I'm tired of them living rent-free in my house and treating me like a personal maid, so I simply smiled and said, "Oh, we're definitely not forgetting this conversation. In fact," I paused for dramatic effect. What can I say? I've learned from the best. "I think it's time we had a serious discussion about your living situation." Tracy's terrified expression, better than any Christmas present I have ever received. But wait, it gets even better. Because while they're all sitting there, processing their new reality, I can hear Tracy's phone vibrating with texts from my father. She is ignoring it, but I know exactly what is going on. He's undoubtedly panicking and texting her about all the legal paperwork my grandparents left, which proves everything I've just said. Okay, so after the nuclear dinner scene, I went to bed feeling really good about myself. Have you ever felt empowered to confront a high school bully? That's how I felt after multiplying it by 1,000. What about Tracy? Oh no, she was not done. Definitely not. So the next morning, as I'm about to go downstairs for breakfast, I hear Tracy's voice coming from the kitchen. She's on the phone with my father. On speaker. Because, of course. And guess what she is doing? Y'all. This woman is literally attempting to persuade my father to let me move out of my own house. Here's the conversation I overheard, which I captured on my phone. Because at this point, I trust these folks as far as I can throw them. Tracy. Mark, you have to do something about this problem. Your daughter is causing problems. Dad, sounding exhausted. What do you want me to do? Tracy. How about the out-of-state institutions she applied to? You could persuade her to attend one of them. Tell her that it will benefit her independence. I swear to God what chutzpah this woman has. She's actually out here trying to ship me off to another state so she can continue to live in my house rent-free. But wait, it gets better. Dad said, I don't know, Tracy. Tracy, in that sugary, honey voice she adopts when manipulating others. Think about it, Mark. She's young. She needs to experience life away from home. And honestly, pause. I'm worried about her mental health. All this anger she's carrying around, it's not healthy. Excuse me? The only thing harming my mental health is living with the bad stepmother from every Disney film combined. But here's the part that really grabbed me. He said, maybe you're right. I'll talk to her about moving out for college. It might be better for everyone. I literally had to bite my fist to stop shouting. My own father, whom I've lived with my entire life, who I cared for after Mom died, and who I cooked and cleaned for, has just agreed to try to push me out of my own home. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I proceeded into the kitchen as if I had not heard anything. Tracy almost dropped her phone when she saw me. She was still in her silk robe, probably phony like everything else about her, holding her world's best mom coffee mug, which Brandon and Sierra bought for her at the dollar store for Mother's Day, and she behaves like it's fine china. Good morning, sweetie, she says as if she isn't trying to get rid of me. I made coffee. First and foremost, she did not prepare coffee. Instead, she loaded a K-cup into the Keurig I purchased with my Starbucks money. Second, honey, since when? Brandon stumbles in, looking like a zombie, presumably up all night streaming to his 3 viewers, and Sierra follows shortly after, already fully camera ready. It takes her 2 hours every morning, I kid you not. We're all sitting there, having breakfast, which I made. Tracy doesn't know how to cook anything that doesn't come from a microwave, and the tension is so strong you could cut it with a knife. Brandon shovels cereal into his mouth while scrolling through TikTok. Sierra takes pictures of her untouched avocado toast for Instagram, and Tracy pretends to read emails on her phone. But I can tell she's actually looking up how to evict someone who owns your house. Tracy, you're not very subtle with the phone angle. That's when I started to have fun. Hey Tracy, I replied casually. I was thinking about what you said yesterday. About rent. She perks up like a meerkat, undoubtedly expecting me to back down. I suppose you're correct. People should pay rent to live here. The relief on her expression lasted only about 2 seconds before I dropped the bomb. So I have been conducting some calculations. Based on the market pricing in our area, I believe $1,200 per person is reasonable. That is $3,600 for you, Brandon and Sierra. Of course, that excludes utilities. Oh, there will be a security deposit. Chaos, total chaos. Brandon genuinely choked on his frosted flakes, while Sierra's avocado toast went face down on her new white crop top. Karma is real, people. And Tracy? Tracy appeared to be about to pass out. You can't be serious, she sputters. We are family. Oh, I am dead serious. And since you raised a family, I take out my phone, which has a tape of her morning conversation with Dad queued up. Let's speak about your little plot to ship me off to college. Brandon and Sierra are looking between us like they're watching a tennis match, and the color in her cheeks drained so quickly that I thought she'd pass out. So after I aired the recording of Tracy's phone call, things got crazy. Like Jerry Springer crazy. Tracy rushes up from her chair so quickly that she knocks over her treasured World's Best Mom cup, which fortunately did not break. She's doing this weird thing with her face, trying to seem angry. But her Botox is fighting back, and it's actually kind of funny. You've recorded me, she screeches. That's illegal. I simply smile and add, actually, we live in a one-party consent state. I checked. Also, my house and my regulations. Brandon is just sitting there with his mouth open, milk trickling down his chin. I suppose this guy never learned how to eat correctly. Sierra is hurriedly texting someone, most likely her TikTok group chat, where she pretends to be wealthy and unconcerned. Tracy begins pacing around the kitchen, her knockoff Gucci slides making that annoying flip-flop sound on the tile floor that I cleaned yesterday, and she's muttering something about calling her lawyer cousin, you know, the one who specializes in real estate law but only handles DUI cases in some strip mall office. Then she takes a different approach. Her voice becomes quiet and concerned, as if she's attempting to secure a refund without a receipt. Lucy, I understand you're upset, but what about this behavior? Yeah, it's unhealthy. Your father and I are only trying to help you. Perhaps some time away would be beneficial for you. There's this beautiful college in Michigan. I cut her off right then. Tracy, let me make something very clear. I'm not going anywhere. This is my house. The deed is in my name. And if anyone's going to be leaving, it won't be me. That was when she lost it. Completely. You ungrateful little... I won't mention what she called me, but it wasn't very world's best mom for her. She begins to rant about how she raised me as if I were her own by making me their maid, how she gave up everything to be a good stepmother by shopping at TJ Maxx rather than Nordstrom, and how I'm ripping this family apart. What family? Meanwhile, Brandon and Sierra are experiencing their own meltdowns. Brandon, please. This is bulls. I'm not paying rent, I'm about to blow up on Twitch. Narrator. He wasn't going to blow up on Twitch. Sierra is screaming. Daddy won't let you do this. He loves us more than this stupid house. Spoiler alert, he does not. I just sit there sipping my coffee, which I made because Tracy still doesn't know how to use the French press, and watching them plummet. It's as if every ounce of entitlement and privilege they've been hoarding is simply bursting forth. Tracy then takes out her trump card. She grabs her phone and calls my father again, undoubtedly expecting him to rush home and solve everything like he always does. But, plot twist. I've been messaging Dad all morning. Send him the recording. I explained everything. For the first time in his life, Dad is truly supporting me, kind of, in his own ineffective way. When he responds, he returns to speaker mode. Tracy is screaming, Mark, you need to come home right now, your daughter is out of control. Dad, surprisingly firm. Tracy, we need to respect that it's her house. Maybe we should start looking for a new place. What about the stillness that followed? OMG. Brandon's brain cells could be heard struggling to digest this betrayal. All three of them. Tracy's face undergoes a fantastic journey of shock, rage, disbelief, and finally, fear. Real terror. Because it has now dawned on her that she is about to lose everything. The comfortable life, the free ride. She has been on a power trip for many years. This is when she makes her worst mistake. She turns towards me, gets right in my face and says, Listen here, you little bae, I don't care whose name is on the deed. This is my house. I've lived here for 12 years, and no spoiled brat is going to kick me out. I will make your life hell. Perfect. Just perfect. Because guess what? I've also been taping this entire chat. Not only that, but I had already spoken with a lawyer. Thanks to R/legal advice for the recommendations. It turns out that threatening the legal owner of your residence is not a good idea. Who knew? Okay, remember how I discussed speaking with a lawyer? Best decision ever. Turns out my grandparents did more than simply transfer the house in my name. They also set up the entire legal process. Trust? Estate? I'm not sure what legal terminology is, but it basically prevents anyone from contesting it. My lawyer actually laughed when she saw Tracy's legal threats in the texts I showed her. But let me back up a little. The day following Tracy's minor breakdown, I went nuclear. I served them all with legitimate eviction notices, including official court paperwork. Tracy's facial expression when she was served? Priceless. She attempted to refuse to take the documents, but apparently that is not how it works. Thank you, Reddit. Brandon's reaction was precisely as expected. He flung his gaming chair down the stairs, breaking it. Elmo karma. Sierra had a complete Instagram live tantrum. Congratulations on gaining almost 200 followers. What about Tracy? Oh man. Tracy became completely insane. First, she attempted to contact every single lawyer in town. But here's the thing with small-town lawyers. Everyone knows each other, and after the first couple told her she had no case, word spread. Even her DUI cousin refused to touch it. Then she took the social media way, posted a lengthy dramatic Facebook status on how her ungrateful stepdaughter was attempting to make her family homeless. But that backfired when one of my mother's old friends mentioned Tracy's treatment of me throughout the years, accompanied by receipts. Side note. A shout out to my mother's friend Elise, who has been saving screenshots of Tracy's BS for years. The hero we did not realize we needed. What is the best part? Tracy's expensive country club friends began to distance themselves. It turns out that they dislike associating with those who are about to become homeless. Funny how that works. Meanwhile, Brandon and Sierra are experiencing their own crisis. Brandon finally recognized that being a content producer isn't a career when you have 247 followers, and your main content is about Fortnite. He tried looking for actual jobs, but professional gamer, unofficial, does not sound good on a resume. Sierra's sorority friends found out about everything since she shared it on her private story, which has roughly 200 followers. They're now everyone chatting about how her luxury bags were most likely fakes and that her father isn't genuinely wealthy. She's having a complete identity crisis. But the real drama began when Tracy attempted her final desperate move. She waited until I was at work before attempting to rearrange some things in the house. By reorganizing, I mean she attempted to take some of my mother's old jewels, which my grandparents had left for me. Unfortunately for her, I had previously installed surveillance cameras following the eviction notice. Thanks again, Reddit, for the advice. I caught her on film trying to put my mother's antique necklaces into her trashy Michael Kors purse. I called the cops. I filed a report. I showed them the footage. Tracy tried to explain to the police officer that she was only moving jewelry that didn't belong to her. Her phony tears didn't work this time, most likely because her mascara wasn't even running. Waterproof makeup completely undermines the dramatic impact. The officer, an elderly woman, took one look at the scene and was not having it, especially when Tracy tried to play the "but we're family" card. Attempting to steal from the legal owner of this house isn't a family matter. I haven't filed charges yet because having something on file for the eviction case is better. My lawyer was delighted. Speaking of the eviction, remember how Tracy used to talk about her investment accounts and how she was independently wealthy before dating my father? It turns out that was all BS. She has nowhere to go and is in complete panic. She tried calling my father's sister for assistance, but my aunt, who never liked Tracy, simply forwarded her a link to apartment ads in the shady section of town. I felt awful for a moment until I remembered Tracy inadvertently donating my mother's Christmas ornaments to Goodwill. The worst part? My father finally grew a spine. Kind of. He told Tracy that if she does not go gently, he will not accompany her. It turns out that even he was tired of her toxic BS after 12 years. I will notify you when they leave. Final update. So, after the entire jewelry theft attempt, Tracy realized she was in trouble. Tracy, on the other hand, felt compelled to make the most spectacular exit imaginable. The day before the final eviction deadline, she attempts one last power play. calls this a family meeting. LMAO, what family? And walks in wearing her phony Chanel suit with the evident wrong pattern, which she claims is vintage. She has a full speech planned about how she's choosing to leave because she can't take the negativity or whatever. Tracy begins this monologue by explaining how she is taking the high road. When did getting legally evicted become an honorable act? Then she drops what she believes is her trump card. Your father and I have decided to move to Florida. We just bought a beautiful house in Tampa. Much nicer than this old place. First and foremost, they did not make any purchases. I honestly saw her GoFundMe for Family in Crisis Needs Housing, which received exactly $43 in donations. The majority came from her multi-level marketing group. Second, my father wasn't even present for this news. He was in a hotel. It turns out that witnessing your wife try to steal your deceased wife's valuables is quite depressing. Who knew? But here's when it gets good. While Tracy is doing her faux elegant exit speech, the movers I hired arrive. Specifically in the midst of her "this house was beneath me anyway" diatribe. There are these gigantic dudes coming in with crates and dollies. Tracy's face does that odd frozen thing again. Botox with wrath equals comedic gold. She began shouting about how she wasn't prepared and needed more time to organize her items. The head mover guy shouts out to Mike, "You're a real one," looks at her and says, "Ma'am, we have strict instructions. Everything gets packed and moved to your storage unit today. If you want your stuff, you'll need to take it up with the court." Y'all. She lost it. Full nuclear meltdown. Started snatching random items claiming they were family heirlooms, including my mother's ceramic bowl, which she had wanted to throw away last year. Sierra's upset because her TikTok backdrop has been wrecked. Brandon is having a panic attack because he cannot disconnect his gaming equipment quickly enough. But this is the finest part. Tracy used to brag about her designer items, vintage bags and expensive clothing. The movers begin packing it, and half the labels practically come off. While all of this is going on, I'm sitting on my couch, having coffee at home, and watching them scramble. I posted a couple updates to my private tale, and suddenly all these individuals from high school are sliding into my direct messages like, "OMG, I always knew she was fake." Final inventory of items they attempted to steal on their way out. 3 of my mother's necklaces, captured on camera. My grandmother's china set, also on camera. The nice coffee maker, I purchased it with my Starbucks money. Every single towel in the house, a strange flex, but okay. The garage door opener, really. But you know what? They can keep the towels. I've already purchased new, extremely excellent ones that Tracy would have complained were too expensive while spending $500 on her false designer items. What about the actual eviction? Chef's kiss. They had to complete the walkthrough with the sheriff's deputy, which was a typical process but more fulfilling. Tracy tried to claim that I damaged her belongings during the relocation. The deputy simply pointed at my security cameras and asked if she wanted to file a fake report. She shut up quickly. So where are they now? Tracy and my father are staying in her sister's 2-bedroom apartment in the next town over. Apparently it's not working well, as her sister wrote on Facebook about ungrateful house guests who don't do dishes. Brandon had to sell his gaming equipment to put down a deposit on a room in a shady house share. He's currently working at GameStop, which could be beneficial to him. Sierra moved in with her sorority sisters, but it only lasted a week until they became tired of her sobbing. Now she commutes 2 hours to college from her mother's sister's house. Her most recent TikTok is about being humbled, but she's still being rationed in the comments. As for me, the house is so quiet now. Like, strangely peaceful. There will be no more odors of imitation luxury perfume everywhere. No more passive-aggressive notes about properly loading the dishwasher. No more 3 a.m. screaming from Brandon's gaming sessions. I converted his previous room into my home office, which is already furnished with genuine designer items because I can afford it now that I am not paying for their groceries. Sierra's room is becoming my ideal closet. Tracy's meditation room, where she spent the day watching Real Housewives, is now my yoga studio. Dad calls occasionally. He's living with Tracy for now, but really? He seems exhausted. I believe he has finally realized what everyone else knew 12 years ago. He married a gold digger who isn't even skilled at gold digging. Was I overly harsh? Maybe. Do I regret it? Nope, they screwed around. They discovered it. It turns out that karma doesn't care about your faux Gucci slides. Final update. My mom's best friend Elise is currently renting one of the spare rooms, so I'm not alone in this large house. She's teaching me all of Mom's old recipes and helping me replace things Tracy threw away over the years. Sometimes excellent things emerge from horrible situations. Thank you for following this adventure, Reddit. You guys truly helped me stay strong during this, especially the legal counsel. You guys rock. Edit. Holy crap, this is the end. Thank you for all of your help throughout this wild adventure. You guys are fantastic. Edit 2. Please stop requesting me to post security camera footage. I'm not trying to be blacklisted, LOL. Final edit. Yes, this is true. No, I will not prove it due to privacy concerns. And sure, I am in treatment. My mom forced me into fertility treatments. My sister held me down while she injected me. Now I'm suing them both to silence them forever. My mother is the most baby-obsessed lunatic I've ever encountered. Starting when I was 8 years old, she forced my sister Clara and me to wear these pregnancy simulation suits for hours every day, with 20 pounds of sand strapped to our stomachs while we practiced breathing exercises and watched childbirth videos. If we complained about our backache, she would add extra weight and warn us that real moms do not whine. She also made us practice breastfeeding with weird little dolls that cried if we didn't hold them properly. While I spent every session planning my escape, Clara welcomed it as if it were her own purpose. She'd go around the house with great posture, massaging her false belly and speaking to it aloud. By the age of 16, she was urging her mother to allow her to serve as a practicing surrogate for her infertile coworkers. When she reached 18, Mom gave her a huge party to celebrate signing her first surrogacy contract, rather than graduating from high school. Everyone was calling her a blessing and an angel, and I sat in the corner feeling like I was at a livestock auction. Clara has carried 3 infants for 3 separate couples in just 3 years. Mom would parade her around town once she returned from the hospital, as if she had won the Nobel Prize. Look at my generous daughter, giving the gift of life. Meanwhile, I was pursuing a biomedical degree, helping at women's shelters, and learning about body autonomy. But none of this mattered. Such a waste of a perfectly good uterus, Mom would tell anybody who would listen. Her sister has blessed 3 families, while this one hoards her fertility for herself. The most distressing part was witnessing Clara weaken. After her 4th pregnancy at the age of 22, she could scarcely walk without discomfort. Her hips had been ruined. She had recurring illnesses and her hair was falling out in pieces. But when I went to talk to her about it, she gripped my hands, tears in her eyes. Rosalind, this is what I was made for. My body is a vessel for miracles. Why can't you understand that? That's when I realized she was gone. So I played along just enough to get Mom off my back. I informed her that I was considering pregnancy. I dressed more casually during family gatherings, even searched for fertility clinics in front of her, all while secretly taking the LSAT and applying to law schools throughout the country. LOL. I specialized in reproductive rights and medical ethics, spending years assisting women from coerced pregnancy situations. By the age of 28, I had finally started to make a difference. So, when Mom asked me to attend Clara's celebration dinner, I assumed it was just another pregnancy announcement. Boy, was I mistaken. It turned out to be an effing intervention. "Sweetie, you're not getting any younger," Mom said, as Clara sat alongside her, belly distended from pregnancy number 4. "So I've taken the liberty of starting your fertility treatments." Before I could answer, she took out a syringe containing hormones. Just a little boost to get those eggs flowing. I leapt back, but Clara caught my arms from behind. "Please, Rosalind, just try it. I've already found the perfect couple for your first baby." I shouted and kicked, but Mom was already approaching me with the needle. That's when I noticed the remaining syringes on the table. They had been planned for this. As Mom inserted the needle into my leg, I felt the cold liquid burn through my muscles. Within minutes, my vision dimmed and my ovaries felt on fire. Through the fuzz, I could hear Mom on the phone. "Yes, we've started the protocol. She'll be ready for harvest in 2 weeks." That's when I knew it wasn't just about family pressures anymore. This was trafficking. I awoke in the intensive care unit with ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, which was so bad that they almost had to remove everything. "We only brought you here because we wanted to save your womb," my mother remarked, standing above me. I pressed the red button for the nurse. She took one glance at my mother and led her away to conduct private examinations. I felt much worse after we were alone because she wrapped her arms around me and asked if I was all right. I burst into tears because the entire situation made me understand how bad my mother was. I eventually opened up to her and she appeared stunned by what I said and wanted me to repeat everything. I spent the next hour completely unpacking everything. The surrogacy. There is bias. The abuse. As soon as I stopped crying, she summoned hospital security to remove my mother from my room. And I had no idea at the time, but with the assistance of just one nurse, I was about to make my family pay. The nurse returned 20 minutes later with a uniformed cop who identified himself as Detective Rodriguez from the Domestic Violence Unit. He pulled up a chair next to my bed while the nurse adjusted my IV. "Rosalind, I specialize in cases involving reproductive coercion and forced medical procedures," he said, taking out a little recorder. "What your mother did constitutes assault, and based on what the nurse told me, this might be part of a larger pattern." My room's glass window revealed movement in the hallway. My mother was attempting to shove through the emergency exit door, her face twisted in wrath. She saw me gazing and pressed against the window, mouthing phrases I couldn't understand at first. She then accentuated her lip movements, saying, "Ungrateful bitch." My phone began vibrating on the bedside table. Detective Rodriguez glanced at it as message after message appeared on the screen. He asked, "May I?" And I nodded. All of the texts came from Clara. "How could you involve the police? Mom was helping you. You're destroying our family. All she wanted was for you to experience motherhood." Detective Rodriguez placed the phone carefully. "This isn't the first complaint we've received about forced fertility treatments. There's been a pattern, particularly involving medical practitioners at certain clinics." He studied my response. "Your mother works in the medical field?" My stomach sank. "She's a receptionist at Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic." His expression clouded. A hospital social worker knocked and ushered in a middle-aged woman with gentle eyes, who froze when she saw my paperwork. "Rosalind Gonzalez? Your mother is Evelyn Gonzalez? You know her?" The social worker paused, clutching her clipboard more tightly. We've had some interactions. Let me get you some resources." She shuffled through her papers, obviously uneasy. Detective Rodriguez took notes as I recalled the intervention dinner. The social worker kept looking toward the door, and I observed her hands trembling slightly as she handed me leaflets on domestic violence resources. "I need to check something," I explained, grabbing my phone. I signed on to my medical portal and scrolled through recent paperwork. It was dated 3 months ago, just after I casually mentioned to Mom that James and I were planning our future. My medical power of attorney had been transferred to my mother. "This isn't my signature," I explained, showing them the document. The handwriting seemed similar to mine, but angled strangely, as if someone was tracing. Before anyone could answer, a man in an expensive suit entered the room. "I'm representing Evelyn Gonzalez. I understand there's been a misunderstanding regarding my client's daughter's medical care." "That was fast," Detective Rodriguez said. The lawyer straightened his tie. "Rosalind is clearly suffering from hormone-induced psychosis. Her mother was simply trying to help when Rosalind became violent. We're requesting an immediate psychiatric evaluation." "I'm not psychotic," I insisted. "The hormones in your system suggest otherwise. Ovarian hyperstimulation can cause severe mood disturbances, paranoia, even hallucinations." The corridor was suddenly filled with noise. Clara came with 5 young children clutching her maternity garment. "Aunt Rosalind needs help," she shouted to anyone who would listen. "She's been struggling with jealousy issues for years." Hospital security arrived, attempting to keep order as the youngsters began to cry. Clara rocked the youngest on her hip and rubbed her pregnant abdomen with her free hand. I grabbed my phone and dialed my law company for backup. The receptionist responded on the second ring. "Oh, Rosalind, your mother called earlier. She explained about your situation. Don't worry, we're handling your caseload while you recover." "What? No, I'm fine. I need to speak to my partners. I think it's best if you focus on getting better. Your mother said the breakdown was quite severe. I hung up with my hands trembling. Through the glass, I saw my mother take something from her pocketbook and show it to her lawyer keys. My apartment keys. My car keys. She began reciting something, and while I couldn't hear her, I knew the pattern. She was listing my work schedule. Monday she has court at 9 o'clock. Tuesday's client meetings until 6 o'clock. Wednesday she volunteers at the women's shelter. The lawyer nodded while taking notes. James came through the door, still wearing his work clothes. "Rosalind, I got your text. What's—" But Clara stopped him in the hallway and placed a manicured hand on his arm. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I saw her make a gesture towards me and then touch her temple in the global sign for insane. She brought out her phone and showed him something on the screen. The nurse who had helped me earlier returned with a plastic bag. "These are the belongings you came in with," she replied, her face disturbed. She took out a few glossy brochures from Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic. "Those aren't mine," I replied quickly. She unfolded one of the brochures. Inside was a consent sheet for egg retrieval from last week. The signature matched that on my power of attorney document. The hospital administrator, a slim woman with a polished grin, entered the room. "Given the circumstances and the family's concerns, we think it might be best to transfer Rosalind to our psychiatric ward for a full evaluation, just as a precaution." My mother smiled through the glass. Detective Rodriguez stood up. "She's not going anywhere without a court order." "Of course," the administrator replied calmly. "We're simply considering all options for Rosalind's well-being." My phone vibrated again. This time it was my law school mentor, Professor Chen. "Just got off the phone with your mother. She's very concerned about your pregnancy delusions," she told me. "You've been fixating on having a baby, but your body won't cooperate." "Is everything okay?" I wanted to shout. Every aspect of my life was systematically poisoned. I looked at Detective Rodriguez, then at the social worker, who still refused to meet my gaze, and last at James, who was in the corridor with Clara whispering in his ear. "The evaluation," I stated abruptly. "I'll do it. I'll prove I'm competent." The attorney smiled. "Excellent. Dr. Margaret Ramsey will perform the evaluation. She's the best in the state." The name sounded familiar. Then it struck me. Mom's Book Club. Dr. Ramsey had been coming to our house for monthly meetings for more than 10 years, but it was too late to return it. The administrator was already making plans, and my mother's smile through the glass had turned triumphal. The nurse squeezed my hand as she checked my IV once again. She leaned forward, pretending to fix my pillow. "Whatever happens, don't sign anything else," she said softly. "And check your phone's location settings. Someone's been tracking you." As everyone filed out to prepare for my exam, I noticed something else. Clara was showing James her phone again, and this time I got a look at the screen. It was a text discussion, but not a recent one. These were from 2 years ago, when James and I first started dating, and I indicated that we might want kids eventually. She was making the point that I had always desired children, and that this was simply my unsatisfied desire showing as paranoia. And the look on James's face indicated that it was working. The psychiatric evaluation was set for tomorrow morning. As I lay in that hospital bed, watching my mother plot my demise through a pane of glass, I comprehended the full horror of my condition. She'd been plotting this for years, waiting for the perfect opportunity to release her trap, and I'd fallen right into it. The mental evaluation was scheduled for 8 a.m. I spent the night practicing replies in my thoughts, hoping to anticipate Dr. Ramsey's questions. The nurse from the previous shift had given me a sedative, saying that I'd need to slumber to appear stable. But sleep would not come. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see my mother's triumphant smile through the glass. Around 3 a.m., my phone lit up with an Instagram notice. Clara shared a photo from last month's family meal. There I was, slumped on my chair, eyes hazy. The text was as follows: "Praying for my sister's fertility journey. Some women struggle more than others to accept their maternal calling." It was posted 3 weeks ago, but I only just saw it. The responses expressed sorrow for her and concern for me. I looked over her feed with increasing horror. She had been tracking my journey for months. Photos of me during family gatherings, always exhausted or distracted. Captions regarding my baby fever and fertility issues. In one video, I was playing with her youngest daughter, and Clara put the following text overlay. "She'll be such a good mom when she stops fighting nature." My work email was pinged. Then it pinged again. And again. I opened it to discover my inbox full of messages. The subject lines made my blood run cold. "I'm thinking about you during this terrible time. Take as much time as you need. Your health comes first." My mother had sent an email to the entire firm using my account. I read it with shaky hands. "Dear colleagues, I'm writing to inform you that I'll be taking an indefinite leave of absence to address some personal health issues. As many of you know, I've been struggling with fertility issues, and the emotional toll has become overwhelming. My family is assisting me in getting the treatment I need, so please direct any urgent matters to the managing partners. Thank you for your understanding during this difficult time. Rosalind." The timestamp indicated that it was sent at 2:47 a.m., while I was lying here awake. I attempted to go into my work account to send a retraction, but my password was changed. My hands fumbled with the password reset, but the recovery email address had been changed to one I didn't know. My mother had shut me out of my own professional life. 3 of my clients had already sent encouraging letters to women I had assisted in leaving violent circumstances, assuming I was suffering from a mental health crisis. Someone wrote, "I always sensed you carried deep pain about motherhood. Please don't let it consume you like it almost consumed me." The irony made me want to throw up. The psychiatric ward's morning shift arrived around 6 a.m. I watched via my door's window as staff personnel whispered to one another and looked in my direction. News spread quickly in hospitals. They all knew I was the lady who attacked her mother for attempting to assist with reproductive treatments. The breakfast tray arrived, but I was unable to eat. My hands shook too much to keep the plastic spoon steady. When I tried to sip the juice, I noticed a harsh aftertaste and put it down right away. After hearing about the drugging at family dinners, I couldn't believe anything. Detective Rodriguez arrived at 7:30, looking fatigued. "I've been investigating all night," he replied gently, drawing his chair closer. "Your mother's name appears in several concerning patterns at that fertility clinic. But Rosalind," hissed, "the evidence is complicated. She's been very careful to make everything look like loving family support." "What kind of patterns?" I inquired. "Young women mostly from troubled backgrounds who suddenly decide to become egg donors or surrogates after meeting with clinic staff. Your mother often handles their intake paperwork." He handed me a booklet. "But here's the problem. They all signed consent forms. They all passed psychological evaluations. On paper, everything looks legitimate. Because the system is designed to protect the clinic, not the women," I informed them. He nodded grudgingly. "I need more evidence to build a case, but right now, I'm more concerned about getting you through this evaluation safely." Dr. Ramsey came exactly at 8 a.m., carrying a leather briefcase and wearing a sympathetic grin that did not reach her eyes. She was just as I recalled from Mom's book club meetings. Silver-haired, professionally dressed, and wearing reading glasses on a pearl chain. "Rosalind, dear," she replied kindly. "Your mother has told me so much about your struggles." Detective Rodriguez started to disagree when she raised a manicured palm. "I'm afraid this evaluation must be conducted privately. Standard protocol." "I'm staying," he stated firmly. "Then I'll have to note in my report that the patient required police supervision, which suggests violent tendencies." Her grin didn't falter. "Your choice, detective." He gazed at me, his jaw clenched. I nodded slightly. We both knew she had already made up her mind regarding the report. Having him removed would only give her more fodder. After he left, Dr. Ramsey sat in the visitor's chair and opened her briefcase. Inside, I saw what appeared to be finished forms with the evaluation results already typed. "Now then," she said, pulling out a tablet, "let's talk about your relationship with motherhood." For the following hour, each question was a trap. When I explained that I had chosen a career over children, she typed notes about defensive rejection of femininity. When I mentioned assisting women in escaping reproductive coercion, she murmured about projection of internal conflicts. When I tried to tell her about the forced injection, she asked if I ever felt persecuted by maternal figures. "Your mother mentioned you've been playing with dolls recently," she replied, looking at me over her glasses. "What? No, I haven't." "She found them in your apartment. Baby dolls. Hidden in your closet." She showed me a photo on her tablet of 3 dolls I'd never seen before, hidden behind my winter coats. It's quite common for women experiencing fertility grief to regress to childhood coping mechanisms. I stared at the photograph, my mind racing. The dolls were perfectly positioned, as if they had been staged. One was clutching a small bottle. Another carried a tiny diaper bag. The third was covered in what appeared to be a homemade blanket. "Those aren't mine," I said. "Denial is also common, Doctor," Ramsey said, typing quickly. "Rosalind, there's no shame in wanting children. But when that desire becomes so overwhelming that you lash out at family members trying to help." She injected me with fertility hormones against my will. She attempted to give you a vitamin supplement, according to witnesses. You became violent and had to be restrained. She cocked her head sympathetically. The mind can play tricks when we're under stress. Sometimes we misinterpret loving gestures as attacks. My phone vibrated with a notification from my bank, a sizable withdrawal from my savings account. When I tried to check it, Dr. Ramsey reached over and gently grabbed the phone. "Let's focus on our conversation," she said, putting it in her briefcase. "Tell me about your jealousy toward Clara." "I'm not jealous of my sister." 7 successful pregnancies, a loving family, the admiration of your community," she said as she rose. "Meanwhile, you've dedicated your life to preventing other women from experiencing motherhood. Don't you see the connection?" Every protest I made was seen as evidence of my instability. By the end, she had created a portrait of a lady so plagued by fertility sadness that she had invented a complex persecution fantasy, rather than admitting her own wants. "I'm recommending a 72-hour hold for observation," she said, closing her tablet. "With continued therapy, I believe we can help you work through these delusions." "You can't do this," I replied. "I know my rights." "Of course you do, dear. You've spent years studying law to compensate for what you perceive as your feminine failures." She stood and smoothed her skirt. "The hold begins immediately. Psychiatric transport will be here within the hour." After she went, I took out the room phone to call someone, anyone. But who? My employer suspected I was having a breakdown. My sister poisoned my boyfriend against me. My bank accounts were being plundered. My mother's campaign went out to my mentor as well. The transport team arrived while I was still holding the dead phone, 2 orderlies with friendly faces and firm grips. They spoke to me as if I were vulnerable, dangerous, unpredictable. The nurse who assisted me previously was nowhere to be found. As they prepared to take me, I noticed my mother in the corridor. She was talking to Dr. Ramsey, occasionally drying her eyes with a tissue, as the concerned mother dealt with her daughter's mental health dilemma. Other employees stroked her shoulder sympathetically. The psychiatric ward was located in a separate structure connected by an underground tube. The fluorescent lights stung my eyes as they rolled me through. The orderly pulling my wheelchair murmured tunelessly. The roar bounced off the concrete walls, blending in with the squeak of wheels and the distant clang of doors. My new room was small and sanitary. White walls. A narrow bed with obvious restraint straps. A small window with reinforced glass. They handed me paper scrubs to wear and removed my items for safety reasons. The nurse conducting intake was young, efficient, and visibly uneasy. "Any history of mental illness?" she inquired. "Number of suicide attempts? Number of violent episodes? Wait, they're saying I attacked my mother, but..." She typed hastily, "I'll put down 1 recent episode. Dr. Ramsey's orders say you're to have no visitors except family for the first 24 hours. No phone calls, it's for your own stability." "That's illegal. I have the right to contact my lawyer." She bit her lip. I'll have to check with the attending physician about that." However, the attending physician, along with the patient advocates and ward administration, were conveniently absent. Everyone who could help was somehow unavailable. I was locked in a bureaucratic maze created to resemble treatment. My mother arrived that afternoon carrying a suitcase. "I brought you some comfortable clothes," she announced, placing it on the bed, "and some photos of Clara's babies. I thought they might help you remember what we're working toward." She unpacked her pregnancy clothing systematically, all in my size. Prenatal supplements, a journal titled My Fertility Journey, with the first few pages already filled out in handwriting that looked similar to mine, photos of newborns I'd never met, labeled with names such as your nephew and godson. "The retrieval is scheduled for next week," she stated casually, hanging up a piece of clothing clearly intended for a pregnant woman. "Dr. Patel at the clinic is very optimistic about your egg quality. 28 is still young enough for excellent results." "I'm not consenting to egg retrieval." "Of course not, dear, not in your current state." She adjusted the garment on the rack. "That's why I've petitioned for temporary medical conservatorship, just until you're thinking clearly again." She took out a folder stuffed with documents, legal forms, medical papers, and psychiatric evaluations, half of which were forged but convincingly signed. A paper trail that goes back months, detailing my purported spiral into fertility mania. "Your co-workers have been extremely supportive," she added. "Several have written letters for the conservatorship hearing. They've noticed your preoccupation with pregnancy for some time, apparently. All those pro bono cases for pregnant women, they thought you were working through something personal." I saw her transform my mental room into a nursery, and waited. She presented a small ultrasound photo in a frame called Baby Gonzalez, with the next month's date. A mobile featuring little elephants. A book about pregnant nutrition. Each object was carefully selected to support her story. "Clara sends her love," Mom said, bringing out her phone. "She's been so worried about you." She showed me a video of Clara in a hospital bed, surrounded by flowers and clutching her new baby. "Hi, Rosalind," my sister murmured to the camera, her voice soft but kind. "I just wanted you to know that I love you. And when you're ready, there's a wonderful couple waiting to give your babies all the love in the world just like mine are getting. Don't fight this, okay? Let Mom help you. She only wants what's best." The infant in her arms began sobbing. Clara winced as she altered her position, and I noticed a flicker of agony on her face. The camera shook slightly, and whoever was filming noticed. The video was then cut off. "She's so brave," Mom murmured, putting the phone away. 9 pregnancies now, and she never complains, unlike some people. A disturbance in the corridor halted her shouted voices, followed by the sound of security being called. Through the small window in my door, I noticed the nurse who had assisted me in the ICU being led out by security. She was lugging a box of personal belongings, her face flushed with rage. My mother caught my look and smiled. "Oh yes, she was let go this morning. HIPAA violations, I heard. Sharing patient information without authorization. Such a shame. She seemed like a nice girl." The message was clear. Anyone who supported me would face the consequences. After Mom went, I tried but couldn't sleep. The bed was too hard, the room was too bright, and the sounds from the hospital were too disturbing. Someone in the hallway was crying. Another patient repeatedly asked for their mother. The night nurse checked the room every hour, shining a flashlight through the window. Around midnight, another nurse slipped into my room. She was ancient, with gray hair and tired eyes. "I don't have long," she said quietly. "But I knew your nurse friend. She asked me to give you this." She pressed a tiny piece of paper into my palm. "It's just a phone number. Call it when you can," she urged. "Not from here. They monitor the ward phones, but when you get out." She nervously looked at the door. "There are more of us than you think. Women who've seen what happens at that clinic. We've been too scared to speak up." She left as swiftly as she had arrived. I memorized the number and tore the paper into little pieces before flushing them down the toilet. "Evidence of conspiracy," my mother would say. "Proof of paranoid delusions," Dr. Ramsey would say. The next morning, 6 women in a circle met for group therapy to share their struggles. The therapist, a young man with a sincere expression, pushed us to investigate our relationships with femininity. When my turn came, I remained silent. Anything I said would be recorded, twisted, and used against me. Rosalind is dealing with some fertility grief, the therapist explained to the group. Sometimes that manifests as rejection of traditional female roles. One of the other women, barely out of her teens, looked at me sympathetically. "I get it," she replied. "I used to think I didn't want kids either. But therapy helped me realize I was just scared of not being good enough." I wanted to shout that not wanting children was a genuine option, that femininity was not defined by reproduction, and that I was here because I had helped far too many women escape exactly this type of pressure, but I just nodded, allowing them to draw their own assumptions. Lunch was served in a communal area with barred windows. I picked at the food, still concerned about substances. My tablemate, an elderly woman with hollow eyes, leaned in conspiratorially. "First time?" she inquired. I nodded. Word of advice: agree with everything they say. The quickest way out is to comply. She stirred her pudding absently. "I've been here 6 times. Keep fighting my daughter about custody of my grandkids. But this time, I'm going to play along, tell them I understand boundaries, accept my role." Her laughter was vengeance. "Whatever gets me out, right?" That afternoon I had individual therapy with Dr. Ramsey. She had established a permanent office on the ward to better serve my patients. The walls were adorned with encouraging posters about maternity and recovery. "Your mother tells me you were asking about the retrieval procedure," she says. I wasn't. It's natural to be curious. Many women find that understanding the medical process helps alleviate their fears. She took out a Blessed Beginnings pamphlet. "The clinic has an excellent success rate. And the couple your mother has selected is just lovely. He's a doctor, she's a teacher. They've been trying for 5 years. I'm not donating my eggs." "Of course not, you're donating the possibility of life. There's a difference." She scribbled something on her notebook. "Rosalind, I want you to try something. Close your eyes and imagine holding your biological child. Even if another woman carries them, they'll still be yours in the way that matters." I kept my eyes open, glancing at her degrees on the wall, all from reputable colleges. All are legitimate. This was not a back alley operation. It was a fully licensed psychiatrist working at an approved hospital, exactly as the system allowed. "Resistance is normal," she added. "But I think deep down, you know your mother is right. You've spent so many years fighting your nature that you've convinced yourself the fight is the purpose. But what if you just let go?" James came during visiting hours, but I was told it was just for relatives. Clara arrived instead, stepping slowly with one hand supporting her stomach. She had brought her 5 children, who shifted uncomfortably in the sterile visiting room. "Aunt Rosalind is sick," she informed them, "but she's getting better." The oldest, a girl around 6, looked at me intently. "Grandma says you're going to have babies soon too." "That's right, sweetheart," Clara remarked before I could reply. "Aunt Rosalind just needs some help remembering how much she wants them." She'd brought images from our youth of the 2 of us wearing those hideous pregnant outfits, but she'd altered them somehow. In these renditions I was smiling, playing along, and pleased. "Remember how you used to name your pretend babies?" questioned the woman. "You had a whole list of Lily, Sophia, little James Jr. if it was a boy." "That was you," I said gently. "Those were your names." "No, Rosalind." She took out a tattered notebook, familiar with my childhood diary. She opened it to pages I didn't recall writing, lists of baby names in what appeared to be my handwriting but wasn't. "See, you've always wanted this. The stress just made you forget." The youngsters watched our exchange with wide eyes, learning and absorbing as Aunt Rosalind was guided to remember her actual purpose. The oldest continued looking at her mother's large belly, then at my flat stomach, with uncertainty on her face. After they departed, I found myself in the bathroom, staring at my own mirror. The fluorescent lights made me appear pale and empty, like the other ladies on the ward. I was curious if many of them were here for similar reasons. How many people fought too hard against expectations and were classified as crazy? That evening, an incident occurred. A new patient, young and terrified, was brought in, shouting about being forced to have a child. Security had to detain her while nurses gave her sedatives. Through my open door, I heard snippets of her story: religious parents, pregnancy deal, and escape attempt. By dawn, she was quiet, compliant. Sitting in group therapy, she discussed how she had misread her family's affection. Sometimes we perceive care as control, the therapist added, nodding in agreement. But with medication and therapy, we can learn to accept support. I observed her closely, noting the little tremble in her hands, the delayed reactions, and the way she agreed with everything, including conflicting comments. They had drugged her into obedience, and everyone pretended that it was healing. My own medication arrived with breakfast, just to help with the anxiety, the nurse said. I recognized the pills as light sedatives, nothing dangerous, but I knew those were only the beginning. Refusing for too long would lead to greater interventions. I palmed the pills and pretended to swallow. Later, I would flush them like a phone number. But I couldn't keep doing this forever. They'd eventually conduct oral checks, provide drugs, and devise methods to enforce compliance. The conservatorship hearing was scheduled in 3 days. Dr. Ramsey informed me that it was only a formality, and that I wasn't required to go. Your mother will handle everything, you just focus on getting better. But I knew exactly what that hearing meant. Once she obtained conservatorship, she could consent to anything on my behalf, including egg retrieval, hormone therapy, and coerced pregnancy, if she could justify it as helpful. That night I stayed awake planning, not escape, which would simply show my instability, but acquiescence. Strategic, measured compliance could get me released before the hearing. I'd have to be the woman they wanted to see, one who had accepted her genuine wants, understood her mother's love, and was ready to embrace motherhood. The performance would need to be perfect. One slip, one moment of resistance, and I'd be stuck here permanently. But if I could persuade them that I had made a breakthrough and expressed adequate gratitude for their assistance, I might be able to get out in time to fight the conservatorship. I reflected about all the women I'd assisted throughout the years. How many others had been stuck in similar situations by familial expectations, medical systems, and legal frameworks that valued reproduction over autonomy? I had fought for them in court and shelters. Now I had to fight for myself with the only weapons I had left: manipulation and falsehoods. The irony was not lost on me. To show my sanity, I had to act insanely. To keep my autonomy, I had to relinquish it. To break free from my mother's influence, I had to accept all she wanted me to be. Tomorrow, I will begin my act. Cry in therapy about my empty womb. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey, for helping me realize the reality. Ask Clara for advice about egg donation. Allow my mother to outfit me in those pregnancy clothes and tell her how appropriate they felt. Every syllable would burn. Every action would undermine what I believed. But that was the only way out that did not require a needle in my arm or stirrups in an operating room. The night nurse checked my face with her flashlight. I maintained an even breathing pattern while pretending to sleep. Down the hall, someone was crying again, or perhaps still. In situations like this, crying never ceased. 3 days. I had 3 days to persuade them that I was free of the awful affliction of not desiring children. 3 days to complete the most significant deed of my life. The true tragedy was that I was confident I could achieve it. Years of watching Clara had taught me what to say, how to act, and what they expected to see. I might become the ideal patient, appreciative for their assistance, and ready to realize my biological destiny, and perhaps it was the worst part. Not that they were trying to break me, but that I understood just how to make them believe they had succeeded. The next morning, I awoke with renewed determination. In group therapy, I raised my hand for the first time. I think I understand now, I admitted, my voice cracking. All these years, I've been running from what I really wanted. The therapist leaned forward excitedly. Tell us more, Rosalind. I detailed a made-up dream about cradling a baby, and the other woman nodded knowingly. When Dr. Ramsey arrived for our session, I was prepared. I want to apologize, I said, wringing my hands in my lap. You were right. I've been using my career to avoid facing my fertility grief. She virtually gleamed. "This is wonderful progress, Rosalind." For the next hour, I told her precisely what she wanted to hear: how jealous I was of Clara's pregnancies, and how my work with reproductive rights was all about controlling what I couldn't have. By the end, she was typing furiously, capturing my breakthrough. "I think we should tell your mother," she added. "She'll be so relieved." When Mom came that afternoon, I was wearing one of the pregnancy clothes she had brought. The garment hung slack on my frame, but I continued to stroke my flat stomach as Clara had done numerous times. "Oh, sweetie," Mom murmured with tears in her eyes. "You look so natural." I allowed her to hug me, resisting the temptation to shove her away. "I'm sorry I fought you," I said quietly. "You were just trying to help." She drew back and studied my face. For a moment, I believed she saw through the act. Then she grinned and took out her cell phone. "Clara needs to hear this," she stated, already phoning. I spent the remainder of the day asking Mom about the egg retrieval process, looking at images of the couple who wanted my eggs, and even performing breathing exercises from those traumatic childhood sessions. Dr. Ramsey was so thrilled that she suggested accelerating my release. "If you continue showing this level of insight, we might not need the full 72 hours. That night, I was unable to sleep. Tomorrow was vital. I needed to retain performance while also gaining access to a phone or computer. The conservatorship hearing was in 2 days, and I needed to find a method to challenge it. The next morning delivered a surprise. James showed up during visiting hours, and this time they let him in. He looked fatigued and conflicted. "Your mom said you're doing better," he replied gently. I wanted to scream the truth, but I knew they were definitely watching us. Instead, I reached for his hand. "I've been so confused," I said. "But I'm starting to understand what I really want." He watched my face, and I attempted to convey discreetly. His eyes opened slightly. Did he understand? "Maybe when you get out, we can talk about our future," he added gently. "I'd like that," I said, squeezing his hand 3 times, our traditional signal for playing along. After he went, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe he didn't totally believe Clara's falsehoods. That afternoon, I convinced the ward personnel to allow me to use the computer in the day room to look into fertility possibilities. Instead, I simply logged into my email using a web browser. My password still worked on my personal account. I sent a message to a colleague who specialized in conservatorship law, leaving it vague yet urgent. I then checked my financial accounts. More money was withdrawn. At this pace, I'll be broke in a week. Finding good information? A nurse approached. I swiftly switched tabs to a fertility clinic's website. "Just learning about the process," I exclaimed happily. She grinned and continued on. I had maybe 5 more minutes before someone became suspicious. I went to the court's website and found the conservatorship file. My mother stated that I was severely impaired owing to fertility-related insanity. The hearing is planned for tomorrow at 2 p.m. I memorized the case number and courthouse, then erased my browser history. If I could just be released in the morning, I might make it to court. That evening, Dr. Ramsey convened an emergency session. My stomach sank. Had they uncovered my computer usage? "Your mother told me you've been asking about specific fertility clinics," she replied. "I'm so pleased with your progress that I'm recommending immediate release." I blinked. "Really? You'll need to continue outpatient therapy, of course, but I think you're ready to take the next steps in your journey." She cracked a joke. "Your mother has already made an appointment at Blessed Beginnings for tomorrow afternoon." Tomorrow afternoon. The same time as the conservatorship hearing. "That's wonderful," I managed to remark. I was freed the following morning at 9 a.m. Mom was waiting with a bouquet of flowers and a gift bag. "I bought you some prenatal vitamins," she explained, handing me the bag. "Just to prepare your body." I smiled and took them, already preparing my next step. "Mom, I need to stop by my apartment first, change clothes, and feel normal again." Her smile wavered. "Oh, but we have appointments." "Please," I murmured, mimicking Clara's manipulative style. "I want to look my best when we go to the clinic. This is such an important day." "That works." She drove me to my flat, but she insisted on entering. While she waited in the living room, I locked myself in the bathroom and called a colleague I had emailed. "Rosalind, I got your message. The hearing is at 2 p.m., right? I'll be there." "I can't make it," I said quietly. "My mother will have me at the fertility clinic." "Can you file an emergency motion?" "Without your present, it's harder, but I have evidence." I interrupted. "Check my work email. The password is ... I gave her my credentials. There's a folder labeled personal, everything's there." I hung up when Mom knocked on the door. "Everything okay, sweetie?" "Just nervous," I said back. I returned to find her reorganizing my bookshelf, removing my law volumes and replacing them with pregnancy manuals she had brought. "Much better," she said. "Now let's get you changed." She had brought an attire, a flowing dress that evoked fecundity and femininity. I put it on and played the part. We arrived at Blessed Beginnings about 1:30. The waiting room was filled with hopeful couples and young women who appeared distant. I recognized the look from my years of lobbying. "Evelyn," a nurse welcomed my mother cheerfully. "And this must be Rosalind. We've heard so much about you." They whisked me back for preliminary testing while Mom completed papers. While drawing my blood, the nurse discussed success rates and happy families. "Your mother says you're eager to help a special couple," she told me. "Very eager," I lied. At 2:15 I asked to use the restroom. Instead I sneaked out a side door and summoned a riding chair. The courthouse was about 10 minutes away. I burst into the courtroom at 2:25. The judge was already speaking. My mother sat at the petitioner's table alongside her lawyer. My colleague stood at the respondent's table, pleased to see me. "Your Honor," she replied swiftly, "my client has arrived." Mom's face turned white, then red. "She's supposed to be at the clinic." "Interesting," the judge replied dryly. "Miss Gonzalez, are you here of your own free will?" "Yes, Your Honor, and I'd like to contest this conservatorship petition." The following hour was awful. Mom's lawyer presented Dr. Ramsey's evaluation, the psychiatric hold, and my admissions to desiring children. But my colleague replied with the information I'd obtained, including the falsified signatures, Mom's planning timetable, and the clinic's habit of coercion. "Your Honor," I said when I was given the opportunity, "I don't have fertility grief. I have a mother who's built her entire identity around her daughter's reproductive capacity. She drugged me, forged documents, and orchestrated an elaborate campaign to destroy my credibility when I refused to participate in her breeding agenda." Mom began crying. "I just wanted grandchildren. Is that so wrong?" "You have 5 grandchildren," I said, "through Clara, who can barely walk anymore because of what you've done to her body. She chose that life. Did she? Or did you condition her from age 8 to believe she had no other value?" The judge demanded an order. After considering the information, including the hair follicle test results that my colleague had subpoenaed, he made his conclusion. "The petition for conservatorship is denied," he stated firmly. "Furthermore, I'm issuing a restraining order. Miss Evelyn Gonzalez, you are to have no contact with your daughter Rosalind." Mom wailed. Her lawyer whispered urgently into her ear, but the decision was decided. As we exited the courthouse, I noticed Clara in the parking lot, struggling to get out of her minivan with her enormous tummy. She had brought all 5 children. "How could you?" she cried out. "Mom loves us. She loves what our bodies can do for her." I said, "There's a difference." The oldest child, a 6-year-old girl, yanked on Clara's clothes. "Mommy, why is Grandma crying?" Daniela didn't respond. She couldn't because how do you explain to a child that they are being prepared for the same fate? I walked away with my colleague beside me. "What now?" she inquired. "Now I will file a complaint with the medical board about Blessed Beginnings," I told them. "And I start documenting everything for the civil suit." "What about your sister?" I returned my gaze to Clara, who was still standing by her van, with youngsters forming a shield around her. "I can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved, but maybe I can protect her daughters." That evening, James visited my apartment. We sat on my couch, which was probably where Mom had planted the dolls, and spoke for hours. I almost believe them, he said. The texts, the photos, the stories, it all seems so real. That's how good manipulators work, I explained. They take a grain of truth and build a mountain of lies. He remained the night, not romantically. Neither of us were prepared for that. But having someone there who believed me and saw through the gaslighting helped me feel more human. The following few weeks were a flurry of legal filings. Therapy is genuine therapy, not Dr. Ramsey's deception, and I'm slowly reclaiming my life. My firm welcomed me back once I explained the issue. Several of my clients contacted me and apologized for their doubts. The inquiry into Blessed Beginnings proved what I suspected: a history of targeting vulnerable women, as attested to by concerned family members such as my mother. The clinic was closed pending review. Mom attempted to reach me via flying monkeys, mutual acquaintances, distant relatives, and even my childhood priest. Every time I logged it in the restraining order file. Clara gave birth to her sixth child 6 weeks later. I heard through the grapevine that there were serious issues. She lived, but only barely. The physicians advised her not to have any further pregnancies. I wanted to be validated, but I simply felt sorry. She was my sister, despite everything. And suddenly she was confronted with the reality of a body shattered in pursuit of someone else's goal. 3 months after the conservatorship hearing, I received a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. "Aunt Rosalind," a tiny voice said. "It's Lily, Clara's oldest daughter." "Hi, sweetheart," I said carefully. "Is everything okay?" "Mommy is sick again, and Grandma keeps talking about when I'll be old enough to have babies." Her voice sank to a whisper. "I don't want to be like Mommy." My heart broke and soared at the same time. "You don't have to be, Lily. You can be whatever you want." "Can I? Can I come see you sometime? Mommy says you're dangerous, but you don't seem dangerous." "I'd love that," I said. "But we need to make sure it's okay with your mom first." It wasn't fine, of course. However, Lily continued to call discreetly, either from a friend's phone or the school office. I became her safe haven, the aunt who assured her that she had worth beyond her uterus. 6 months later, during a family funeral not on Mom's side, I gratefully saw Clara. She was in a wheelchair, and her body was finally refusing to cooperate with her sacrifice. She glanced at me across the church, and for the first time in years, I recognized my sister as the girl who used to sneak into my room during thunderstorms, rather than the breeding machine Mom had built. She didn't say anything to me, but she also didn't look away. A year after everything happened, I was in a coffee shop when a young woman approached me. She appeared familiar, but I could not place her. "You're Rosalind Gonzalez," she explained. "You helped my friend escape her family. They were trying to force her to be a surrogate for her sister." "I'm glad she got out," I said. "She did it because of you. Because you fought back and made it public." She took a breath. "I'm supposed to start fertility treatments next week. My mom's been planning it for years. But after seeing what happened to you, what you survived, I think I'm going to run instead." I handed her my card. "Call me if you need help." She departed, and I sat there, reflecting on how they perpetuated patterns until someone broke them. How the breaking harms everyone involved. Sometimes the only way to win is to keep the next generation from going through the same thing. My phone vibrated. Lily, now 7, sent a text while sneaking her mother's phone. "Grandma says I'm going to be a wonderful mother someday. I told her I want to be a lawyer like you instead." She got really mad. I smiled as I typed back, "Good for you, kiddo. Stand your ground." The conflict was not over. When family is involved, the situation never truly ends. But the battles had been won, boundaries had been set, and somewhere out there, girls were realizing they had options beyond what their bodies might provide for others. That has to be sufficient. My family planned their Florida retirement with my money. Then I found out the truth and turned their life into nightmare with this shocking move. I'm Ethan, a 32-year-old male who owns and operates his own workout equipment distribution business. It is not drop shipping or MLM fraud, but the real thing. We're talking heavy-duty, commercial-grade equipment for serious gyms, CrossFit boxes, and professional training centers. I built this entire thing from scratch 7 years ago. Consider this, 25-year-old me living in a cramped one-bedroom apartment and working out of a garage that barely housed a car. God, I miss driving around in a beat-up Ford Ranger, stopping at every gym within a 100-mile radius to make contacts. At start, I was just transporting the basics. Dumbbells, weight plates, resistance bands, whatever I could fit in that vehicle. The first 2 years were terrible. I was living off protein shakes and canned tuna, working from 4 a.m. until midnight most days. The number of times I heard no, or we already have a supplier, would have broken most individuals. But every no only encouraged me to push harder. I'd go home, look into better items, make more calls, and send more emails. Sleep? This was for the weak. My big break came when I secured an exclusive contract with a European firm known for producing high-quality products. Nobody else in the area was carrying it, so all of the gyms that said no started contacting me back. From there, it exploded. Now I have 3 warehouses, 28 people, and we are the preferred supplier for half of the serious gyms in the tri-state area. But this is where the tale becomes tricky. My family sat on the sidelines, watching like vultures, as I built everything from nothing. My father, Ron, used to be an avid boxing trainer. He used to own his own gym, which was rather successful, and he taught me all I knew about the fitness industry. But conveniently, he injured his back just as I turned 18 and was about to start college. It's ironic that his disability didn't prevent him from enjoying golf or fishing, but it did make him unable to work. My mother, Diane, was a classic enabler. She has never worked a day in her life, always have an excuse ready. "Oh, I'm too old to start working now," she'd say. She was 52. People start entire careers in their 50s, but that seemed too much for her. Then there's my sister, Katie. Holy cow, where do I even begin with her? She is 2 years younger than me, yet that translates into zero responsibility in my parents' perspective. This girl has failed at more things than most people do, but not because she tries, because she doesn't have to face the consequences. Allow me to paint you a picture. While I was working 16-hour days, sleeping on a futon in my office, and reinvesting every dime back into the business, Katie was finding herself. She attempted beauty school but dropped out after 3 months because it wasn't hard enough. Translation: she had to be on time and perform the work. Then she decided she wanted to become a personal trainer. That lasted 2 weeks until she realized it was too demanding. She's smashed 3 automobiles, maxed out countless credit cards, and still lands on her feet because mom and dad are there to catch her. Meanwhile, I needed to be prepared from the start. Do you know how my parents supported me when I first started my business? That's nice, honey. Speaking of money, can you help with the electric bill this month? That this month became every month. By the age of 23, I was responsible for their mortgage payments. By 25, I was handling all of their bills, including electricity, car insurance, and property taxes. "Family helps family," Mom would remark, playing the guilt card like an expert poker player. "You're doing so well and we're so proud. It's not like you can't afford it." And, like an idiot, I fell for it. Year after year. I convinced myself I was doing the right thing, that I was a nice son, and that maybe they'd come to enjoy it. Looking back, I realize how messed up it all was. I was creating something tangible as they perpetuated my sister's never-ending cycle of failures and treated me like their personal ATM. What particularly bothers me is that whenever I achieve a key business milestone, such as launching a new warehouse or getting a large contract, they barely acknowledge it, but let Katie keep down a job for more than 2 weeks, and it was as if she had cured cancer. Family dinner celebrations, the whole 9 yards. Meanwhile, I'm growing a garage operation into a multi-million-dollar corporation, and everyone says, "Oh, that's nice. By the way, the property taxes are due next week." So let me explain how the money situation escalated from occasional help to supporting 4 individuals who refused to work. It began when I was 23. I just scored my first major deal, delivering equipment to a chain of boutique gyms. Finally, some actual money came in. Not buy a yacht money, but certainly pay all my bills and have some leftover money. That's when the calls began. Then came the dad. "Hey son, bit of a situation with the mortgage. Just need a little help this month." Next, she said, "The electric company is threatening to shut us off, and you know your father's back. They always used his back problem as a trump card to justify everything." Meanwhile, my sister Katie was living her best life. Let me give you some examples of the nonsense she did while I was supporting our parents. She decided she wanted to become a yoga instructor. Cool, right? Except, she requested that mom and dad pay for her certification. $3,000. They obviously didn't have the money, so guess who received the call? But wait, things get better. She dropped out after 2 classes because the energy wasn't right. That's $3,000 down the drain. Then there was the time she became interested in crystals and essential oils and decided to create her own health business rather than simply using them. I maxed out 3 credit cards while buying stuff. When it failed, guess who had to assist pay the credit card bills? Congratulations if you guessed me, you are catching on. My personal favorite was the ecological fashion retail stage. She persuaded dad to co-sign a lease for a retail space. Keep in mind that this is the same individual who is unable to work due to his injuries, yet is allegedly able to sign legal paperwork. 3 months later, the firm failed because she spent more time preparing picture shoots for non-existent clientele than she did running it. However, the rent still had to be paid. And since dad's name was on the lease, you guessed it, another call to good old Ethan. "Son, we really need your help. You know we wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. Throughout this, I'm still grinding. Expanded into a second warehouse, hired more employees, and made significant industry movements. But whenever I reached a milestone, it was eclipsed by some familial turmoil. Have you landed a large contract with a national gym chain? Sorry, we can't celebrate because Katie's car was repossessed and she needs assistance in buying a new one. Did you open a new warehouse? Cool. But have you heard Katie's thoughts about returning to school? Spoiler. She did not. They stopped asking about money since it had become so conventional. Bills such as rent, utilities, car payments, and insurance would just appear in my email. Everything fell under my purview by default. What if I ever hesitated? Oh boy. Mom would take out the big guns. "We're not asking for much, Ethan. You're doing so well, and the family has to stick together." Dad would take the guilt way. "You know I'd still be running the gym if I could. I taught you everything you know about this business." He taught me about boxing. I taught myself everything about running a profitable business. What is Katie's contribution to these conversations? Must be nice to have so much money you can lord it over everyone. Some of us are trying to find our passion. This is coming from someone who had never worked for more than 3 months in her life. The actual kicker? They began planning their retirement on my dime. I learned they were hunting for condos in Florida. Florida. They had the audacity to give me listings, claiming it would be a terrific investment for the family. Yeah, because I was the one who was going to pay for it. Do you want to know how much money we are talking about? Over 5 years. I paid their mortgage, $2,400 every month. Utilities, average, cost $400 per month. Car payments, for 2 vehicles, $800 per month. Insurance, home and auto, $350. Monthly property taxes, $6,000 annually. Random emergencies, around $25,000 total. Katie's multiple failed ventures, around $40,000. That's more than $175,000. Let that sink in. And that doesn't include all of the lesser expenses like groceries, phone bills, and medical copay. And what did I receive in return? A pat on the back, and another bill in my inbox. Some of you may be thinking, "Ethan, you're an idiot for letting this go so long." Trust me, I know. Looking back, I can't believe I fell for it too. But when you grow up being told that family is everything and that you must look after your own, it affects your mental health. You begin to believe that saying no means you're the evil guy. This is when Lauren, my wife, entered my life and gradually opened my eyes to how twisted up my family situation was. I met Lauren at a powerlifting tournament sponsored by my company. I wasn't even intended to be present that day. My sales manager had the illness, so I had to cover the booth. The best dang luck of my life. Lauren didn't compete. She's a sports physical therapist who deals with professional athletes. She was there with one of her customers, an incredible beast of a man who ended up breaking 3 state records that day. I noticed her because, unlike most people at these events, She was more interested in the equipment specifications than the glitzy branding. She came to my stand and inquired about the knurling pattern on our competition bars. Not the standard, how much does it cost? Or, does it come in different colors? She was curious about grip diameter differences and how they affect different lifting patterns. I'm not going to lie, having a woman who knew her business was quite appealing. We started talking, and the next thing I knew, we were having coffee after the event. That went into supper, which led to more dates. And man, it was different from the beginning. This woman had her act together in a way that made me realize how much turmoil I had accepted in my life. Lauren grew up in a regular family, like truly normal. Her parents worked regular jobs, put her through college, and expected her to manage her own life after that. They are proud of her accomplishments but have never asked her for money. Isn't that an incredible idea? Initially, I tried to keep my family problems separate from our relationship. But when you're spending thousands of dollars every month on other people's bills, this stuff comes up. She learned about my family duties around 3 months into our relationship. Katie had another emergency, so I had to cancel our plans. She had bounced a check at her child's daycare, and they refused to take him back until it was paid. Mom was sobbing about how they couldn't watch him due to Dad's back. It's funny how that back injury only flares up when there's work to be done. So there I was, preparing to transfer another grand to clean up my sister's mess. Lauren simply sat there, listening to me explain this as if it were normal. She said something that hit me like a truck. "Ethan, you know that's not your responsibility, right?" These were simple words, yet they really stuck with me. Because in my household, I was responsible for everything. Is business doing well? It's time to pay additional bills. Got a bonus? Help Katie with her latest scam. Have you finally saved enough for the new equipment line? Sorry. Mom and Dad need a new roof. Lauren began to notice trends that I had been oblivious to for years, such as how my parents only called when they wanted something, how every family dinner became a presentation of bills and urgent requirements, or how Katie could drop $500 on some MLM scheme but couldn't pay her own electricity bill. Then we married. The small ceremony was primarily for her family and my close friends. My family? They arrived late because Katie had a meltdown that morning about her ex failing to pick up the kids on time. Dad complained about the venue's chairs hurting his back during the reception, but after a few drinks he was able to hit the dance floor without incident. The true eye-opener came when our son Alex was born. Everything changed the moment a man held him for the first time. I looked at this tiny human and considered the example I was setting. Did I want him to grow up believing it was usual to be used by family? Did success mean being everyone else's piggy bank? Lauren's parents treated Alex with great care from the start. Regular visits, always trying to help, never expecting anything in return. Meanwhile, my parents were only interested in doing things when it was convenient. Mom would cancel arrangements at the last minute because Katie needed emotional support following another failed relationship. Dad would vow to come by but then not show up because his back was acting up. They only complained the one time they watched Alex. He's quite energetic, Ethan. Not like Katie's kids, who are so well behaved. Yeah, because her children spend all day on iPads, whilst my son plays and explores as a child should. I started observing that they handled Alex differently than Katie's kids. Katie's children received costly birthday presents and regular attention. Alex received whatever was on clearance at Walmart, assuming they remembered at all. Last Christmas they spent $300 on gifts for Katie's children. Alex received a $20 gift card to Target. Lauren witnessed all of this, but never pushed me. She just posed questions that made me think, why do you believe they treat Alex differently? Or, how would you feel if Alex grew up and was treated the same way you are now? This is the point at which everything went wrong. It's Wednesday morning, and I'm in my office getting ready for the biggest meeting of my career. Dick's Sporting Goods was interested in a national distribution agreement and an 8-figure contract. This is game-changing material. I'd been working on this transaction for months, getting data and samples ready down to the slightest detail. My suit was pressed, my presentation was flawless, and I felt confident. Then my phone rang. It's Lauren. My wife no longer calls during working hours unless it is an emergency. She works with a pro baseball player who is recovering from Tommy John surgery and is at a critical point in his rehabilitation. His agent required her in Chicago as soon as possible, and a private flight had already been booked. This was a professional chance she couldn't pass up. Not a big thing, right? We are successful grown-ups who can handle scheduling disruptions. Except, our nanny had called in ill that morning. There is a stomach illness running around the daycare. Alex was in Lauren's workplace playing in the kids section she had put up for clients who brought their children. Like I said, my wife considers everything. We only needed someone to monitor Alex for one night. One night. Who was the first person I called? My mom. This seemed like an obvious choice to me. Both of my parents are unemployed by choice, live 15 minutes away, and are constantly talking about how much they miss their grandchild. Plus, you are aware that I have only been paying their bills for the past 5 years. The conversation went as follows. Me. Hello, Mom. I need a favor. Lauren has an emergency with a client, and I have this important meeting. Can you and Dad watch Alex tonight? Mom laughs as if she were genuinely laughing. Oh, Ethan, sweetie, we are not babysitters. We've already raised our kids. It is not our responsibility to take care of yours. I'm sitting at my office, still dressed in my $2,000 suit. The first one I ever bought made me feel like I needed to look the part for this meeting. Just staring at my phone. 5 years of paying their mortgage, electricity, auto payments, and unexpected expenses. 5 years as their personal bank, and this is what I get. But something seemed odd. You know that sensation you get when something doesn't add up? Maybe it was all those years of checking inventory statistics, but something didn't feel right. I instructed my assistant to reschedule Dick's meeting. She felt I was insane. This was enormous. But here's something I've learned from business. Believe your intuition. When something feels wrong, it probably is. I got into my truck and proceeded to their house. I didn't call ahead. I did not text. Just drove straight there. Their driveway comes into view, and guess what I see? Katie's beat-up Honda Civic parked there. On a Wednesday afternoon, she's meant to be at work. Now let me tell you about their residence. It's a great 4-bedroom in a desirable area. Why do they need 4 bedrooms if it's only them? I am paying for it, that is why. They insisted on using the facility for family visits. It's funny since the only family who ever stays there is Katie when she's between residences. I step up to the door. Don't even knock, why should I? I pay the mortgage. So, what do I find in the living room? My parents are on the floor playing with Katie's children. Katie was reclined on their $2,000 couch, which I paid for, looking through her phone. Mom and Dad are down there with construction blocks looking like the ideal grandparents. Ethan! Mom springs up as if she has seen a ghost. What are you doing here? I'm standing there in my suit looking at the scene when something inside me snaps. But not in a screaming manner. It's almost terrifying in its strange, peaceful manner. Funny, I say, my voice low. I thought you weren't babysitters. Katie rolls her eyes, hardly even looking up from her cell phone. Ethan, some of us do require support at times. Not everyone can be as perfect as you. That's when Mom starts making excuses. This is different, honey. Katie experienced a migraine. She simply needs to rest. A migraine? I repeat, my voice remaining oddly quiet. She has a migraine, so you drop everything and watch her kids. But when I've been paying your expenses for years and need aid for one night due to an emergency, suddenly you're not babysitters. Dad, who has remained quiet the entire time, begins stroking his temples. Son, you're making too big a deal out of this. Your sister needs help. And I don't? My voice cracks slightly. I have the biggest meeting of my career. Lauren has an emergency with a client. We need one night of help with your grandson. But I guess that's too much to ask from the people whose entire life I've been financing for the past 5 years. Katie Findlay looks up from her phone with that smug little grin she always has. Must be nice to have so much money that you can hold it over everyone's heads. Some of us actually struggle, you know. That's when I lost it, not with a scream, but with a sense of finally seeing everything clearly. I took out my phone, accessed my banking app, and looked up the numbers. Let's talk about struggle, Katie. Let's talk about the $175,000 I've given mom and dad over the past 5 years. Let's talk about your loans that never got repaid. Let's talk about how you haven't held a job for more than 3 months since high school, but somehow always have money for new clothes and hair appointments. The room became very quiet. The $175,000 figure I had just mentioned lingered in the air like a nasty odor. Katie, for the first time in her life, did not respond intelligently. But my mother, yes, she shifted tactics quickly. It's like watching a master manipulator in action. The first step is to feel guilty. Ethan, honey, you're making us sound like terrible parents. After everything we've done for you. I cut her off right then. What exactly have you done for me, Mom? Because from where I'm standing, I've been carrying this entire family since I was 23. So please, enlighten me. What have you done besides take my money and treat me like an ATM? Dad tried to intervene with his peacemaker routine. Now, son, you know that's not fair. I taught you everything you know about this business. That's when I started laughing. Like, truly laughed. You taught me about boxing, Dad. I taught myself everything about running a business. While you were nursing your convenient back injury, I was working 16-hour days, sleeping in my warehouse and building something real. The only thing you taught me was how to spot nonsense, and right now I'm seeing it clearly. Katie finally got up from the couch and tried to make herself cry. You're such a jerk, Ethan. Just because you got lucky with your business doesn't mean you're better than everyone else. Some of us have real problems. Real problems? I approached the window and pointed to her automobile. That Honda Civic? I paid for it when you wrecked your last car. Those designer shoes you're wearing? Probably bought with the loan you got from mom and dad last month, which really means my money. Your kids' private school tuition? Yeah, that's coming from the money I give them too. So please, tell me more about your real problems. Mom began crying at this moment, not the false tears she always uses, but genuine angry crying. How dare you throw this in our faces? We're family. Family helps each other, I reiterated. Funny how that only goes one way. Where was the family help when I was starting my business? Where was the family's help when I needed a co-signer for my first warehouse lease? Where's the family help right now, when I need one night of childcare for your grandson? That's when Katie dropped the bomb, making everything crystal plain. Well, maybe if you hadn't moved Alex's daycare to that expensive place across town, he could go to the same one as my kids. Then we could help each other out. I gently turned to her. The expensive place across town? You mean the one that actually has qualified teachers and doesn't park kids in front of iPads all day? The one that costs exactly what I used to spend on your monthly emergencies? That's the one you're talking about? I then turned to my parents. And you two. Let's talk about that back injury, Dad. Funny how it only acts up when there's work to be done, but you can play golf every Wednesday with your buddies. Or Mom, how you're too old to work, but somehow manage to go on shopping trips with Katie 3 times a week. My father actually had the guts to appear offended. My injury is real, Ethan. You know that. Is it? Because I've got a friend who's a sports physical therapist, you know, my wife, and she says, it's pretty miraculous how your injury only seems to affect you when it's convenient. The room became very silent after that. The kind of stillness in which you can hear everyone pondering about their next move. Katie's children were in the other room, oblivious to everything. Probably viewing videos on the tablets, which I believe I also paid for. That's when my mother tried one final time. Ethan, sweetheart, I think you're overreacting. We can talk about this like adults. Maybe if you're feeling overwhelmed with the bills, we can work something out. And there was no apology or acknowledgement of how they had used me. Just another attempt at negotiating terms that would allow them to continue taking advantage of me. You know what? Keep the money. Keep the house. Keep pretending you're the perfect parents to Katie while treating my son like a second-class grandchild. I'm done. Katie scoffed. Yeah, right. You always say that, but you'll cave. You always do. I looked her dead in the eyes. Not this time, sis. You want to know why? Because I finally see you all clearly. Mom and Dad aren't unable to work, they're unwilling. You're not struggling, you're lazy. And I'm not helping the family, I'm enabling parasites. I wish I could bottle the look on their faces. It was as if they recognized the gravy train had arrived at the station. I left that house feeling lighter than I had in years. But this was not the end. Oh no. This was only the beginning of their biggest nightmare, confronting real consequences for their conduct. I didn't get much sleep that night. Lauren arrived home late from Chicago and found me in my home office sorting through years of financial data. She looked at my face and knew something was wrong. When I informed her what had happened, she simply nodded and asked, "So what's the plan?" "That is my wife. There's no drama." "No, I told you that. Just go straight to the solutions." By 3 a.m., we had everything planned out, with spreadsheets and paperwork. The following morning, I went nuclear. First stop, my accountant's office. When I showed him how much I had given my family over the years, he almost died. "Ethan," he replied, staring at the figures, "this is more than some people's retirement savings." Yes, no kidding. He helped me document everything. Every transfer, every bill payment, and every loan. Next up, my lawyer. Remember the Dick's Sporting Goods meeting that I rescheduled? My lawyer's office was in the same building, indicating that the universe has a sense of humor. I completed the business agreement in the morning, which was a huge success, and then spent the afternoon legally protecting myself from what I expected. Then came the fun part. I started canceling everything one by one. Is their mortgage on autopay? Gone. Utility bills? Canceled. Car insurance? Bye-bye. Credit card payments? Not my concern anymore. Property tax account? Closed. What about a cell phone family plan? I hope they like prepaid. Here's the issue about cutting somebody off. You have to do it all simultaneously. It's like pulling off a Band-Aid. You can't do it half-heartedly. They'll find methods to guilt you back in. So I went all in. I sent them a single text. "You're on your own now. Figure it out." Then they blocked their numbers. All of them. Mom, Dad, and Katie even had a landline. Because yes, I was also paying for that. The meltdown was biblical. Within hours, they had blown up every available channel. My work phone? 47 missed calls. Email inbox. This looks like a spam folder. Lauren's phone? They also attempted that. The office's landline? My underpaid receptionist deserves a raise. Mom's initial email was precisely what you'd expect. How could you do this to your own family? We're going to lose everything. Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. Katie's kids need stability. Notice how there was no mention of Alex. Nothing about how they treated me, no admission of their behavior, just fear of losing their meal ticket. Dad attempted a business angel. "Son, let's handle this like businessmen. We can work something out. Maybe set up a payment plan." A payment plan. They treated me as if I were a credit card corporation with which they might negotiate. But Katie went completely nuclear. Started calling my staff to try to reach me. Showed up at one of my warehouses, raising such a ruckus that my loading dock manager, a veteran Marine, had to accompany her out. She was yelling about how I was destroying the family, how her children would suffer, and how I was simply envious of her free spirit. What is the best part? My lawyer had previously prepared a cease and desist letter. One frightening letter alleging harassment later, Katie remembered how to behave like a grown-up. Then came the financial reality check. It turns out that after 5 years of living on someone else's pay, you forget how bills work. Within 2 weeks, their ideal little world began to crumble. Dad's back problem unexpectedly improved, allowing him to begin looking for a job. Mom learned that it exists. Katie had to cancel her wellness vacation or spa weekend. Their country club membership had lapsed. The lawn service has ceased arriving. Their favorite eatery has ceased seeing them. My security team. Yes, I have one now. Having a successful business requires taking precautions and reporting that Mom and Dad were seen entering. Wait for it. A career fair. The horror. But here's the real kicker. Remember the Florida condominium they were looking at? Which one did they expect me to buy for their retirement? They had already paid a refundable deposit with my money. When they had to back out, the realtor contacted me to refund the deposit. They apparently utilized my corporate email for the correspondence. That money went directly into Alex's education fund. What about the cherry on top? Katie's ex-husband reached out to me. She had been telling him I was assisting with child support so he wouldn't have to pay as much. Yeah. That information was sent directly to his lawyer. Was it harsh? Maybe. But do you know what is harsh? Using your own child as an ATM, while treating his son as a second-class citizen, taking advantage of someone's accomplishment without providing anything, playing favorites with grandchildren based on which parent is easier to control. And this was only the beginning. 3 months after I cut them off, the reality of their condition set in. Their lovely little world was absolutely broken. Let me go down how each of them dealt with the consequences of their conduct. First up, my father. Remember the strange back injury that rendered work impossible? It's interesting how rapidly it mended after the money stopped flowing. A friend of mine who owns a local gym informed me that Dad came in searching for a job. Mom's makeover went even better. After 15 years of being too old to work, she realized she was perfectly capable of holding a job. She's now a hostess at Applebee's. Yes, the same Applebee's where she used to complain about the poor service and leave a 5% tip. Karma has a sense of humor, I'll give it that. But Katie, man. Katie's story is my favorite. Remember how she was constantly reinventing herself and launching new businesses, which I ended up paying for myself? Reality struck her like a freight train. Her ex-husband's lawyer utilized the knowledge that she lied about child support to reopen their custody agreement. It turns out that courts dislike parents who mislead about their financial arrangements. She had to move back in with Mom and Dad since she could no longer afford her apartment. 3 adults, 2 kids, all packed into the house I used to pay for. The same house is now in pre-foreclosure because, surprise, they cannot afford it on their own. But here's where things become really good. Last week they attempted one final guilt trip. Mom shared an epic sob tale on Facebook about how her successful son abandoned his poor family. Let me share some memorable quotes. It breaks my heart to see how money can change a person. My own son, who I raised and nurtured, has turned his back on us in our time of need. We're struggling to put food on the table while he lives in luxury. What kind of person abandons their own parents, their own sister? The comments were exactly what you'd expect all these folks who don't know the true story to say, that's terrible. How could he do that to his own mother? And my personal favorite, family is everything. So, do you know what I did? I dropped the receipts. All of them. I made a single post that was completely professional and simply stated the facts. In the interest of transparency, here are the financial records of my support over the past 5 years. Then I listed everything. All mortgage payments, each utility bill, every loan to Katie, the entire sum that went into her failing businesses, the price of their autos, everything. I then added the screenshots, Mom's text, giggling about not babysitting Alex, emails concerning the Florida condo that they intended me to buy Katie's communications, seek money for her many scams. Dad's golf club membership renewal was strangely prioritized over his grandson. The fallout was stunning. Family members I hadn't heard from in years began contacting me, not to guilt me, but to apologize for believing their version of the story. Mom and Dad had painted a picture of me as a caring, supporting son who was eager to help the family. Nobody realized they were basically extorting me. Katie's ex-husband's attorney hit the jackpot with all of this proof. She's now working 2 genuine jobs, not wellness coaching or whatever her previous plan was to pay her child support. She spends her days at Target and her nights serving tables. She apparently had a meltdown when they forced her to wear the red polo shirt rather than allowing her to express her individual style. Last weekend, I drove by their house on my way to Alex's minor league game. The grass has become overgrown because they can no longer afford landscaping services. Dad's cherished Mercedes was repossessed, and now he drives a beat-up Corolla. Mom's luxury bag collection has inexplicably vanished from her Facebook photographs. But you know what? I do not feel awful, not even a tiny amount. Because while they suffer with the consequences of their acts, I'm creating something real. What happened to the money I used to waste on them? It is going to Alex's college fund. I'm working to expand my business into things that really matter. Lauren says I should be proud of finally standing up for myself. But really? I just feel free. It feels like I can finally breathe. Alex will never grow up believing it is usual to be used by relatives. He'll never assume his worth is determined by how much money he gives out. And what about my parents and sister? They're finally learning what the rest of us have always known. The actual world does not care about your excuses. It cares about what you do. They made their decisions. Now they can live with them. Grandfather forced us to fight every Saturday since I was 10. Now my parents want me to come home and pretend it was just boys being boys. A year later, my cousin informed me that the younger boys were also starting to resist. In my family, all the males had to follow the same rule: make your cousin bleed or go hungry for a week. Every Saturday, my male cousins aged 10 to 18 would gather in my grandfather's garage. 2 boys joined the chalk circle. Only the person who caused his opponent to bleed got to eat dinner for the next week. They termed it building brotherhood through suffering. My granddad began this practice after returning from Vietnam. I watched soft American boys die crying for their mothers, he'd say, his glassy eyes scanning our features. No grandson of mine will be weak. My uncles proudly enforced the restrictions. Uncle Marco had a photo album of his fight victories and pages of his cousins' bloodied faces from the 1980s. So, when I turned 10, I spent my birthday standing in the fight garage for the first time, surrounded by cousins who were nursing previous injuries. I tried to convince myself that it wouldn't be so horrible, that I could just zone out and pretend it didn't happen. Boy, was I mistaken. It turns out that you didn't only draw blood, you fought until blood reached the concrete floor. No medical assistance until the winner had eaten their dinner. Winners dined like kings, while losers sat at the same table watching. Brothers fought each other. Fathers made bets. First fights are always special, Uncle Tony said, pushing me into the circle. My opponent, my cousin Calvin, who is also 10, is afraid. The men built a wall around us, yelling, "Blood brings brotherhood," repeatedly. Calvin and I circled each other, neither wanting to throw the initial punch. "Hit him," my father exclaimed. So I did. I beat him till his nose cracked and blood covered the floor. That night, I ate chicken and rice while Calvin sat across from me, an empty plate and a towel pushed against his face. The months that followed broke something in each of us. My 12-year-old brother Anthony nearly lost his left eye while battling our cousin David. Darius, formerly the loveliest child, learned to combat nasty fish by snagging eyes and biting pieces from ears. "Gotta eat," he'd reply later, spitting blood. By my 15th bout, I had only won 7 times. Not enough to prevent the hollow sensation of hunger, but enough to experience the horrible joy of seeing others go hungry. I despised who I was becoming. Our neighborhood was so small that more than half of the teachers at my school had some connection to us, so they made sure no questions were asked. I knew if I didn't find a solution quickly, my life would be finished, but I wanted the problem to go away on its own, and it eventually did. We were preparing for the spring performance when the drama teacher showed us theatrical blood packets, which are tiny pouches that rupture on impact, producing realistic blood effects. That was my light bulb moment. I saved a few every day to test out my theory. So by Saturday, I had palmed a packet before entering the chalk circle. When my cousin Marco seized me in a headlock, I slapped the package against my nose, causing fake blood to flow down my face. "Blood on the floor," Uncle Tony exclaimed. Marco won. I went hungry, and for the first time, I was not upset about it. Instead, I concentrated on stealing additional packets. I demonstrated the technique to my younger relatives during potty breaks. We created a system of synchronized actions that appeared harsh but caused little damage. A fake stumble here and a package there. For 3 glorious months, we outwitted our fathers. We swapped winners based on who needed food the most. My younger brother was smiling again. We were actors, not gladiators. Everything was going well until my grandfather turned to see my cousin's unmarked face after a terrible battle. "Where are the bruises?" he inquired. "How did they heal so fast?" The room fell still, and I feigned to find the peas on my plate. Extremely fascinating. We assumed he would forget about it, but he didn't. The following Saturday, everything changed. Strip searches, metal detectors, and uncles serving as referees inside the circle. When they discovered the blood sachets taped inside Domingo's waistline, my grandfather set an example for him. 3 18-year-olds against 1 14-year-old. Real blood and real screams. Domingo struggled to walk properly for several weeks. "You're next," my father assured me that night. "Fight like a man, or I'll show you what real brotherhood means." I didn't say anything before pulling out my phone. I've been recording these fights for 8 months. Every beating, every forced starvation, it's all uploaded to a cloud drive that CPS and the police already have access to. Every word I said was false, but it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that they put an end to the bloodshed permanently. "We're done bleeding for you," Calvin said. Jasper was already on a call. "Police, we need help at 1847 Oakwood Drive. Child abuse in progress." The garage exploded into chaos. Grandfather's hands trembled as he reached for Jasper's phone, but my cousin pulled it away and backed toward the door. The distant sound of sirens made everyone freeze. "You're bluffing, boy," Grandfather remarked. His glass eye locked on me and his good eye darting between the windows. His hands shook as he signaled for everyone to remain calm, but I could see anxiety creeping into his weathered features. Father came at me, but Calvin and Jasper jumped between us. Calvin still had dried blood under his fingernails from our pretend fight earlier. "This ends tonight, Uncle," he continued, his voice unwavering despite everything. I forced myself to keep the lie even as my voice trembled. "Check your phones at midnight. Everything goes live." 8 months of evidence. My heart pounded against my ribs, but I held my chin up and met Grandfather's gaze. A faint gasp emanated from the corner. Anthony had seen our 8-year-old cousin, Miguel, hiding behind the tool cabinet, holding his father's phone and recording everything. The red light flashed like an accusation. Uncle Marco took the phone from Miguel's little hands, his thick fingers fumbling with the screen while deleting the video. But Miguel said something that caused Marco's cheeks turn pale. "I already sent it to Mom." The sirens became louder, then abruptly veered away into another street. Jasper's hurried call had provided the incorrect address. The room exhaled together, but their relief was too obvious, too guilty. "Family meeting now. Inside the house," Grandfather said, his authority reasserting itself. He pointed to Darius. "Check the streets. Make sure they're really gone. Nobody leaves until we settle this." We entered the main house like prisoners. The moms emerged from the kitchen. Their confusion turned to fear as they saw the blood on their sons' clothes. They'd heard about the battles and pretended not to notice, but the starving aspect was new to some of them. My mother's expression contorted as she saw my wounded cheek fully for the first time under the bright kitchen lights. "I thought it was just roughhousing," she replied, but her voice trembled as she revealed the lie she had been telling herself for years. Grandfather stood at the head of the supper table, where winners ate and losers starved. "Anyone who walks out that door tonight is dead to this family. No money, no help, nothing." 3 women had already gathered their children. Coats are half on, and car keys jingle. My Aunt Catherine clutched her twin boys close, both with new bruises from tonight's interrupted battle. Uncle Tony moved to block the front entrance, filling the frame. "Nobody's going anywhere until we know what evidence actually exists. This could ruin all of us." During the stalemate, Calvin got my attention and showed me his phone screen. He had been recording sounds for the past hour. The battery indicator displayed 2%. My stomach sank. Our only genuine evidence was that he died in his hands. Then the lights went out. Darius had reached the breaker box. In the sudden darkness, furniture shattered and adults yelled. Someone's elbow hit me in the ribs as bodies crashed amid the chaos. "The bathroom window," Jasper growled into my ear. 5 of us scrambled through the little window while our fathers cursed and staggered in the darkness. We struck the ground running, splitting up without a conversation. The younger boys went to my friend Jake's house 3 blocks away. Jasper, Calvin, and I dashed toward the 24-hour McDonald's on Main Street. Lou's house was closer, so we tried it first. His mother answered the door in her robe, her face pinched with concern. Behind her, I could see Lou's father's silhouette in the corridor. "Your grandfather has already called," she added, not meeting our gaze. "Get away from here. Now." The door slammed shut in our faces. My phone constantly buzzed. Threats from uncles inundated the texts, as did pleas from mothers wondering if we were safe and demands from fathers for our location. Each message made my hands shake more. When the manager approached our McDonald's booth, we hadn't even finished ordering. "Your grandfather called, said you boys are runaways. I need to call the police." The security camera's red light blinks above us, just like Miguel's phone did. We abandoned our untouched lunch and raced away. Desperate, I contacted Miss Rodriguez, my drama teacher. She answered on the fifth ring, her voice heavy with sleep. When I explained, she agreed to meet us at school. Something about her tone felt odd, but I was too desperate to examine it. She was waiting in the parking lot when we arrived, but she wasn't the only one. Principal Morrison stood beside her with arms crossed. "Your family is worried sick," Miss Rodriguez continued without looking at me. She had called them first. Of course she did. Half of the school staff was linked to us in some way. We rushed through the gymnasium, but Anthony hurt his ankle when jumping the chain-link fence. His agonizing howl boomed across the empty basketball court. We had to move very slowly now, with him between us. Dawn arrived with nowhere safe to go. My bank card was refused at 3 separate ATMs. Grandfather had already made the call to close ranks overnight. Calvin's phone eventually died, taking our loan recording with it. A TV in a shop window showed the local morning news. Police are searching for several runaway teens from a concerned immigrant family, according to the reporter. I recognize her. She was the daughter of the hairdresser who looked after my grandmother. "Maybe if we apologize," Jasper said, swaying on his feet from tiredness. Domingo's younger brother, Sean, had joined us during the night. He pulled up his shirt, revealing fresh bruises on his ribcage. "This is what happened after you left. Dad gave me a lesson about family loyalty. I've made a decision. I'll go to the police alone. You guys find somewhere to hide." The police station smelled like burnt coffee and sadness. I had hardly begun to speak when I noticed Uncle Marco through the glass barrier, making a missing person report at the next desk. The officer behind the glass looked between Uncle Marco and me, her emotions ranging from boredom to confusion. She motioned for me to wait with a finger before buzzing me into a small interview room that smelled of old cigarettes and cleaning solution. Detective Lynn arrived 20 minutes later, carrying 2 cups of coffee and a notepad. He placed 1 cup in front of me and slipped into the metal chair across the table. His wedding ring clinked against the table when he opened his notebook. "Your uncle says you've been having some issues at home," he said, his voice bland. "Want to tell me your side?" I curled my hands around the warm cup, gaining courage. The words fell out of the garage, along with the fighting, blood, and hunger. Detective Lynn's pen moved across the page, but his demeanor became more dubious as I spoke. When I finished, he put his pen down and leaned back. "So, you're telling me your grandfather makes you boys box? Like a boxing club?" "Not boxing," I clarified, frustrated. "Fighting until someone bleeds. Kids go hungry if they lose." He stroked his temple and summoned his companion, Officer Petroyan, whose nameplate caught the fluorescent light. When Petroyan heard my narrative, his expression hardened into something I know all too well. "Listen, kid," Petroyan instructed, crossing his arms. "These old country families have different ways. My own grandfather used to make us wrestle. It's not an abuse, it's tradition. You can't just call it abuse because you don't like it." My protests went unheeded. Within an hour, they released me to Uncle Marco's care. Granddad chaired the local VFW and had loaned half the town money, so favors were simple. Uncle Marco's knuckles turned white on the steering wheel as he promised grandfather's leniency if I simply recanted. We passed Louisa's house. His family's car was gone, and the driveway was empty. Back home, grandfather had changed into a concerned patriarch. He sat on his leather chair, surrounded by my aunts and uncles, and played the anxious elder to perfection. "Boys fight," he said to the room, shaking his head sadly. "It's natural. This one has imagination problems. Too much time with those theater people." The next morning, a tired-looking social worker named Ms. Patel appeared and interrogated me in front of my entire family. Grandfather sat alongside me, his hand hard on my shoulder, and my parents flanked me on the other side. Every question she asked was filtered by the weight of their presence. "Has anyone ever hurt you?" she said, pen poised over her clipboard. Grandfather's fingers tightened gradually around my shoulder. My mother's foot tapped against mine beneath the table. Once, twice, a warning. No, I heard myself saying. Just normal family stuff. Miss Patel left promising to follow up, but we all knew she wouldn't. Budget was cut. The CPS closed 200 files that month. Ours was another statistic. The system was swamped, and we appeared to be a close-knit family dealing with a rebellious adolescent. That night, I laid up and planned. Uncle Marco's trophy collection photo book could still be found someplace. While the rest of the family slept, I crept into grandfather's study and removed his car keys from the hook near the door. My hands shook like his in the garage, shivering under the weight of what I was about to accomplish. His study smelled of pipe smoke and worn leather. I searched slowly, going through drawers, shelves, and the closet. I finally located it, beneath a row of accounting ledgers. The album's leather cover had worn smooth from handling. I quickly opened it, intending to picture the proof with an old digital camera I had discovered. However, the pages contained simply typical family images, birthday celebrations, graduations, and holiday feasts. Every terrible image was meticulously changed as if decades of atrocity had never occurred. Looking for something? My mother stood in the doorway, her robe tightly wrapped around her small figure. In the moonlight, I could see how much weight she'd dropped recently, her cheekbones sharp beneath the papery skin. Mom, I need those photos, the real ones. She closed the door behind her and sat on the ottoman beside me. I know about hunger, she remarked quietly. I've known all along. But what choice do I have? Leave with nothing. Your father lost his job 3 months ago. Your grandfather pays our mortgage, your sister's school tuition, everything. The weight of her words hung over me like a shroud. So we just keep bleeding. You play along until you're 18, she continued, avoiding my gaze. Then you leave. That's what survivors do. Saturday approached with the certainty of a funeral. Grandfather announced a special exhibition match for my return, telling the family that I would receive a decent education. The other fugitive cousins had trickled back home during the week, each with a similar story of no money, no else to go, and parents who prioritize security over their children's well-being. Jasper reappeared with his arm in a sling, claiming to have been in a skating accident. Calvin returned silently, his recording equipment inexplicably gone. Even courageous little Sean was back, moving cautiously to avoid injuring his ribs. Friday night, grandfather came to my room. He sat in my desk chair, looking older than I had ever seen him, but no less menacing. Your father tried this at your age, he said casually. Thought he could change things. Now look, he needs me for everything. Through my doorway, I could see my father hovering in the hall, his shoulders drooping in defeat. I'm offering you a deal, grandfather said. Fight once more, properly. Show the family you understand your place. Then you can quit. I'll even pay for college. But this rebellion ends tomorrow. His face clouded. Then watch what happens to Jasper tomorrow, and it will be your fault. Saturday dawned with storm clouds forming overhead. They kept me in my room as they were preparing for the fight. But I could hear everything through the floor, the scrape of feet on concrete, the voices of adults putting wagers, and the nervous laughter of lads attempting to appear brave. Then Jasper's scream became distinct from the regular sounds of combat. These were absolute misery. I hurled myself against the door and rammed my shoulder into it until the handle snapped. Racing downstairs, I discovered blood pooling behind the garage door. There was commotion within. Jasper lay unconscious on the concrete, bleeding from a head wound. The adults stood motionless, visibly shocked. Grandfather had taken the fight too far, using Jasper to prove his point. My mother eventually snapped. She yelled, "Enough!" and pushed past Uncle Tony. Call 911, now. This ends tonight. The room split instantly. Some women ran to Jasper's side, while others attempted to hush my mother. Aunt Catherine was already dialing, tears running down her cheeks. The ambulance arrived in minutes, and paramedics loaded Jasper onto a gurney. Grandfather informed them about a skateboarding mishap in a steady, believable tone. But the EMT, a young lady with sharp eyes, saw discrepancies in the injury pattern. She took notes on her iPad and exchanged glances with her buddy. 40 minutes later, after the sirens and the hectic ride to the hospital, I cornered Patricia and told her everything. She listened intently, recording every word, but her look turned compassionate rather than hopeful. "Without the victim's cooperation, it's just hearsay," she stated gently. When Jasper awoke, his parents were around, and he validated my grandfather's story. He stared directly at the doctor and explained that he had fallen while skating, yet he squeezed my hand while no one was looking. He held an apology in his grip. Patricia showed me something that made my blood turn cold. The hospital's computer system had records of cousin after relative coming in throughout the years. Broken noses, bruised ribs, and concussions, each explained separately. They did, however, paint a definite pattern together. "I see what this is," Patricia stated calmly. "But I need a family member over 18 to make an official report. Someone standing." In the hospital waiting room, my mother hesitated. "Maybe now," she said. But my father interrupted her with a glance, reminding her of our sisters' futures and their reliance on grandfather's money. When I returned home, I saw my possessions stacked on the front lawn. Grandfather stood at the doorway with arms crossed. "You're no longer welcome in this house," he stated. "But legally, I can't kick out a minor. You'll sleep in the garage." The garage still smelled of blood and terror. The chalk circles survived, albeit darker in places. I built a bed in the corner out of old moving blankets, trying not to think of the brutality that had occurred within these walls. While cleaning, I discovered a tooth trapped between two floorboards. On Monday morning, the school counselor called me in. Mrs. Holloway sat behind her desk, hands folded, anxiety on her face. "Your grandfather called. He's worried about your mental health. These accusations you've been making." Mandatory therapy sessions began that week. Dr. Adler's office was expensively decorated in leather and dark wood. He listened to my account with professional interest, taking notes that I knew would portray me as deluded. "Your grandfather is paying for these sessions," he explained during our third encounter. "He wants what's best for you. Sometimes trauma can make us misremember events and create false narratives." I realized what was going on. Everything I said was recorded as evidence of my instability. Grandfather was putting together a case that I was mentally sick, assuring that no one would believe me. The following Saturday, I attempted to videotape the fights from my hiding location in the garage rafters. Darius spotted me crushing my phone under his boot as the other cousins were watching. None of them helped. They'd learned the consequences of defiance. Without a phone, I began penning everything in a journal, noting dates, injuries, and participants. I hid it in my locker at school, believing it was safe. However, the janitor discovered it during routine cleaning and, per process, turned it in to the principal. Principal Morrison convened a family conference to discuss the disturbing fantasies in my journal. Grandfather sat in the room, shaking his head sadly as the principal voiced concern about my violent fantasies and fake recollections. Even Jake's parents were concerned when grandfather sent them Dr. Adler's early assessment. "Maybe you do need help," Jake's mother kindly offered when I attempted to remain at their home. These delusions seemed serious. Desperate, I turned to the local newspaper. Mr. Garrison, the editor, listened patiently as I explained my story. He took notes and asked questions, but I could sense suspicion in his eyes. "This is a serious accusation," he stated ultimately. "We'd need proof, corroboration. Without that, it's just hearsay. And frankly, accusing a respected community elder of something this heinous." When I returned home, I discovered that grandfather had been busy. The few remaining fight trophies were gone, leaving barren shelves and walls. The family was deleting its violent history in real time, eradicating all traces of evidence. Calvin discovered me that night sitting alone in the garage. He looked fatigued and discouraged. "I never had recordings," he said. "I lied to support your bluff. I thought it would work. Thought they'd stop. I'm sorry." The truth about our situation became clear. Then grandfather's goal wasn't merely to fight. It was all about control and dominance until the sons turned 18 and left voluntarily, too broken to question the family authority again. I had to live for another 2 years. I began documenting everything in secret places, using library computers to create accounts and keeping notes in a locker at the bus station. Every piece of evidence was carefully buried away from the family's reach. To keep my cover and escape more severe penalties, I was forced to attend fights as an observer. I sat on an overturned pail in the corner, taking mental notes as cousins bloodied one another. The younger guys had begun to avoid me, with grandfather's indoctrination taking root in fresh brains. One minor win occurred when I got two mothers to schedule their sons' activities around fight evenings. Piano lessons and soccer practice became shields. However, grandfather detected the trend within a few weeks and began organizing fights at random on Sunday mornings and Wednesday evenings, whenever it suited him. My father eventually spoke to me privately one evening, finding me alone in the garage. He appeared much older than his years, worn down by decades of subjection. "I'm saving money," he said quietly, looking uncomfortably at the door. "When you turn 18, I'll help you leave. Just survive until then." But survival entailed witnessing 10-year-olds join the circle. It meant seeing boys I'd attempted to safeguard become violent. Some relatives practiced combat freely, having been completely indoctrinated into the system. My carefully kept documents was discovered while my aunt was cleaning the library as a volunteer. She ruined everything to defend her family. She subsequently informed me that her own son was reaching fight age, and she didn't want the practice to end. As young males reached the age of 10, alliances moved continuously. Some embraced the ritual, seeing it as a way to gain grandfather's approval. Others sought me in secret, begging for assistance that I could not provide. Darius surprised everyone by defeating our generation's toughest fighter. He grabbed me aside one night, exhaustion written all over his damaged face. "I'm tired of hurting cousins," he confessed, "but I'm in too deep to quit now." We worked together to establish a fresh evidence cache, documenting everything with Darius's insider knowledge. We concealed it in an abandoned structure near the train lines, where I would occasionally sleep to escape the garage's terrible atmosphere. 3 women started family dinners on fight nights, giving their sons a reason to miss. Grandfather replied by relocating fights to Sunday mornings, changing his ritual to keep control. The younger cousins' metamorphosis stung the most. Boys who had previously played together were now practicing fighting movements voluntarily, believing grandfather's rhetoric about power and fraternity. Many of them had been completely indoctrinated. Then came the breakthrough. Miguel, the 8-year-old who had shot the first night, had continued to record discreetly. He showed me a clear video of grandfather beating Domingo during a display of blood spattering while teaching the bigger lads the appropriate technique. However, the footage showed me in the frame watching without intervening. My complicity was clear, even if forced. My mother discovered my evidence cache while following me one evening. She confronted me in the abandoned structure, tears flowing down her emaciated cheeks. "You'll destroy us all for your principles," she insisted. "I've been skipping meals to save money. Your sisters need their education, and you want to burn it all down." I made a decision: survival over justice. I would wait till the age of 18 before acting, gathering evidence for the future rather than the present. The following fight night, grandfather compelled me to referee a contest between 2 10-year-old boys who had never fought before. I stood in the circle, counting blood drips on the concrete, completely involved in the system I had attempted to destroy. Grandfather beamed from his chair, knowing he had won the round. Jasper had recovered but altered. He suffered from periodic headaches as a result of the head injury. But something else had changed too. He grabbed me away one night and whispered urgently, "I'm recording everything now. Really recording. For when we're older. When we can actually do something." A network of quiet relatives emerged, secretly chronicling and planning for a future reckoning. The resistance has gone underground. More cautious, but not defeated. As my 18th birthday came, grandfather delivered an announcement that chilled my veins. "Our prodigal son will have one final lesson," he stated over dinner. "On his birthday, he fights. Then he can leave with my blessing, or stay with my respect." The ramifications were clear. One last humiliation, one final break, and I'd be free to leave if I could still walk. The cousins murmured about my opponent. Some believed Darius despite our new union. Others believed grandfather would bring in someone from another branch of the family. someone who did not share our background. But I knew better. I'd witnessed how grandfather operated, how he turned loyalty into weapons. It would be Calvin. My first opponent would be my last, completing the circle with lyrical brutality. And Calvin, now completely indoctrinated, would struggle to actually harm me. The boy who had once stood by me against our fathers was now grandfather's ideal soldier. The evidence we'd acquired was stashed in various locations across town: digital files on library computers, tangible documents in bus station lockers, and movies on ancient phones concealed in abandoned structures, a dispersed archive of violence waiting for the appropriate moment. But as I sat in the garage listening to the newest battle through the walls, that moment seemed inconceivably distant. The moist sound of collision. Men cheered as they remembered their own harsh adolescence. The silence of mothers who prioritize security over their son's safety. I have 2 more months till my birthday. 2 more months of watching, recording, and surviving. 2 more months of complicity in the very system I had attempted to eliminate. The chalk circle waited patiently and hungry, waiting for one final feeding. Sunday morning came with grandfather's new schedule. I observed from the garage doorway as mothers rushed their sons by, citing pressing church engagements. 3 families were able to dodge the morning conflict, but grandfather's gaze followed each absence with icy calculation. Darius then cornered me behind the tool shed. His knuckles had split from demonstrating holds on the younger boys. "Your birthday's in 6 weeks, he remarked, looking over his shoulder. "Calvin has been training extra. Grandfather's been coaching him personally." The following week, grandfather conducted unannounced inspections. He would show up at piano lessons, soccer sessions, and even school activities to ensure his grandkids weren't making up reasons. Mrs. Lynn's piano recital was canceled when grandfather arrived up and demanded her students return for family obligations. I spent several nights in the abandoned structure, adding to our evidence cache. Darius submitted images of medical documents he had taken from his mother's filing cabinet, spanning years of emergency department trips and meticulously documented. We covered everything in plastic and hid it under decaying floorboards. 2 cousins approached me separately that week. 12-year-old Tobias, who was about to make his combat debut, requested for the blood packet trick. I had to explain why it wasn't working anymore. Watching hope leave his face. Emil, 8, just wanted to know if the hunger would soon stop hurting. I lied and replied yes. At the following fight, grandfather introduced a new rule. Winners would henceforth dine in front of their entire extended family, rather than simply their opponents. He wanted the moms to witness their famished boys and realize the consequences of defiance. My Aunt Maria lasted 5 minutes before breaking down and shoving her own dish at her defeated son. Grandfather barred her from the next 3 dinners. Jasper's headaches increased during a particularly violent altercation between 2 14-year-olds. He collapsed in the garage and clutched his skull. The family doctor, grandfather's golf pal, prescribed pain medicine and advised less stress. Nobody revealed the apparent explanation. I learned grandfather had been visiting my school counselor on a weekly basis, delivering updates on my mental health. Mrs. Holloway now looked at me with sympathy rather than alarm, thinking I was insane. My teachers obtained copies of Dr. Adler's findings, which depicted me as a troubled youngster with violent fantasies. Darius's breaking point was 3 weeks before my birthday. Forced to fight his younger brother, he refused to deliver the fatal blow that would draw blood. The lads went famished. That night, Darius packed his bag and vanished. His parents filed a missing person report, but I knew he was with his girlfriend's family in Nevada. One less ally, yet I was relieved he had escaped. The younger relative's transition has hastened. They created practice groups and met after school to improve their techniques. Silas, 10, boasted about the skills his grandfather had shown him privately. The custom was evolving, becoming self-sufficient even without the elder generation's enforcement. These boys would continue their violence. My mother's weight decrease was tough to ignore. She had given her parts to my sister so frequently that her garments hung loosely about her frame. When I approached her, she just responded, 2 more weeks, then you're free, and things will get easier. But we both knew grandfather would not let things get easier. Miguel's covert recordings proliferated. The 8-year-old had become our most precious asset, yet his age rendered him invisible to the adults. He showed me footage of grandfather teaching the older boys about psychological warfare and how to shatter an opponent's spirit before the combat even started. However, every video featured other cousins' faces, implicating them in the system. Grandfather planned a family reunion for the week before my birthday. Cousins from other states would attend, including those who had grown out of the fighting years before. The underlying goal was clear: to gather witnesses for my last humiliation. He wanted everyone in the family to see me broken. I tried one more time with the authorities, a different police station, a different detective. Detective Williams, a woman with lovely eyes, listened to the entire narrative. She took notes, asked clarifying questions, and appeared to believe me. Then she called to verify my background and found Dr. Adler's reports. The interview concluded with pamphlets outlining mental health services. Jasper devised a fresh tactic. During confrontations, he'd position himself to unintentionally intervene when things got out of hand. A stumbled step here, a knocked-over water bottle there, minor disturbances that prevented catastrophic damage. Grandfather noticed but could not show intentionality. Calvin started making final plans for my birthday 3 weeks before it. I observed him in the garage performing combos with the heavy bag grandfather had installed. His technique was perfect, brutal. The terrified 10-year-old I had previously fought had been replaced with a true believer. He caught my eye once and merely nodded, as if an executioner was acknowledging his condemned. My father's savings plan encountered a roadblock. Grandfather, now wary of everyone, tightened his grip on the family's finances. The bank statements arrived first at his place. Any unexpected withdrawals were questioned. My father managed to hide $300 in cash, which was insufficient for an escape. The family reunion arrived, bringing cousins I hadn't seen in years. Men in their 20s and 30s, with ancient wounds from fighting. They swapped anecdotes from their glory years, comparing methods, and laughed about hunger. None of them spoke out against the tradition. They had been broken and reconstructed in grandfather's image. Grandfather staged a spectacle by announcing my birthday fight in front of 40 relatives. He proclaimed that it would take place at sunset, when warriors prove themselves. Calvin stood behind him, already dressed for battle. The message was clear. It was no longer only about tradition. The goal was to thoroughly suppress rebellion. That night I met with Jasper and a few relatives who were still privately resisting. We had evidence, but there was no way to use it without jeopardizing our family's financial stability. Miguel's movies, Darius's photographs, and my documentation are all ineffective against grandfather's economic stranglehold. We were caught between justice and survival. My 18th birthday began dark and humid. Extended family flooded the house, their joy evident. Uncles who had moved away returned to see the spectacle. Cousins filmed everything on their phones, establishing their own record of tradition's continuation. The garage was adorned with banners stating "Strength through struggle" and "Brotherhood bonds." Someone had repainted the chalk circle to accommodate the anticipated violence. The audience sat in folding seats around the walls. It wasn't just a quarrel. It was a ceremony. Calvin warmed up in the corner, his concentration unwavering. Grandfather had given him new gloves, lighter ones that sliced more easily. Every aspect had been designed to maximize damage. Uncle Tony tested the garage door to ensure it would lock correctly. There are no escapes this time. I checked our evidence cache in the abandoned building one last time. Everything remained buried, waiting until someday. Perhaps when the younger cousins became older, grandfather's grasp relaxed. Perhaps it would rot there forever as a memorial to failed resistance. As the sun began to drop, the extended family gathered. Mothers clutched their smaller children close, murmuring explanations about family tradition. The men formed their traditional circle, but this time 3 rows deep. Grandfather sat in a special chair elevated above the crowd. His glass eye caught the overhead light as he smiled. "Tonight we will remind everyone what happens to those who challenge their family," Grandfather said. His voice conveyed full power. "Calvin has trained hard. He understands honor. He will teach a necessary lesson." They shut the garage door from inside. Nobody would leave until blood struck the concrete. I stood in the circle bearing the weight of 40 relatives' expectations. Calvin entered from the opposite side, muscles clenched, ready to sever what remained of our childhood bond. The fight started without formality. Calvin attacked instantly, using combinations that grandfather had drilled into him for weeks. I avoided, obstructed, and refused to engage. The crowd became restless. Someone called for blood. Others urged action. Calvin's fury grew with each missed strike. He prepared for conflict, but discovered only evasion. His attacks became wilder and more desperate. Grandfather's training did not account for an opponent who refused to fight back. The precise choreography devolved into pandemonium. Then Jasper acted. During a particularly aggressive rush by Calvin, Jasper accidentally knocked over the water table. The collision momentarily distracted everyone. Calvin stumbled on the wet concrete, landing hard. His elbow cracked on impact and blood flowed freely. The garage erupted with confusion. Technically, blood had impacted the concrete, but it was from a fall rather than a strike. Grandfather stood, face crimson with fury. But the rules remained the rules. The combat was over. Calvin collapsed on the concrete, staring at his wounded elbow in astonishment. I helped him up, whispering an apology that he did not recognize. The audience dispersed uncertainty and lost its show. Grandfather's immaculate ceremony had crumbled into farce. At dinner, I ate while Calvin sat with an empty plate and a bandaged arm. The irony was not lost on anybody. Grandfather's chosen warrior is vanquished by clumsiness. The meal proceeded in uncomfortable quiet. Tradition is fulfilled yet somehow broken. That night, grandfather called me into his study. He sat behind his desk, gazing at each of his 78 years. For the first time, he shook his hands without anxiety of hiding it. "You won without winning," he concluded. "Get out. Take nothing. Never come back. I kept my siblings alive for 10 years. Now my mom, who spent our college fund on wine, is suing me." 48 hours later, she already regretted it. My younger brother Eli's first word was my name, Alex, not Mama or Dada. That should explain everything you need to know about my childhood. While other kids my age were worried about prom dates, I was concerned with making school lunches and checking my brother's homework. But I wouldn't have it any other way, since seeing Eli and my sister Lily grin instantly made all the sacrifices worthwhile. Furthermore, our parents had more essential things to do. Mom developed her interest in multi-level marketing and wine clubs while Eli was still in diapers. She'd hide herself in her home office and create vision boards while Eli wailed in his crib. Dad sought solace in work trips with his secretary Tina, who seemed to join him on all of them. But, honestly, I enjoyed it that way because it compelled me to accomplish things I would not have done otherwise. Every time my parents forgot a parent-teacher meeting or Lily's dancing recital, I got to attend instead. I got to be the reason their faces lit up. I started a savings account the day I turned 16 and deposited every penny from my part-time work, knowing we'd need it when Mom eventually depleted the grocery budget on another failed business idea. And for a while, our system worked flawlessly. I'd get up at 5:30 to pack lunches and check assignments while our parents slept off their hangovers. The children never went hungry, missed an assignment, or felt unwanted. To me, that was all that counted. However, at Eli's high school graduation, something insane occurred. My family and I attended together. Mom wore something other than yoga pants, and Dad left his phone in his pocket for a full 10 minutes. They sat in the front row, as if they had earned their seats, and posted images with messages about their wonderful son. When he stepped over the stage, tears streamed down my cheeks. I felt as though I was seeing my own child grow up. And after 5,000 name calls, it was finally time to leave. Or so I thought, since that's when Eli took the stage to deliver his address. "This speech isn't about me," he said. "It's about the person who made sure I'd be standing here today." He located me in the crowd and we exchanged glances. I wiped away my tears, embarrassed. When I was 6, I fell off the monkey bars and shattered my arm. The person who took me to the hospital was my brother, Alex, who was only 13 and had to convince the nurses that he was old enough to sign the papers. The auditorium grew silent, and even the rustling of programs ceased. Most children learned to ride bikes with their parents. I learned in an empty parking lot at 6 a.m. because Alex worked nights to buy me that bike, and early morning was the only time he had free time. Mom's phone slipped from her hand and clattered on the floor, and Dad's jaw was clenched so tight I could see the muscle twitching. "So, Mom and Dad," Eli said in a gentle, light-hearted tone, "thank you for giving me the best role model I could wish for." He hoisted his diploma toward me. "This is yours as much as mine, Alex. Actually, it's more yours, because you gave up your own chance to be a kid while raising us." Whispers rang through the gathering, and our extended family members turned to face my parents. Aunt Diane's mouth was open. Uncle Steve was shaking his head slowly, connecting dots from years of missed family gatherings, and the applause began slowly, then built to thunder. After the ceremony, our relatives swarmed us, not our parents, just us. Grandma grabbed my face in her weathered hands, sobbing apologies for not noticing sooner. "We thought you were just being a helpful big brother," she wept. My parents fled before the reception ended, their carefully maintained image shattered beyond repair. But they weren't finished with me. 48 hours later, I was helping Lily practice for her dance recital when the doorbell rang. Two women in pink suits stood on my porch, CPS badges glinting in the afternoon sun. My blood turned to ice water as they pushed past me like I wasn't even there, documenting everything with phones and notepads. The medication chart I'd created to track Eli's ADHD prescriptions became evidence of unauthorized medical decisions, and the birthday calendar with everyone's doctor's appointments assumed parental authority without legal standing. Even the completely stocked refrigerator was somehow twisted into overcompensation for negligence. Everything immediately made sense because while they made calls regarding emergency placement orders, the woman remarked, "Yes, the biological parents called in the complaint. They're willing to resume full custody right now." Lily grabbed my leg while CPS agents photographed her artwork on the refrigerator. Her tiny fingers dug into my jeans while she whispered something I couldn't quite hear. The taller worker bent down, her phone camera clicking quickly, and the woman straightened up and typed something into her tablet. I watched her fingers move across the screen, documenting Lily's behavior as potential coaching by siblings. My stomach churned as I realized they were twisting everything, including a terrified child seeking comfort. Through the window, I spotted Dad's Mercedes pulling into the driveway, and he stepped out, wearing a charcoal suit I'd never seen before, his phone pressed to his ear. Mom emerged from the passenger side, already typing on her phone. Within seconds, her Facebook post arrived in my feed notification. "Fighting for my babies against false accusations. Prayer warriors needed." I glanced at the post while the CPS workers continued their inspection. Mom had tagged 37 people and somehow managed to misspell Eli's middle name as Michael instead of Michael, the same middle name she had given him after her father. Dad strode through the front door without knocking, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had been practicing. While pulling documents from his briefcase, he rattled off something about parental rights and due process, and the CPS workers barely looked up from their tablets. I tried to explain the medication chart to the shorter worker, pointing out how I had color-coded Eli's ADHD medications to prevent missed doses. My hands shook as I showed her the backup alarms I'd set on my phone. She asked for power of attorney documents, and the words caught in my throat. We'd never thought to get any, because I'd been handling everything since I was 13. Then Grandma's car screeched into the driveway, and she burst through the door, demanding to take the children right away. Her face was flushed, and she kept pressing her hand to her chest. Then she swayed slightly, reaching for the wall. I knew the signs. Her blood sugar was rapidly dropping, and she'd need food as well. I looked between her and the filing cabinet where I kept years of documentation. I chose Grandma, grabbed her medication from her purse, and rushed to the kitchen for orange juice and crackers. Behind me, I heard Mom's syrupy sweet voice promising Lily a puppy if she came to live with Mommy and Daddy. She mentioned a pink bedroom, all Lily's own. Lily's little voice resonated across the room. But where will Alex sleep? Mom's pause lasted a beat too long before she launched into descriptions of a princess bed and toys. I studied Grandma in the kitchen chair, watching her color return to normal while precious minutes ticked by. By the time I returned to the living room, our parents had spread like a virus throughout the neighborhood. Mom had cornered the Millers by their mailbox, gesturing wildly as she painted her picture of a troubled oldest child who'd overstepped boundaries. Dad stood on the front lawn with our elderly neighbor, Mrs. Lee, handing her a Starbucks cup while shaking his head sadly. My phone buzzed at the same time with 3 different crises. Our landlord wanted to know why the rent was 2 days late, and the CPS workers demanded documentation of my employment history and financial records, all within 10 minutes. I chose the rent first, and rushed to my laptop to transfer money from the emergency fund I'd built up through years of part-time work. The late fee would eat into our grocery budget, but keeping a roof over our heads was more important. As I hit submit on the payment, I noticed the bank teller processing it was Linda, from Mom's MLM downline, the same woman who'd been pushing essential oils at last month's PTA meeting. The emergency lawyer consultation would cost $300. Dad's composure crumbled when Lily raced past him to get her beloved elephant, calling him Mr. Tyler instead of Dad. His face turned pale, then red, and his hands trembled as he pressed them against his temples. The CPS workers paused their paperwork to watch him hyperventilate into a paper bag Mom produced from her purse. Later, while Dad recovered on the couch with Mom rubbing his back, Eli pulled me aside in the hallway. His eyes were red-rimmed but defensive, and he told me that Dad had apologized for missing all of his baseball games, that he was trying now, and that people deserve second chances. I bit my tongue until it bled, tasting copper, while Eli defended the man who had chosen business trips over birthday parties. But I couldn't kill Eli's hope just yet. The CPS workers requested medical records for both kids, so I retrieved the thick folder from my filing cabinet, which I'd kept since taking over their care. As I flipped through it, a faded emergency room report from Lily's 3rd birthday caught my eye. She had fallen off her bike and needed stitches. The signature line showed my name as the guardian who'd brought her in, proof that I'd been parenting since I was 15. I quickly photocopied it, adding it to my growing stack of evidence, and the timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. I remembered that night Mom passed out in her wine-stained bathrobe, and Dad was in Houston for a conference. I was holding Lily's hand while she received 4 stitches in her chin, singing her favorite song to keep her calm. That evening, after the CPS workers had left with their tablets full of twisted documentation, I realized Lily's comfort blanket, which she had slept with every night since birth, was still at our parents' house. I waited until dark, then crept across the property line. The fence was only 4 feet high, and I'd climbed it dozens of times over the years, retrieving balls and toys. But as I swung my leg over the top, a motion sensor triggered. The Ring doorbell camera swiveled to face me, its blue light blinking steadily, recording everything. The next morning, Eli's teacher called, explaining that she needed his academic records from previous years to process his college applications. The records required parental authorization, specifically Mom's authorization, as she was the parent listed on all school forms. I begged Mom to sign the release forms. She smiled and said she'd be pleased to help once the misunderstanding was rectified, once I recognized I'd gone too far, and when I quit striving for family reunification. Aunt Diane arrived that afternoon with coffee and anxious eyes, and she set me down at the kitchen table, where I'd spent years teaching Eli multiplication tables. Aunt Diane's words felt rehearsed as she reminded me of how I'd acted when Grandpa died, how I'd refused help and tried to handle everything alone. I was 8 years old at the time, and our parents were in Vegas, unreachable. I'd made sandwiches for Eli and Lily, kept them calm and told them stories until Grandma could fly in from Florida. But Aunt Diane's version painted me as controlling and unable to accept help, just like now. Mom's Facebook campaign grew by the hour, with 147 likes and dozens of supportive comments on her post about healing our family. When I tried to respond with facts, explaining the years of neglect, my comment was screenshotted and reported as harassment, and my account was suspended within hours. The lawyer I'd consulted sent a formal letter to my parents' attorney, who responded quickly. My daily texts checking on Eli and Lily were being documented as a harassment campaign against a family attempting to reunify, and each concerned message became evidence of my inability to respect boundaries. Dad still had control over the kids' health insurance through his employer, so when Eli's ADHD medication ran out, I called in a refill, only to have it denied, because Dad's insurance wouldn't approve it without his explicit consent. He texted me his terms: stop this nonsense, admit you'd overreached, and he'd approve the medication. Eli's prescription would expire in 3 days. I spent 6 hours at the pharmacy trying to navigate insurance overrides and prior authorizations. When I woke up crying from a stress dream, Still in the pharmacy waiting area, the pharmacist exchanged worried glances with her colleague, and I saw her type something into the computer, most likely a note about potential substance abuse. Maya, my best friend since middle school, had watched me raise Eli and Lily, brought groceries when money was tight, and held me while I cried from exhaustion. But when she met me for coffee, her hands wrapped around her mug like a shield. Her husband had concerns. If I continued this fight, if I kept challenging parents' rights, they couldn't let me babysit their kids anymore. The liability was too high, the association too risky. She cried as she said it, but The neighborhood whispers began subtly, conversations that stopped when I walked by, eyes that followed me to the mailbox, and then someone sent me a screenshot from our local Facebook group. Anyone else worried about the Alex situation? The post had 89 comments, with neighbors discussing my mental state, my fitness as a caregiver, and whether someone should do anything. Mom claimed she went to Eli's science fair 2 months ago and posted photos of her arm around him in the gymnasium, but the timestamp was incorrect, and the photos were from the previous year's fair. The same week she posted photos from her Vegas trip of cocktails by the pool while Eli presented his renewable energy project to empty seats. My coworker Josh stated that he needed help with his taxes, and Mom offered to help through her new financial consultancy business, explaining how he could write off his entire home office, possibly even his car. This was classic MLM tax fraud disguised as knowledge. When I demonstrated Mom had lied about the scientific fair by revealing the date discrepancy, it revealed an uncomfortable truth. I had missed it as well, working a double shift to cover Lily's dancing outfits. Eli's somber remark cut through my vindication. At least you told me why you couldn't come. Small triumphs seemed hollow. Eli's teacher agreed to write a support letter for our case, and I celebrated with a glass of wine that evening, my first drink in months. Through the kitchen window, I noticed my neighbor's phone camera pointing at me. Before dawn, there would be proof of my drinking problem. Mom's final text that week was short but clear. This doesn't end until one of us gives up. I've got nothing left to lose. She was mistaken about having nothing to lose. But she was correct about one thing. I'd raised 2 children from diapers to diplomas, survived on 3 hours of sleep and ramen noodles, and had given up my childhood so they could have theirs. I didn't know how to give up. The following week, Dad arrived at Lily's dance studio with a new person, my coworker Hannah, who strolled in holding his hand and dressed in a sundress that matched Lily's leotard. Hannah sat down to Lily's level and pulled out a worn copy of Junie B. Jones from her purse. Lily's eyes brightened up as Hannah turned to a dog-eared page and began discussing their favorite sections. I observed from the parent observation area as Hannah braided Lily's hair before class, using the same technique I showed her last year. Dad stood behind them, documenting everything on his phone while the other parents exchanged glances, clearly aware of the custody issue based on neighborhood gossip. After class, Lily approached me first, but paused when she spotted Dad waiting, and Hannah handed her a new Junie B. Jones book that was still in its wrapping. Lily clutched it to her chest, looking between all 3 adults with confusion on her face. That night, I found myself scrolling through old text messages, searching for anything that might help my case, but instead I discovered conversations I'd forgotten about. 3 years ago, I told Mom I'd handle bedtime so she could rest, and she thanked me profusely. My phone buzzed with a notification from an unknown number. Someone had forwarded me a screenshot from a group chat I wasn't a part of. My old text to a friend from sophomore year filled the screen. Sometimes I wish I could just be a normal teenager. Her lawyer would argue that I'd systematically excluded her from parenting responsibilities. The note was dated 2 weeks after I began working nights to pay for Eli's therapy, and someone had added a comment about my resentment of my siblings beneath it. Lily sat in the judge's chambers for her interview as we waited outside, and when she returned, her face was red and swollen. The preliminary custody hearing came faster than planned. The court advocate whispered something to the judge, who took notes on her legal pad. Later, the transcript revealed Lily's innocent words twisted into weapons. I used to lock the door when Mommy tried to come in at night. She didn't realize she was describing the night Mom stumbled home hammered, demanding to see the kids at 2 a.m. My lawyer requested old baby monitor footage from our home security system, and what we discovered made my chest tight. Frame after frame showed a teenage me rocking Eli to sleep, changing diapers and preparing bottles while the sounds of our parents' parties filtered through the walls. Lily only remembered me saying mommy was sick and needed to sleep. Laughter, music, clinking glasses, a timestamp of 1:47 a.m. on a school night. The family court mediator examined the footage with a furrowed brow, making notes on parentification and role reversal before turning to me and explaining how my parents' neglect had forced me into an inappropriate role. Instead of holding them accountable, she focused on how I had contributed to the problem by failing to get help sooner. I knew Mom's Amazon login from years of ordering school supplies, so I got into her account late one night and downloaded 5 years of order data. The proof was damning. Wine subscriptions, bar accessories, and party supplies were the most common orders. During the same period, diaper orders were sparse and formula purchases were non-existent. The browser's autofill revealed more than I expected. As I typed wine, the suggestions appeared. Wine bottle opener bulk, wine stain remover, wine storage cabinet. Searches for baby formula or diapers yielded nothing. Eli's pneumonia hospitalization coincided with a conference in Denver, while Lily's first day of kindergarten coincided with a client meeting in Seattle. However, Dad's LinkedIn profile contradicted his court testimony, and the client meeting had to be rescheduled because the conference was virtual. He'd simply chosen not to be there. I compiled everything into a folder, cross-referencing dates with family photos, and the pattern was undeniable. Every milestone, every emergency, every important moment, our parents were absent, but their social media showed a different story. Carefully curated posts about family time using photos I'd taken, cropped to exclude me. My old therapist was subpoenaed to testify about our sessions from when I was 16. I'd seen her through a school program after a teacher noticed me falling asleep in class, and the court would have access to everything I'd told her about feeling like a parent, the pressure, and wishing I could just be a kid. During a strategy discussion, my lawyer emphasized the hard truth that the court would consider my actions as aiding our parents' negligence rather than defending my siblings, and that by stepping up I had allowed them to step back without penalties. The logic made me want to scream. I tried to record a conversation with Mom at a coffee shop, hoping she'd admit to the neglect. My phone sat face down on the table, recording apps running, but Mom noticed the faint glow from the screen. She smiled sadly and shook her head, then spoke loudly about how I was always watching, recording, and trying to make them look bad. I sat in my car across the street, watching the clock tick past 3:15. School policy required children to be released only to authorized guardians. At 3:27, Mom's car finally pulled up, and she waved at the other parents as if nothing was wrong, as if she hadn't kept Lily waiting, anxious and alone, for so long. Eli's teacher approached me after school one day. She had been one of our strongest supporters, willing to testify about the years of parent-teacher conferences I'd attended alone, but her expression was grim. She explained that the administration had warned her not to get involved because she had 3 children of her own and couldn't risk losing her job. She gripped my hand and went away, and the simple actions hurt the most. Mom began wearing the same perfume that our grandma used to wear. She'd found Grandma's old coffee mug with painted flowers and used it during supervised visits, even sitting in Grandma's spot at the kitchen table, unconsciously mimicking her mannerisms. Our parents' lawyer had sent me a settlement offer in which they agreed to supervised visits for me if I dropped all neglect allegations and publicly admitted to overstepping boundaries. I tore the letter into pieces and carefully taped it back together, evidence of their manipulation, and proof that they knew exactly what they'd done. The letter included a prepared statement about how I'd misunderstood their different parenting style and needed help accepting my role as a sibling, not a parent. The security footage I remembered from the pharmacy visit turned out to be from a different location entirely. When I pulled the correct footage, it showed something even more damning. Mom buying wine and lottery tickets while Eli waited in the car with a 102-degree fever. The timestamp matched the pediatrician's records of his delayed treatment. During class cleanup, Lily's art teacher discovered something hidden beneath construction paper in Lily's cubby. Dozens of drawings and pictures of our real life. Me making breakfast, helping with homework, tucking her in, with 2 small figures labeled Mommy and Daddy. Always separate, always distracted, always holding wine glasses or phones. While reviewing the medication charts that CPS had photographed, I noticed discrepancies in the prescription numbers. Cross-referencing with pharmacy records revealed that Mom had been forging prescriptions for pain medication under the children's names. Grandma faced an impossible choice: support me or risk losing her relationship with her daughter and access to her grandchildren. I found her crying in her kitchen, holding Eli's baby photo, explaining that she couldn't lose them again after having lost so much already. She'd publicly support our parents, but before I left, she gave me a key to her filing cabinet, where I discovered years of correspondence between Grandma and various family members, all of whom expressed concern about our parents. Letters from Aunt Diane about Mom's drinking, emails from Uncle Steve about Dad's priorities. A Christmas card from our late grandfather with a handwritten note: "Those children need you. Don't wait too long." I began to play Mom's game, and my social media posts went from defensive to hopeful, as I prayed for healing and reconciliation. I also took screenshots of everything, documented every encounter, and carefully established my case. I learned to smile while gathering evidence. I was grabbing coffee when Tina walked in, talking loudly on her phone about her weekend plans. I approached casually, making small talk about the weather, and she relaxed, unaware that I was photographing her car through the window. Mom passed out on the couch while toddler Lily played unsupervised. Dad's business trips with Tina, complete with romantic dinner photos. Eli's baseball schedule was taped to her dashboard, next to a parking pass for Dad's office building, and our shared iCloud account became a goldmine of photos our parents had forgotten about. Eli's first day of school with only myself in the photos. I downloaded everything before they decided to revoke my access. The custody struggle became more complicated when Eli's biological father emerged from prison. Mom had never told us that Dad was not Eli's original father, and now this stranger sought visitation rights, turning our two-way battle into a three-way war. When Lily's emergency therapy appointment clashed with a crucial court deadline, I chose the legal filing, knowing that it would be marked as a missed appointment in her medical records, further proving that I wasn't the perfect guardian I claimed to be. The financial strain reached a breaking point. My emergency fund, built over years of sacrifice, emptied into lawyer fees, while Mom used Dad's life insurance payout, which should have gone to our education, to hire a prestigious family law firm. The imbalance felt like drowning in slow motion. The confrontation at Eli's favorite pizza place started small. I was treating him to dinner when our parents walked in with their lawyer. Voices rose. Other customers started. The teenage staff looked terrified as Dad slammed his hand on the counter. The manager banned all of us, and Eli lost his safe space because adults couldn't control themselves. My employer said it was a mutual decision, but I knew it wasn't. The court dates, the drama, the constant phone calls were all too much for them, and my replacement, Hannah, redecorated my desk the same day, hanging photos of herself and her father as if she'd already won. I slept in my car outside the kids' school some nights, telling myself I was keeping an eye on them and making sure they were safe. But really, I had nowhere else to go. My apartment felt empty without their voices, while our parents transformed Lily's room into a game room, erasing her presence as if she had never lived there. Uncle Steve found me in the parking lot one morning, his face worn from family drama, and he begged me to let it go, telling me I was calling Mom with stress. He didn't mention the years of stress I'd been through, or how Mom's choices had nearly cost her children via neglect. My study into our parents' past uncovered a cascade of consequences. Eli's teacher was suspended for failing to report suspected abuse, despite the fact that she had tried to help in her own way. Her daughter inquired as to why Mommy cried at dinner. Her husband filed for divorce, citing the stress of our family's drama. Another life was destroyed by our war, and I persisted, documenting every lie, manipulation, and failure. Even when Maya met me in the Walmart parking lot to ask if I was sure our parents hadn't changed, even when I couldn't answer right away, doubt creeping in like poison. Even when the evidence showed I had failed as well, the discovery of Eli's essay, which his teacher provided as part of the court documentation, hit hard. The subject was, "What makes me sad?" and he expressed feeling invisible in precise handwriting, wishing someone would notice him just for himself, not for his grades or behavior. I'd never noticed it because I was too preoccupied with making sure he had lunch money to observe his heart bleeding. Our parents' lawyer submitted an emergency application to move the trial date up. They knew my lawyer had a long-planned trip to Bermuda, so they researched his calendar and prepared their attack appropriately. This was legal warfare at its finest, with procedure serving as the weapon. Reading Mom's old journals revealed the terrible truth. She had wanted to be a good mother, and the entries from Eli's first year demonstrated true love and intention. In her eyes, I hadn't helped. I'd taken away her chance to try again. Addiction took hold gradually, then all at once, and the plots and booze became more appealing than facing her failures. Dad's rage made more sense when viewed through the prism of guilt. Every allegation he leveled at me was truly intended for himself. I was an easier target than his own reflection, and acknowledging I'd reared his children meant admitting he'd failed them. His wrath was self-preservation dressed up as righteousness. The violation of Eli's trust was like swallowing glass, and his therapy notes revealed that he was split between loyalty to me and longing for our parents. To prove negligence, I had to divulge his intimate thoughts to the court. Another casualty of war is the sacred trust that siblings share. The old Alex, who had helped without question and loved unconditionally, died in that courtroom. I became someone I didn't recognize. I took screenshots of everything. I trusted no one. Every encounter was possible proof. Every kindness might be exploited. What emerged was a survivor who understood that being cruel was sometimes necessary in order to be compassionate. Getting Lily's teacher to testify required leverage I didn't want to use. I knew about her husband's DUI, which he had kept secret from his employment, and the implication lingered between us during our conversation. She consented to testify. Her eyes were filled with hatred, and another bridge had been burned for the greater good. The short visitation triumph seemed hollow. I watched from my car as Dad taught Eli to toss a football in the park. They both wore sunglasses, but I could see their shoulders quivering. They were crying, attempting to rebuild a relationship on the rubble of 13 years apart. It should have felt like winning, but instead it seemed like everyone was losing. Our parents' counterclaim gained traction with each passing week. Their counsel constructed a picture of a damaged young adult with a savior complex who needed therapy rather than custody. They were not horrible parents, they were victims of an overzealous child who couldn't let go. The narrative was clear, concise, and credible. Our entire future was in the hands of a stranger who would spend a few hours attempting to comprehend 13 years of intricate family relationships. Dr. Lewis, the court-appointed psychologist, would conduct an interview with all parties involved and offer recommendations. The past haunted every interaction. At the grocery store, Mom's dealer's child approached me, asking why I didn't visit anymore. I'd babysat him for free when his mother needed help, back when I believed kindness didn't need to be repaid. Now his mother had leveraged knowledge of our family's dysfunction to harm my case. My previous boss gave me a job back with conditions, put the family issue behind me, focus on work, and pretend nothing happened. The offer ended in 48 hours, which was just enough time to seem like a lifeline, but not enough to see how the custody battle would conclude. During a preliminary hearing, the judge stated that love was not enough for custody. The court required evidence of stability, proper boundaries, and the best interests of the children. All the nights I'd spent with sick children, all the sacrifices I'd made were just emotions in the eyes of the court, which dealt in facts. Mom's estranged sister emerged from years of silence. She owed me for helping with her rehab costs when no one else would, and her repayment came in the form of family history documentation of Mom's patterns dating back decades. She couldn't testify in person or face her sister in court, but the papers she provided painted a damning picture. The paperwork revealed Mom's determined choices. She had known Dad was gone but stayed for the property and insurance, and she had prioritized financial security over her children's emotional well-being. Every wine bottle was a decision, and every missed recital was a priority. The pages revealed a history of pain across generations. Mom's father had been an alcoholic who had chosen bottles above babies, and she had pledged to be different, only to repeat every pattern. The cycle of addiction and neglect had been passed down through generations, and she had seen what it was like to be abandoned. She had done it anyway. Finding Mom's notebook was like uncovering a route map for her soul. The entries from 10 years ago hidden in Grandma's filing cabinet were raw and honest. She admitted to letting me handle everything because it was easier. She recognized her failures even as she committed them. The self-awareness made it worse, not better. Her fear and self-hatred leaked from every page. She was failing but couldn't stop. In her twisted reasoning, I had not protected the children, but rather facilitated her annihilation by postponing consequences. The wine dulled the humiliation, which caused more shame, which necessitated even more drink. During a sleepless night, I realized that Mom, like her father, had chosen addiction over her children. She knew the suffering personally, had suffered it, and had vowed to break the cycle. Instead, she'd perfected and refined it to make it socially acceptable through wine clubs and MLM scams. Even if it meant losing Eli and Lily to the system or damaging every relationship I had, I was determined to end the cycle. Dad's deposition finally provided concrete evidence of willful neglect. He claimed to have attended a conference in Chicago during Eli's hospitalization, but the conference had been canceled due to inclement weather. He went anyway, spending 3 days with Tina while his son struggled to breathe in a hospital bed. I delivered the evidence without satisfaction. Dad's shoulders slumped as his lawyer shouted urgently in his ear. I kept my voice steady and professional. This wasn't about vengeance, but about safety. The pattern became clear as testimony aligned. Teachers, physicians, and neighbors all painted the same picture. 2 absent parents and 1 overwhelmed teenager attempting to keep a family together. The evidence was overwhelming, yet I didn't feel victorious, only exhausted. Dr. Lewis's review loomed like a thundercloud, and both sides prepared their presentations, accumulating data to back up their arguments. Everything we'd accumulated over weeks of legal fights would be filtered through one person's expert opinion. The last preparation felt like preparing for war. Lawyers strategized, evidence was organized, witnesses were prepared, yet beneath all of the legal maneuvering was a basic truth. 3 youngsters required safety and stability. Everything else was simply noise. Mom's hands shook from withdrawal, Dad had gained 30 pounds from stress, and I had lost so much hair that Lily wondered if I was sick. We were destroying ourselves to demonstrate who deserved to be destroyed. But I'd survived worse. I'd raised 2 children on the minimum wage and with dedication, giving up my youth so they might have theirs. This was just another sacrifice in a lifetime of them. My brother's lies cost me my career, my freedom, and my kids. Now he's famous for saving them from me, but he underestimated me. I returned home from my daughter's dancing recital to find my bedroom safely open. Grandma's whole jewelry collection, her wedding pearls, and Grandpa's military ring, all worth approximately $18,000, were gone. I exhaled and pinched the bridge of my nose. Earlier that morning, my brother Logan had arrived at our house for Sunday brunch. Logan is best described as a 30-year-old man baby. I didn't have a job and spent the entire day convincing my parents to send me more money. Total loser. So, as I stood in my bedroom, staring at the empty safe, I knew who was behind it. When I approached Logan at his apartment an hour later, he was playing Fortnite and wearing Grandpa's ring as if it were a trophy. Insurance will cover it. He smiled as I demanded everything back. Besides, what's some old jewelry compared to your baby brother's life? I tried to explain that Grandma had expressly requested that the pearls be passed down to the oldest granddaughter, but he simply shrugged and said I could buy new ones with all of my fancy nursing money. The scent of jars in his room made me dizzy. So I left and headed to my folks' home. But as soon as the front door opened, my father punched a hole in the drywall. Logan already told us what happened. How dare you go to his apartment and threaten him during recovery? My mother was even more upset, accusing me of being callous for kicking Logan while he was down. They wanted an apology. That's when it struck me. The best payback comes in the form of a smile. So I left and went to work. I spent the next 2 weeks visiting every pawn shop within a 50-mile radius. Some of my grandmother's pieces had already sold, but I tracked out the buyers using social media, knocked on doors, and offered triple what they had paid. I paid $18,000 of my retirement savings to get everything back, since I knew my strategy would be worth it. Our yearly family meal occurred 2 weeks later. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and other 30-something relatives jammed into my parents' home. I waited until everyone was seated before tapping my fork on the champagne glass. Logan, I stated, making sure every family could hear. Since you accidentally stole all of Grandma's jewelry out of my safe and pawned it off, I decided to get them all back just for you. Here's everything, professionally cleaned and restored. The silence was terrible. Logan's face turned from white to deep red, but he couldn't explode. Not with Aunt Diane sharply questioning why I had to rescue family items from pawn shops and Uncle Rob grumbling about addiction and thievery. Life was sweet. But on the way home, I discovered something. I probably shouldn't allow my petty behavior interfere with my ability to be a nice sister. So the next morning, driven by guilt, I drove him to the top rehab facility in the state and paid $30,000 for a 90-day program that included equine therapy, private rooms, and actual medical supervision. And I went every Sunday, driving 3 hours each way. Unfortunately, the counselors couldn't stop praising me. And the more praise I received, the more Logan despised me. But I still believed that rehab would benefit him. And when he was released after 90 days, he was different, but not in a good way. He would drive by my house at weird times. I'd get glances of his automobile. He somehow knew when I'd be at work and when I'd pick up my daughter. But I wasn't concerned because he'd never hurt my kid before and didn't seem likely to do so again. 3 weeks later, it was time for Sophie's school spring musical. I was assisting her with her seatbelt when the world erupted in spotlights and sirens. 20 officers, guns drawn. Hands where we can see them. Step away from the vehicle. Sophie began screaming. They forced me to the ground on the tarmac while my 6-year-old watched her mother, whom she believed could move the ends of the earth, face down next to the car. The drug dogs went straight to my trunk, uncovered a concealed compartment I had no idea existed, and took out 3 small baggies. My kid screamed, "Mommy, what's happening to Mommy?" as I lay there with gravel grinding into my cheek. And that's when I noticed Logan waiting in his car at the far edge of the parking lot, just watching to make sure his anonymous tip paid off exactly as planned. My hands were dragged behind my back, and cold metal cut into my wrists as the shackles clicked shut. The officer's knee pressed harder into my spine, crushing me more into the asphalt. Sophie's shouts became frenzied, and the words from Tomorrow, her musical solo, poured out between sobs. Her red sequined Annie costume caught every police light, transforming my kid into a gleaming beacon of horror. Noah vomited up. I heard him retching in the back seat, choking on his own anxiety. My 9-year-old son, who had been so delighted to see his sister perform, now saw his mother face down on the pavement surrounded by armed officers. They helped me get to my feet. Through the pandemonium, I locked eyes with Logan once more. He lifted his phone to record everything. Then he started his car and drove off. Mission completed. Sophie's muted weeping and Noah's unanswered inquiries dominated the ride to the station. Child services met us there, and 2 people with clipboards escorted my children away while I was processed. Sophie reached for me, singing broken parts of Tomorrow as a prayer. I knew the desk sergeant Tom Morrison right away at the time of booking. He was 2 years ahead of Trent in high school. We played football together. His expression sank as he saw me. "Claire?" He kept his voice low and professional, but I could see he was disappointed. "Your uncle's going to be heartbroken." My uncle, the sheriff, had been very happy when I became a nurse, boasting about having one excellent apple in the family tree. Tom examined my fingerprints with apparent hesitation, talking just loud enough for me to hear. They gave me 1 phone call. My parents' landline rang 4 times before switching to their outdated answering system, with Dad's gruff voice prompting callers to leave a message. I grabbed the receiver with shaky fingers. "Mom, Dad, it's Claire. I've been arrested. It's not true. None of it's true. Logan planted substances in my car. Please, I need you to get the kids from child services. Please answer, please." The machine cut me off mid-plea. They tossed me in alongside 2 hammered drivers and a woman who had hit her partner with a frying pan. When they heard my allegations of possession with intent to distribute in a school zone, the atmosphere changed. The hammered drivers scooted off. The domestic abuser scoffed. Substance dealer picking up kids at school. Real classy. I sat on the metal seat, knees drawn to my chest, reliving each moment. How long had the concealed compartment been there? When did Logan install it? During one of his drive-bys while I was working? Sophie's principal came to the station 2 hours later, but he was unhelpful. Mrs. Henderson's expression was stoned as she spoke with the officers, gesticulating angrily. I captured bits through the strengthened glass. Banned from school property. Pending investigation. Safety of other children. Even if I made bail, I would be unable to pick up my own children from school. Could not attend parent-teacher conferences. Sophie couldn't be seen in another play. My court-appointed lawyer arrived at midnight, fresh out of law school, his suit too big, his hands shakier than mine as he fumbled with his briefcase. He laid out papers, pointing to statistics that made my stomach plummet. The amount they found with the hidden compartment, that puts you in trafficking weight. Mandatory minimums. We're talking decades, not years. His voice cracked over decades. This child, who should be concerned about student loans, was outlining how I might not see freedom until Sophie was older than me. But I didn't know about the compartment. I didn't put anything there. He adjusted his glasses with a nervous twitch. Doesn't matter. It's your car. Possession is possession. And in a school zone, the judge won't have discretion, even if he wanted to. Arraignment occurred at 3 a.m. They escorted me into a courtroom that smelled like stale coffee and misery. The gallery was mostly empty, with the exception of the back row. Logan sat there, phone out, recording again, making sure he caught every bit of my demise. The judge, a strict woman with silver hair, read the charges. Possession with the intent to distribute. School zone improvements. Child endangerment. Every word is another nail in my coffin. When she was released on bail, my lawyer's arguments fell flat. Given the defendant's access to minor children and the location of the arrest, I'm denying bail. Defendant poses a risk to the community, particularly minor children. The gavel crashed down like thunder. Back at the county jail, the medical intake nurse went over her checklist, which included emergency contacts, medical problems, and current prescriptions. I had no choice when she requested that someone notify her about my children. Logan Williams. He's their uncle. She looked up, noticing the irony in my voice. The same Logan Williams listed as the reporting party? I nodded. She made a note, and her demeanor softened slightly. She has previously witnessed a family using the system as a weapon. However, simply witnessing it did not give her the ability to do anything about it. They sent me to a cell alongside Tamara, a 50-something lady with a weathered face who is serving a 6-month sentence for producing meth. She looked at me, still dressed for Sophie's performance, and shook her head. First time? I nodded. What did they get you for? I spoke about the concealed compartment. I'd never seen these compounds before. My brother had been stalking me. Tamara listened and then laughed cruelly. Hidden compartment you didn't know about. Classic plant job. Your brother's either smart or had help. Probably both. She described how it worked. Install the compartment while the target is not there, load it, and provide an anonymous tip on suspicious activities. Cops discover the drugs, and you're suddenly staring at decades while the true perpetrator plays victim. Seen it a dozen times. Ex-husbands, business partners, family members. System don't care who put it there. They care who owns the car. My first video visitation came the next morning, allowing me to view my children through a screen for 15 minutes. However, when the connection was established, Sophie and Noah were not alone. My parents sat behind them. Logan follows behind my parents, hovering, watching, making certain I noticed him. Mom talked first. Claire, honey, maybe this is for the best. Maybe jail will help you get clean. I'm not on substances, Mom. I've never. Denial is part of addiction. She interrupted me. The counselors at Logan's rehab warned us about this. Logan leaned forward just enough that I could see his mouth. He said 2 words. I told you. Sophie had not talked since her arrest, my mother explained, only saying tomorrow, on repeat. Noah has begun peeing the bed again. They were staying with my folks temporarily while things were sorted out. Sophie reached for the screen at the end of the call, tears running down her cheeks as she refused to remove her Annie costume. That afternoon, a security from my hospital presented a notice of suspension without pay, effective immediately. My contract's morals provision made it plain that any arrest for substance-related offenses would result in automatic suspension pending investigation. No paycheck, no health insurance. There is no way to pay for a legitimate lawyer. I did the arithmetic on the cell wall using a pencil stub for the mortgage payment due in 2 weeks. Following that, you will have to pay for your car. Utilities. Sophie takes dance classes. Noah's baseball league. Everything I had constructed crumbled as I sat in an orange jumpsuit. The nursing board will be notified within 72 hours. Standard procedure for substance-related arrests. My license would be reviewed after 10 years of schooling, clinicals, and continuous education. Even if I overcome the charges, the review might take years. Years would pass while I was unable to work in my career. 3 days later, Child Welfare Services arrived. A tired-looking woman with gentle eyes delivered awful news. Logan and your parents have filed for emergency custody. Given your current incarceration and the nature of the charges, the court is inclined to grant temporary custody to family members. Your brother has been especially proactive in ensuring the children's stability. Proactive. That's what they called it when someone shattered your life and then offered to pick up the pieces. He's an addict, I informed her. Check his record. Multiple arrests. Failed rehabs. She flipped through her papers. Mr. Williams provided documentation of successful completion of a 90-day program. He's been clean for 4 months. Regular attendance at NA meetings. Employed full-time. Employed. Since when? Additionally, your parents are providing support. 2-parent household. Stable income. Clean background checks. I'm sorry, but from the court's perspective, she did not need to finish. According to the court, I was a drug dealer who put children in danger. Logan was a recovering addict making positive adjustments. The truth was immaterial. Renee, my dearest friend, came to visit that weekend. She had been crying. I could see it in her watery eyes and the smudged mascara she had attempted to repair in the parking lot. David says, I can't. He doesn't want me associating with. She couldn't finish, but she did hand me a folded paper. Logan is coming around. Asking about your computer passwords. Bank accounts. I altered everything I could think of. The memo listed every account she had helped me secure, including email, banking, social media, and even my Netflix password. At the bottom she wrote, he's using your kids to get people to talk. Says he needs access to help them. Don't trust anyone. The second blow came from the jail's law library computer, which I had access to for an hour. My arrest had made local news. A local nurse was detained during a school drug bust. The piece featured my mugshot, which showed empty eyes, matted hair, and the remaining remains of my performance makeup smeared across my face. The commentary section was savage. Parents from Sophie's school have asked me to keep away from their children. People I had treated in the hospital expressed shock and disappointment. And there, with his real name and profile image, Logan, praying for my sister's recovery and healing. Addiction is a disease. Our family won't give up on her. 47 likes. Dozens of supportive responses. He had turned my demise into his redemption story. My public defender departed the following week. I was selected to a high-profile federal lawsuit. His replacement had not even reviewed my file. She called me Nicole throughout the meeting, sifting through documents with confused fury. So, you're saying someone planted these substances? Yes, my brother. He installed a hidden compartment. Do you have proof? Receipts? Video footage? Witnesses? I had nothing. Just the word of a suspected drug dealer against a recovering addict who bravely stepped up to care for frightened children. Logan's CPS video interview with my children went just as planned. Sophie, persuaded and bewildered, informed the investigator that Mommy hides items in the car. When asked what kind of things, she shut down and went back to her tomorrow refrain. But the harm had been done. Noah attempted to help. I told them about Uncle Logan's visit at night, coming by when I wasn't at home. But the investigator concentrated on Sophie's comments, meticulously documenting them while disregarding Noah's as inconsistent with the timetable. I started exchanging commissary for legal advice from a lady serving a 5-year sentence for fraud. She was a paralegal before being arrested. I knew the system inside and out. Her assessment was dismal. Family court moves fast, faster than criminal court. Your brother could have permanent custody before your trial even starts, and once they have custody for 6 months, it becomes the status quo. Judges don't like disrupting the status quo. That night, I lay awake, calculating the time. How long before something temporary turned permanent? How long till my children forget how it felt to have me tuck them in? How long until Logan's version of events became the truth? The answer arrived 2 weeks later, when my parents paid me a visit. They brought Logan's legal documents, which he had prepared with his new girlfriend, Brielle, a paralegal student. Just temporary guardianship, my mother informed me. For the children's stability, you understand. Behind her, my father stood still, his jaw set. He'd turned 10 in 2 weeks. When I refused to sign, his fist tightened, as if he intended to punch another wall. Be reasonable, Claire. The kids need stability. They need normal, not a mother in jail. I didn't do this, Dad. You know me. You know I would never. I thought I knew you, he interjected. But the daughter I raised wouldn't have substances in her car, wouldn't get arrested at her child's school, wouldn't put her babies through this trauma. They left the papers. Temporary guardianship until the situation was settled. But I knew better. Nothing is permanent when you're fighting the system from within a jail. That night, the local Facebook moms group began posting my mugshot. Warning, substance dealer nurse. Keep our schools safe, protect our children. Each adds another nail to my reputation's coffin. Renee texted me screenshots until her husband found out and forced her to block me. But it was Logan's words that broke me. As a recovering addict, I know how hard it is to admit you need help. I'm praying my sister finds the strength to choose recovery. Her children deserve a healthy mother. Break the cycle. Recovery is possible. 134 likes, 62 shares. My destruction had become his platform. My mortgage company sent me another notice the next morning. The automated payment had failed. My accounts were frozen as a result of the asset investigation. Missed payment triggered acceleration clause activation. 30 days to pay in full or face foreclosure. Logan shared Instagram stories from my house that afternoon. Maintaining Sissy's place for when she gets better. Family. Hope. He was in my kitchen, using my dishes, sitting on my couch and moving his belongings box by box as I sat in a cage. During the journey to family court, I finally realized the gravity of my predicament. The deputies conversing in the front seat had no idea I could hear them. Sheriff's taking it hard. That's his niece, the good one, right? The nurse? Yeah. Always said she was the only one who made something of herself. Now this Logan seems to be doing better though. Saw him at the grocery store with those kids. Real sweet with them. My uncle, the sheriff, could have assisted, investigated, or at least listened. But family was family, and I had become the family's source of disgrace. A cautionary tale. The good one has gone rotten. In family court, I arrived via video connection in an orange jumpsuit, handcuffed to a table, hair unwashed, no makeup, and appearing every bit the substance dealer they suspected I was. Logan sat in the gallery, pristine button-down shirt and hands folded, the epitome of responsible rehabilitation. His lawyer, not his lover, but a genuine attorney he could afford, painted a stunning picture. A recovering addict. 4 months clean, working full-time, providing a stable environment for traumatized youngsters. My parents testified on his behalf. Sophie's head teacher also wrote a letter supporting his custody petition. The judge's ruling was fast. Logan and my parents have temporary custody. If and when I am released, I will have supervised visits. Best interests of the children. I noticed my brother's expression when the judge talked. No smirking. There is no gloating, only calm satisfaction. He had triumphed not by violence or intimidation, but through patience and forethought. He had turned my own goodness against me. My determination to assist him in his recovery. My trust that he would never harm my children. My conviction that family mattered. As they escorted me back to my cell, I grasped the truth. Logan had not merely taken my grandmother's valuables. He had stolen my entire life. Everyone congratulated him for doing it so precisely. The system had performed just as he expected. Good sister with no record versus recovering addict making positive improvements. The story wrote itself. All he had to do was reverse our roles, and I was now the antagonist in my own story. That night, Tamara discovered me sobbing on my bunk. She did not offer consolation, Incarceration does not operate that way, but she did offer the truth. First rule of frame jobs, she explained. The best ones make the victim look guilty of exactly what they'd never do. Is there a nurse with no substance? Abuse history? Plant substances? Good mother? Make her appear dangerous to children. Strong woman? Put her in a cage where strength isn't important. She was correct. Logan had twisted all of my strengths against me. My pristine record made the arrest even more startling. My good reputation added to the drama of the fall. My affection for my children made the separation much more painful. Tamara asked, "What are you going to do about it? You may either sit here and cry or start fighting. In any case, your children are growing up without you. Clock is ticking." I rubbed my face across the rough pillowcase. She was correct. The clock was ticking. Logan's position became stronger with each day I was here. Another day my children adjusted to life without me. Another day my truth got less convincing. I recalled Sophie refusing to take off her Annie outfit and singing about tomorrow. Regarding Noah's bedwetting, Uncle Logan insisted on a nighttime visit. About my parents' decision to believe the comfortable falsehood over the difficult truth. Most of all, I imagined Logan sitting in my home, raising my children, and playing the hero in a novel in which I was the villain. He had totally won this round, and everyone congratulated him. Tamara was correct about something else too. The time was ticking for him as well. Because addicts do not stay clean when they have everything they want. They keep clean while they are battling for something. Logan had just won all he had fought for. The counselors in rehab had warned about this, but not in the way my mother expected. They discussed environmental triggers, about the dangers of achieving too much success too quickly, about the fine line between recovery and relapse. I knew my brother. I knew him better than anyone. He was not using it when he planted those substances. He'd been overly cautious, too precise. But today, with my house, my children, and my parents' full trust with no one observing, suspecting, or holding him accountable. The time was ticking for both of us. The only question was, which timer would run out first? His sobriety, or my freedom? Logan began his rehab blog the following Monday. Breaking the Cycle launched with a photo of him hugging Sophie and Noah on my parents' front porch. The first piece described his path from addiction to being a guardian angel for his nibblings, a term that made me physically nauseous. Within hours, sympathetic responses flooded in. Mothers admired his bravery. His tale was circulated around recovery groups. Someone launched a GoFundMe page to cover his legal fees and protect the children. Tamara noticed me continuously refreshing the page while on the computer. She finally grasped my wrist, forcing me to look into her worn face. Her cousin worked at the impound company that towed my automobile. For $200 in commissary, she told me. He could check the hidden compartment for fingerprints, tool marks, anything the police might have missed. I eagerly agreed, exchanging my phone privileges for ramen noodles and coffee packs. The video visitation that week shattered what little self-control I had. Logan positioned himself just out of the camera's view, but I could see his hand on Sophie's shoulder. My daughter's gaze shifted between the screen and something off-camera as she questioned why I had brought terrible medication to her play. The words sounded stilted, rehearsed. Noah sat quietly, arms folded, unwilling to look at the TV at all. Sophie put her small palm against the monitor after 15 minutes, and I noticed Logan's fingers tighten on her shoulder. My new situation became clear during a meeting with my public defender. She realized that all of my jail calls were recorded as routine procedure. Logan's girlfriend Brielle had made a records request as part of her paralegal studies. Logan now had access to every chat I had about the setup, every strategy conference with my lawyer, and every desperate declaration of innocence. My defender proposed that we change our approach. So what was the point? He knew everything. Tamara's cousin responded 3 days later. The secret compartment revealed clear tool marks indicating recent installation scratches in the metal and fresh drill shavings, although the authorities did not photograph those details during their initial examination. Worse, many investigators polluted the scene, rendering any evidence legally suspect. Nonetheless, It served as confirmation that the compartment was not factory-placed. Someone had modified my automobile. The family court imposed fresh instructions that felt like retribution disguised as process. Before any visits could resume, I had to finish parenting classes and substance abuse counseling. Is there a catch? Jail only provided these services to sentenced offenders, not pretrial detainees. I was imprisoned in a bureaucratic nightmare, unable to meet obligations that were impossible to accomplish in my existing position. Renee delivered the next blow, putting her marriage at jeopardy by returning. Logan had accessed Sophie's college fund as her temporary guardian. $5,000 was withdrawn for trauma treatment with a friend of Brielle's who claimed to be a life coach, but had no credentials. Legal? Yes. Devastating? Absolutely. I had saved that money since Sophie was born. $20 here, $50 there. She's saving for her future one deposit at a time. The local news broadcast a positive story about rehabilitation and redemption. Logan was at a charity 5K, sporting a personalized shirt with my children's faces and the words "running for their future" across the back. The reporter applauded his commitment to breaking the cycle of addiction. Sophie and Noah cheered my brother on as he crossed the finish line, which I watched on the dayroom screen. Other convicts changed channels, but the harm had been done. My third public defender discovered a difference in the prosecutor's case. The substance weight did not match the trafficking allegations. It was barely over the possession limit. She advised pleading down to simple possession. Time served. Probation. However, any substance-related conviction meant that I would lose my nursing license permanently. It meant Logan remained in detention. It entailed admitting to something I did not do. Mandatory group therapy became a kind of torture, sitting in a circle alongside true addicts, listening to their stories while remaining innocent. Every time I spoke, the counselor made notes and recorded denial and lack of accountability in a file that would follow me through the system. Truth sounded just like falsehoods in that room. Every claim of innocence was only another indication of addiction. Logan took the kids for what he called a closure visit. Sophie wore clothes I didn't recognize, including designer labels I'd never purchase. Both children addressed Brielle as Miss Brielle with real fondness. She'd braided Sophie's hair in a way I'd attempted but failed to achieve. Noah showed me his new baseball glove, which was made of premium leather and smelt like privilege. They discussed their new routines, Brielle's cooking, and trips I'd always promised but couldn't afford. My kids were becoming strangers. Logan made certain I saw every excruciating detail. My father paid a visit alone the next week. He appeared shattered and old beyond his years. He admitted knowing Logan was using again, finding needles in the bathroom, and discovered money stolen from his wallet. But Logan was functional, he reasoned. At least the children had stability. He begged me to accept a plea deal. Stop fighting what everyone already believes. The man who had punched through walls to defend me now urged me to submit. Even my commissary account became a war. Renee's deposited funds mysteriously disappeared. Logan had marked himself as an approved visitor and family member, allowing him access to my account. He had systematically emptied everything, leaving me unable to purchase basic hygiene supplies. The jail responded with a shrug. Family members had these rights. The foreclosure letter came as a final insult. Logan was interviewed by local TV at the sale of my house about his efforts to save the family home despite his sister's choices. He stood on my front lawn, appearing appropriately sad, telling how addiction has devastated families. Behind him I could see my rose bushes wilting due to carelessness. Kara, a former colleague, risked her career to visit with distressing news. Logan was employed by the hospital to serve as a night custodian. He now had access to medical records, controlled substance disposal facilities, and the halls where I had spent my whole career. She had spotted him asking questions about ketamine disposal processes, anesthesia cart codes. The ramifications horrified both of us. Tamara revealed that she had filmed Logan buying from her dealer 6 weeks prior to my arrest. The footage was crisp, including his face, voice, and transaction. However, it also revealed Tamara's dealings, rendering it legally inadmissible. The evidence that may set me free would cage her. She offered it nevertheless, knowing what it could cost her. I couldn't accept that sacrifice. A private investigator hired by Renee's husband discovered something significant. Logan had been calling in medicines under my nursing license number. The DEA database revealed unusual patterns of controlled medications prescribed to people I had never treated. Identity theft, on top of everything else. However, revealing it risked launching a federal probe that may last years. My uncle paid me a visit after hours, alone. He appeared older, his shoulders hunched with guilt. He suspected Logan from the start, but was unable to probe his family. Now, he offered to pay for a private attorney provided I agreed to leave town following a swift acquittal. To save our reputation, the good apple of the family tree would have to perish. I agreed. What options did I have? Sophie's teacher phoned CPS, raising concerns that made my heart race. During art class, my daughter drew rough images of Uncle Logan's secret box in Mommy's car. However, the investigator rejected these as traumatic responses. Children use art to process tough emotions. Adults who thought they knew better dismissed the truth from the mouths of children. The private attorney my uncle hired provided both optimism and harsh reality. Logan's public sympathy campaign tainted the jury pool. Everyone has heard the story about the courageous recovering addict who saved his sister's children. She advised pursuing a bench trial before a judge with discretion over mandated minimums. It meant putting my fate in the hands of just one person rather than 12. I violated ethical boundaries I never imagined I would. During the literacy program, I became friends with the coordinator, whose daughter attended Sophie's class. Technically, this violated the no-contact order, but I needed information on my children. Sophie had completely ceased singing, I discovered from her. No more tomorrow. Nothing more. The music had died with her mother's arrest. During transportation for attorney meetings, I recognized the bailiff. Jordan Wells was Logan's dealer in high school. Courthouse security has been clean and operational for the past decade. He pulled me aside in the holding room and whispered that Logan had attempted to buy from him last month. Logan knew his background. He knew his triggers. I attempted to exploit them. Jordan couldn't testify because it would jeopardize his career, but he wanted me to know the facts. The attorney subpoenaed pharmaceutical data, which revealed a damning picture. Logan had filled prescriptions with my DEA number the week before my arrest, leaving a paper trail of identity theft. However, the prosecutor maintained that this was different from the drug accusations, relevant to motive, but not proof that evidence was planted. The system separated crimes just as it segmented people's lives. Brielle's pregnancy announcement amid family court proceedings seemed like a deliberate blow. She stood before the judge, palm on her, still flat stomach, discussing establishing a stable two-parent home for all of the children. Logan wiped away tears, which could have been genuine. The judge prolonged interim custody, impressed by the heartfelt demonstration of family planning. Sophie's 6th birthday passed me by while I was in jail. Logan live-streamed the celebration at Chuck E. Cheese, something I had never been able to afford. Sophie blew out the candles without looking at the camera. Her face was a mask of forced delight. The other parents grinned and clapped, undoubtedly pleased that the substance dealer mother wasn't around to disrupt the festivities. Noah sat in a corner, arms folded, unwilling to engage. The job release program provided cruel hope. I could leave jail at night to clean offices and earn money for my legal bills. The site is my former hospital. The universe's nasty joke meant I'd be mopping floors in the pediatric hospital where I'd previously rescued lives, scrubbing toilets in the break room where co-workers had given me a baby shower for Noah. My supervisor was Sophie's school parent who regarded me as if I were something scraped off her shoe. She assigned me the harshest jobs. I was made to clean the same spots repeatedly, always found fault. One night, she made me clean the trauma bay, where I had once led a code that saved a child's life. The plaque on the wall still acknowledged the nursing staff. My name had been taped. Kara gave me notes during my shifts, risking everything to keep me informed. Logan had inquired about restricted substance disposal, specifically ketamine and fentanyl. He had befriended nurses on the night shift, exploiting his recovery tale to get sympathy and access. The trend was evident. He was moving beyond medications. Something more ambitious is being planned. The choice that tormented me occurred on a Thursday night. During my shift, I spotted Logan in a restricted area, pocketing expired drugs from the garbage bin. Security cameras would have captured him. However, reporting it risked breaking my job release restrictions. Protecting future victims or assisting my children is a hard choice. I went away, hating myself with every step. Noah's counselor submitted a report, which should have altered everything. My son insisted repeatedly that Uncle Logan had placed something in Mommy's car, offering consistent information about timing and location. Logan, however, presented a therapist's statement from Brielle's life coach buddy, claiming that Noah was experiencing false memories as a result of trauma. A 9-year-old's truth is buried beneath professional-sounding lies. My substance test turned out positive for a chemical I'd never heard of. The amounts were consistent with recent consumption rather than long-term use. Tamara found it out first. Logan has ties in the correctional kitchen via Brielle's network. He had been dosing my food to ensure that I would fail any tests, adding to the evidence of my addiction. Even in jail, I was not immune from his grasp. The private investigator discovered Logan's practice run. Logan's expelled college roommate currently lives under a bridge in Portland. Unreachable. Unverifiable. However, this is part of a clearly defined pattern. This was not his first frame job. It was simply his most sophisticated. However, trends were not proof, and the roommate was unable to testify from wherever his addiction had led him. The judge accelerated my trial date, citing public interest and children's well-being. Instead of 2 months, you get 2 weeks to prepare. My attorney hurried to arrange witnesses, gather evidence, and create a defense against unfounded charges. The quickness that previously aided defendants now worked against me. Logan had also planned for this. During a discussion with my attorney, his true aim became clear. A petition for adoption was found hidden among family court records. If I remained incarcerated for a year, abandonment rules took effect. Logan was not simply stealing temporary custody. He intended to eliminate me as their mother altogether. The documents had previously been drawn up, waiting for time to pass. The twisted logic developed from his blog posts. Logan honestly believed he was shielding my children from the addiction genes, preventing them from being like him or me. In his twisted mind, he convinced himself that destroying me was an act of love, stopping the cycle by breaking me. What is the scariest part? His cries during court appearances were genuine. I took a desperate decision that crossed every ethical line I had remaining. We agreed to check Logan's flat during Sophie's school recital using Tamara's connections. Her crew discovered his stash. Not only drugs, but more dangerous substances, enough to keep him away for years. But we couldn't report it unless we admitted to breaking and entering. Evidence that could have saved me will harm me in a different way. To build an alibi for the apartment hunt, I had to miss my video conversation with the kids. Sophie waited by the computer for 2 hours. According to the guard who eventually unplugged the unused session, she had prepared a song to sing for me. Not tomorrow, but something new from school. I sacrificed potential evidence for unmistakable pain. The inquiry turned up receipts for the compartment installation in my car. Logan recognized the business owner's name. He was Logan's previous dealer, someone who would do anything for the proper price. But he refused to testify without immunity, and the prosecutor was not interested in deals that complicated their straightforward case. Substance dealer mother was a simpler narrative than sophisticated frame job. Character witnesses formed their own battlefield. 3 hospital colleagues agreed to speak on my professional reputation, diligence, and complete lack of a drug background. But the 4th backed out after Logan hinted he was aware of her previous prescription discrepancy, which she had only revealed to me during a vulnerable moment. He had weaponized every trust I had ever established. The judge ordered hair follicle tests for all parties involved in the custody issue. The results corroborated what I already knew. I showed no evidence of long-term substance abuse. However, the judge observed that single use was still prohibited. That nice individuals can make awful decisions. Legal innocence and true innocence were not the same thing, and I was painfully discovering the difference. My attorney requested a favor from a DEA contact who confirmed that the prescription fraud pattern matched Logan's time frame exactly. However, testifying would trigger a government probe that may last years, during which my children would grow up without me. Help that was unable to help. The truth couldn't be spoken. The system's brutal math. Off the record, the DEA contact said something scary. Logan's fake prescriptions were given to elderly hospice patients, who died before anybody noticed. He'd been exploiting dead people's identities for months, effectively making him a serial killer of convenience. However, establishing it required resources that I did not have and relationships that I could not create while in jail. Sophie has a breakdown during her forensic interview. She said that Uncle Logan had shown her the box in Mommy's car before the play. For a minute, the truth shone through. She instantly recanted, claiming she made it up for attention. The investigator noted both statements, but emphasized the recantation. Even my daughter's honesty had been turned into a lie. The compartment installer spoke up following his own incarceration on other offenses. He admitted Logan paid cash for the installation a week before my arrest and provided receipts and extensive testimony. But his collaboration came with a price. He had to testify about all of his unlawful alterations, which implicated dozens of other clients who now wanted me dead for revealing their secrets. I made the most difficult decision of my life. During a strategy discussion with my attorney, I agreed to speak about discovering Logan stealing from the hospital. I knew it violated my work release conditions. Truth had become more vital than strategy. If I had to go down, I'd do so with a fight, telling the jury everything I knew. Logan went to jail the night before the trial. He presented a letter of forgiveness and power of attorney documents. He promised to halt the adoption pursuit if I accepted a plea deal. 18 months, out of 12 with good behavior. His hands shook as he pushed the papers into the slot. The security camera clearly revealed his dilated pupils and tremble in his fingers. He started using heavily again, but no one noticed the apparent indicators. I looked him in the eyes and spoke honestly to the cameras. I would rather lose my children forever as an innocent woman than keep them through a lie. His face crumbled, not with victory, but rather with real confusion. He never dreamed I would not break, would not fold. He refused to follow the simple way that verified his narrative. The prosecutor began the trial by presenting me as a nurse who used her medical skills to steal substances. Logan sat immediately behind the prosecutor's table, dressed in a suit I knew from my father's closet, and played the victim advocate role perfectly. The gallery was divided down the middle. My supporters on the left. Logan's army of rehabilitation activists and worried parents are on the right. Both of us displayed our war scars. I'd shed 30 pounds. I hadn't noticed any gray in my hair previously. Logan had gained weight. He developed a tremor and attempted to hide it by clasping his hands. We were destroying each other in slow motion, and everyone seemed to enjoy it. The installer testified that Logan expressly requested an undetectable chamber to store his girlfriend's birthday present. The falsehood was so clear that several jurors shifted uneasily, yet obvious lying did not constitute proof beyond reasonable doubt. Then came the bailiff, Jordan Wells, whom I recognized. He defied courtroom protocol by standing up in the gallery to speak without being summoned. He couldn't stay silent any longer, he said. Logan attempted to drag him back down after 10 years of sobriety. The judge threatened contempt, but Jordan persisted. Logan was familiar with every dealer in town, as well as their weaknesses and triggers. He was a predator disguised as prey. The judge ordered hair follicle tests for all parties involved in the family court case, including Logan. His stress was obvious in his sweating, squirming, and unexpected need for a restroom break. He was fully aware that the test would reveal everything. However, the criminal trial would conclude before the data were available. Hospital security footage was validated and admitted as evidence. It demonstrated Logan entering forbidden locations throughout my shifts, creating opportunities for prescription theft. The prosecutor agreed that his evidence was circumstantial but convincing. Patterns formed like a picture from scattered pixels. Access, opportunity, purpose, and method all contributed to Logan's testimony. He took the stand and broke down entirely, confessing to the prescription theft. However, he swore he had never planted any chemicals. His cries appeared sincere as he spoke about attempting to save me from myself. We are safeguarding the children from our family curse. He was an addict, but not a monster, he claimed. I nearly believed him. During jury deliberation, the prosecutor made one final offer. Drop all charges if I agree to supervised visitation exclusively. No admission of guilt, but acceptance of the consequences. My attorney encouraged me to take it. Juries were unpredictable. and we had provided reasonable doubt but not assurance. I refused. My children deserve a mother who fought for the truth until the very end. Either I'd walk out feeling vindicated, or I'd go to prison knowing I had never compromised. The jury returned after a 2-hour deliberation. The verdict was split, just as my life had. Not guilty of trafficking. The evidence was too flimsy. The compartment seemed strange, but guilty of possession, since the narcotics were in my car, and constructive possession constituted possession. Time served, plus 2 years probation. A partial win that felt like defeat. The family court proceeded promptly. Logan's custody was revoked after he failed a drug test and admitted prescription stealing. But the kids went to my parents, not me. The judge referred to my criminal record, my need to rebuild, and the children's need for stability. No one won cleanly. I moved in with Renee, whose husband abandoned her for supporting me. We rebuilt together 2 ladies whose devotion to the truth had cost them everything. My nursing license was suspended pending review, which could take years. I found employment as a medical clerk, processing paperwork where I had previously saved lives. Supervised Sunday visits became my lifeline. Sophie spoke again but shuddered at the sirens. Noah refused to visit Logan at all, using wrath as armor. My mother, now in a wheelchair after a stroke, continued to protect Logan from her assisted living home. We were all so proud of our family tree, but it was nothing more than broken branches. 6 months later, I sat in another courtroom for the final custody proceeding. Logan was back in rehab, this time on court order. His partner Brielle had left him when the baby tested positive for drugs at birth. The family court judge evaluated everything: my compliance, employment stability, clean substance testing, and finished parenting classes. I have dual custody with my parents. Transitions are supervised. Substance testing for all parties. Sophie's college fund was returned through a court judgment. It wasn't the life I had planned before, but it was something. Logan would be granted supervised visits once he completed therapy again. Every day on my way to work, I passed past my foreclosed house. New family, new rose plants. There's new life inside those walls. Sometimes I parked across the street, recalling birthday celebrations and bedtime stories, Christmas mornings and homework conflicts. The GPS still called it home. Sophie once asked me if I hated Uncle Logan. I told her the truth. I despised what he did, but I couldn't hate him. He was unwell in ways that medicine could not cure, broken in areas where love couldn't go. We were all attempting to survive our family curse in our own unique ways. I last saw him at the courthouse, signing documents to garnish his wages for child support. He appeared smaller, deflated, like a balloon slowly losing air. He questioned if I thought he would ever improve. I did not have an answer. Some cycles break you before you can break them. But every Sunday I picked up my children during our given time. We visited parks, museums, and other places that did not remind us of anything we had previously experienced. Sophie began singing again. Not Tomorrow, but new music. Happy ones. Noah entered the minor league with a used glove that smelled of optimism rather than privilege.